WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Peña to right, and that's a game winner. The Astros come from behind 3 different times. Jeremy Peña wins it in the 10th.
Good summary right there from Kevin Eschenfelder. Esch on the call last night with Jeff Blum, and the Astros walk it off in extra innings. Third straight extra inning win, or third straight time that the Astros, when they've gone to extra innings, have won the game, which has not been the case the last couple of years. So that was good to see. Jeremy Peña with a game-winning base hit, and the Astros win 6-5 last night. That was good to see. Came back from down 2-0 early as you can come back from down 2-0. The first two guys... the 2-run home run before Christian Javier got anybody out. Astros fell behind 4-2. They fell behind 5-4. They came back each time, and they were able to win in extra innings last night. A good gutty win by the Astros means that 8-2, my ultimatum, is still in play today as they have an afternoon game with Hunter Brown pitching over at Minute Maid Park. Welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday, Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Boy, I'll tell you what, for a Wednesday in May, it feels like there's a boatload of stuff going on.
It's popping.
And it's nice. Yeah, it does not feel dead at all. For one, the Astros continue to look like a much different baseball team than they had for the first part of the season. Christian Javier, we can talk about Christian Javier as we once we turn it towards the negative, as we typically do.
Yeah.
He's let up 11 earned runs in his last 3 starts. So, but no, one of those was a good one.
It was a good one, yeah.
Right. The fact that his velocity was down last night actually makes me feel better about it. In that, all right, I don't think all of a sudden he's gotten like weak as a person or something. Yeah. It's just there's something going on that he's got to work himself through. But the fact that Kyle Tucker is just on a torrid run here in the month of May. To see Chas McCormick back there, to see that Luis Garcia was pitching off the mound yesterday afternoon, or Keedy is going to make his rehab start. Like this is there's a lot trending in the right direction for the Astros.
Yeah. Which means why the hell are you going to bring up Jose Abreu? But we'll get to that later. We'll
get to that with the negatives later.
Yeah,
Sean.
We'll get to that. But you're right. Let's stick with the positives. And last night. It'd be great if they won every game 9-2. You know what I mean? And you just watch and you sit and you go, "This is such a great team." And look at the pitching and look at the hitting. Wins like last night, as long as they come out on the right side of it, those are building blocks. I don't care who the opposing team is in a season of 162 games in a sport where you lose to bad teams way more frequently than you do in other sports.
Yeah.
You fall behind as early as mathematically possible, 2-0. And then you fall behind at other points in the game, and you're able to kind of come back, weather the storm. Taylor Scott gives you another 2 great innings. Josh Hader comes in and gives you another 2-inning outing in extra innings. Josh Hader really looks to have straightened a lot of things out that whatever was wrong with him early in the season, he looked great last night. And then Jeremy Peña, man, Jeremy Peña, Kyle Tucker's the MVP candidate on this team at large just because he's leading baseball in home runs. He's got 4 multi-home run games. But Jeremy Peña he's an all-star, man. Like, he's right there. And it's just, one more guy that you feel confident in big situations like that. Because Peña, MVP of the World Series notwithstanding, by and large in the regular season has not been one of those guys.
Right.
That was his one great month. Fortunately, was the most important month of his career. But that Jeremy Peña has turned into one of those guys that you trust in huge situations like that, to be patient, to work counts, and then ultimately do what he did last night is a real blessing, man.
And especially with Peña, the really good thing when you look back on his young career so far is that he's demonstrated that he can deliver in the clutch. Yeah. And it was just a matter of cleaning up a lot of that stuff with his swing and becoming a more professional overall hitter. That, yes, I feel as solid about him, much in the same way that I felt solid about Framber, aside from his great rookie season. He delivered in the play. Dang it. Okay, I'm going to put it on the mark. Hold on a second. I was talking about Jordan, not Framber.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's a weird one. That's a weird one that I consistently make, Jordan and Framber.
Yeah.
Because there couldn't be two more different dudes.
No.
I'm sitting here talking
Mentally, physically, vocationally, yeah.
Like Jordan, even as he's struggling as of late, comes up big with the tying home run last night, and he's a rock. I look at the very reason I was talking about this was that I think Jordan, you just trust.
Yeah.
And you trust that he'll work his way through whatever struggles he's had. Lot to feel good about. Really a lot to feel good about right now. And we're back to those old Astros problems of, gosh, there's too many guys that are hitting well. And we're about to have too many pitchers after everybody comes back healthy. What are we going to do?
It is.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
There's so many good players on this baseball team.
It is funny. Maybe it's just because during the games I swim around in the pool of social media. Like, I've got Twitter open during the games just to see people reacting to things. And it is funny, the short leash that Astro fans give to people now when they come back. Like, Chaz misplays that carom off the wall, looks bad on a couple of at-bats. Like, why is this guy in the lineup? He's trash.
I can't believe this guy is out here instead of that Mauricio Dubon, whose name I couldn't even remember 2 years ago.
Yeah. It was
Mauricio Dubai or whatever his name is.
That was a year ago. That was
headed into last season before Mauricio Dubon just completely transformed himself. Thanks to, in part, the advice of Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe Framber. You never know. Maybe Framber gave him a little advice. That's a good point on the pitching front, though, because that was good seeing Luis Garcia.
It was a good point.
Luis Garcia throwing from the mound yesterday was, man, that is a quick comeback from Tommy John surgery.
Luis Garcia threw from the stadium mound at Minute Maid Park. That just feels different, right?
Yeah.
Urquidy's going to pitch Friday for the Skeeters.
Okay.
And then Blanco is slated to...
Space Cowboys. Do we count that one or no?
You know what? I said that yesterday, too. No, I'll count that one. That's a proper noun.
Yeah.
So, boy, 2 mistakes in... That's all right, Sean.
What did you do last night? Did you do something last night? Did you go out last night?
I had a glass of wine with Brandy.
Okay.
Maybe she slipped something in my drink.
Okay.
Because a name swap error I made this morning was I texted you and said, hey, I slept all the way through last night, snoring it all, and you were like, was that meant for Brandy? I said, I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, and I sent back one of those just like, interesting.
Maybe I'm not used to sleeping 8 hours straight through, but maybe I was. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you about another text you sent me last night about the game, because you said, is that the John Dutton crew sitting behind home plate there? And I said, do you mean Joe Sutton crew? Because Joe's a friend of ours who has seats right there in the Diamond Club. And no, as it turned out, it was a group of people in cowboy hats that you were naming after Yellowstone. Were you insulted at all that I thought you would mix up John Dutton for Joe Sutton?
No, not at all. You're just doing what you should have done. And and yet I got the proper noun. I got the proper noun correct there. There you go.
You nailed it. Good job.
Fictional characters or otherwise, it doesn't matter.
Good job.
Yep.
Good job.
What was that crew back there behind home plate?
I don't know. I see. I didn't notice them, and I didn't even know they existed until I got your reply when I woke up this morning that there were.
Couldn't notice. I am on alert for people wearing big hats at sporting events. Now, those huge novelty orange hats are the ones that drive me insane.
Of course, and they drive everybody insane.
What are you doing? Look, there's some 7-year-old sitting behind you, and you've got this big novelty orange hat on. I'm a person that out of consideration of the people behind me at concerts and sporting events, I slump the whole time because I know that
you're a big dude.
Yeah, I feel bad for people that sit behind me and have to crane their neck to try to see things.
Oh man, I never even thought about that you've got to have that kind of consideration for people.
I mean, I don't have to. Lots don't, but
but you do. That's why you're you.
We went to that Broadway show for my mom's 70th birthday, and my sister's awesome, and she got me a seat that was on the aisle,
Oh.
But I was but there was a little old lady with her granddaughter behind me, so I was leaning out into the aisle the entire time, just being sure they had a clear view.
Did you turn around and ask them, can you see? Are you okay? Or
I did.
That's good.
Yeah.
See, you're such a nice guy. John Singleton.
I'm just desperate for approval is all. I
There's
want everybody everywhere to like me all the time.
That's okay. Whatever the end result is.
Okay, so as far as the pitchers.
Yeah.
Let's see if I get this right. Yeah. Luis Garcia.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia threw from the mound yesterday at Minute Maid Park. Urquidy is going to pitch Friday for Sugarland.
Yes.
And Blanco returns Sunday.
Yes.
Slated to start on Sunday.
Yes. Nailed it. Give yourself a ding right now, please.
Hold on
yeah,
a second.
yeah.
We got to really.
Yeah, let's lean into this.
We got to quadruple down on the
Good
positive
job.
reinforcement this morning.
Yep. Good, yeah, because of a glass of wine. John Singleton, one of the biggest hits certainly one of the biggest hits of the game last night, and I would say one of the biggest hits of this homestand, a 2-run bomb to tie the game at 4.
This one cranked to center field and deep. Going back, and that ball is gone. Dead central for John Singleton, and the Astros have tied it at 4.
Dude,
Big John barreled that one. He bat flipped it too. He knew he got that.
Yeah, he did. You could tell right out of the chute. He knew he hit that. Dude, he gets his money's worth on his home runs, man. Like John Singleton, there's no cheapies with Singleton.
I think I'm sure I speak for a lot of people right now when you hit the ball to center field in Minute Maid Park, and when a guy stands at the plate or pauses at the plate to admire a home run, immediately you think, man, even Yordan Alvarez has been done in by that deep center field at times and misjudged whether it was a home run or not. But, Singleton was very confident.
Dude,
there.
And he should have been, man.
Did I say Yordan Alvarez?
You did. You nailed it. Yeah, no, you were good. You're good. Okay. Here was Joe Espada on John Singleton.
He's been really good, man. He's give you some quality at bats. He walks. You always feel like he's going to compete and give you a chance. And you don't see many people going straight center in this ballpark. Yeah. And he hit it. He knew he pimped it. So I'm like, you better be sure that ball leaves your hard line. But it was a great swing.
Yeah, so let's replace him with a guy who does none of those things. He gives you competitive at-bats. You feel like he's got a chance. Boy, he hit it dead straight center field. No, not many guys can hit it out that far. Hey, John, on Friday you're getting replaced with a guy who can do none of those things. And by the way, is a fraction of what you are defensively as well.
I know, and that's the thing with Singleton is it makes me doubly nervous about the return of Abreu just because Singleton, who's been very open with his emotional struggles in his career and in his life, he just took off when all of a sudden he was the everyday first baseman.
Yeah.
I feel like this is even more so than a normal situation. Man, we don't want to mess with a good thing. We don't want to disrupt the guy's confidence. But it looks like they're willing to make that experiment,
Yeah, it's not good. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock on the show today. But yeah, last night was good. Last night was great. A big gritty win, 7-2 on the homestand. They go for the 8-2 on the homestand ultimatum today. All right, I was out at Texans OTAs yesterday. Huge story from Texans OTAs. I mean, if you're looking to feel good about something about the Houston Texans, I don't know that there's much that you can put above this on the list. And I have answers to all of our hot OTA questions from yesterday, including a body type win that is a harbinger, hopefully, of things to come that we will get to.
You were out there saying, damn, that's a fine-looking gentleman
That is a nice-looking left guard right there, I tell you. All right, so we'll get to that in just a bit, but first, Crash Champions. They do a great job at Crash Champions.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This might have been the best news of the offseason for the Texans, honestly. And this is an offseason where they've signed Danielle Hunter and they traded for Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs. But Tank Dell being back out there, I mean, I'll tell you, I had a similar feeling when I got to OTAs yesterday, Seth, and Tank Dell was out there running around doing things, as I did when we got, the Schefter tweets about those big deals that Nick Caserio was making. Seeing Tank Dell out there doing things yesterday, and if you're just tuning in and you're not up to speed on the Texans and OTAs, we're going to get you up to speed here in a second. But Tank Dell was out there practicing yesterday, and he was out there looking like Tank freaking Dell, man. Like he was.
Yeah.
He was. Looked good.
Even after we had seen the videos that he posted on Instagram, you know that the team is generally going to be as conservative as possible this time of the year with medical issues. So even though he looked awesome on his Instagram posts, you still wonder, okay, but like how much work is he capable of doing at this point? How slow is the team going to go? And they're going to be as cautious as possible. It's a really good sign that he was out there participating in something that he absolutely didn't need to be out there for, because they must feel really good about it.
Yeah.
So, it's checked off all the boxes so far. In terms of this being not even, him getting shot in the leg might not be one single bit of an issue moving forward, so that's nice.
Like 3 weeks ago. Shot in the leg. He got shot in the leg, and it was not all that long ago.
I'm going to have to look and see if he came back faster from this than Joey Porter did when he got shot in the buttocks.
Back in the day.
A long time ago. Joey Porter Sr., everybody.
Yeah. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on Tank Dell.
Happy for Tank to get back out there. Went through a very tragic situation. Right, we're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right, being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right, being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out.
He looked good. They held him out of the 11-on-11 part of it. 7-on-7. Tank Dell and 7-on-7 just is unfair. It is.
So
much space.
That's what, you know what though, man. Kind of like playing a video game one level ahead of where you're comfortable. It takes a while to get used to it. I like some of the younger defensive backs seeing Tank Dell out there, because you've leveled up before you're ready when you face a human being like that.
Yeah.
Like once you can get, I don't know if comfortable is the right word, but once you see and try to cover Tank Dell in practice day in and day out, it seems like you're on easy mode. You're on like level 1 of Mario Brothers when you go against some of the other receivers in the league.
Yep, it's nice. That was just great to see.
The other thing about Tank Dell just now compared to last year we saw Tank Dell and we were impressed with him, but the huge question with a guy his size is, okay, how are you going to be able to handle press coverage? And it's a whole different bag of tricks when you're that small playing in actual regular season NFL games. And obviously Tank Dell very much overcame that battle within like the first 3 or 4 games of his rookie year.
Yep. The hot OTA questions we had yesterday, I've got answers. The big one, man, this could be huge. And we won't know until they put the pads on. But just with Kenyon Green, that was one of the biggest questions we had. What does Kenyon Green look like? Kenyon Green looks by far the best he's looked since he set foot in NRG Stadium as a Houston Texan. His body type has changed. He's in shape. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Kenyon Green.
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. He had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger. And it's really good to see him back, being able to, play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon, because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
Yeah, the pictures are out there. So this isn't just me with a set of eyes on OTAs that's trying to look at everything glass half full. Kenyon Green looks like a different human being. He looks great.
So, and the question now continues to be and will be, okay, can he stay healthy or relatively healthy? Because there's two steps here. There's one, he's got to figure out a way to stay healthier. But two, nobody's ever completely healthy on the defensive line, especially as you go through the season. The next step is, can you play well when you're injured? Like, first and foremost, because that's a thing. That's why I don't buy, like, oh, Trevor Lawrence was injured last year. Was he on the field? If he's on the field as a quarterback, like, you got to play whether you're injured or not. And for Kenyon Green, it's awesome that he's healthy now. It's awesome that he's transformed his body. When he gets that next inevitable ankle sprain or whatever that any offensive lineman does, can he play through it and continue to produce? I was really encouraged in Kenyon Green's rookie year after the Chicago game because I thought there were some moments there, and that was relatively early in the season, where he looked like the big mauler Aggie offensive lineman that he was in college, and he was transferring her to the NFL. But we just got to string together more performances like that.
Yep, he looked great. He looked, just physically, condition-wise. If you're a Texan fan, you should be really excited about that. I'd be excited about Tank Dell practicing. Be excited about the transformation Kenyon Green's gone through. He's number 76 now. I think that just helped, too. Just that he's got, like, new body, new number kind of thing. Like, it's just a whole new Kenyon Green out there.
New Kenyon?
Yeah.
N-U, spelled N-U. New Kenyon.
Yes, he's
I
N-U.
like this.
I'll even put some umlauts over top of the U. Make him European. Make him global. How does John Metchie look? Metchie looked good. I felt bad for Metchie because the one play that is making the rounds on social media was a play where he beat Jeff Okudah off the line. Like, he got open on a deep route, and CJ kind of threw it to the back corner of the end zone. And I don't know if it was Metchie was expecting it over his right shoulder and CJ put it over the wrong shoulder or whatever. But Metchie had a chance to make a real nice play on a deep ball, and he wasn't able to haul it in. And that was the one play that was making the round. So I saw some reaction to that, like, same old Metchie. Okay.
You're right. Is that the same old? He had a big notable drop last year. The situation eludes me, but I don't think that's not something I worry about with him. I worry more about him getting open than I do making the actual catch.
And he looked good. There looked to be a little extra pep in John Metchie's step for sure.
With John Metchie, you always have to wonder, like, how long was the cancer affecting him before they discovered the cancer?
Yeah.
Remember David Quesenberry, going back to him, when he realized he had it, he'd been struggling through OTAs and not feeling quite himself. So that's one more thing. We really haven't seen a healthy John Metchie, because he was also rehabbing his ACL back when he was diagnosing from cancer as well.
Yep.
Or diagnosed with cancer.
Yep. Next one, will Stefon Diggs speak? That was our other big question. That was another big question, I should say. Well, he maybe he was speaking somewhere. It wasn't at Texans OTAs. He
wasn't in front of a microphone, right?
No, he was not there yesterday. DeMeco Ryans doesn't seem too concerned about it.
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
Okay. One more from DeMeco, because this was a follow-up later in the press conference yesterday. I just love this answer. It was the very last answer of the press conference. What was your thought process in bringing in Stefon Diggs?
I think it's just Diggs. It's no, for sure, man. Diggs is, as I always said, man, everybody sees what he can do in the plays that he's able to make. So, yeah, I'm fired up to add him because he's such a dynamic playmaker. He has many different skill sets, but you put on the tape, this guy's a playmaker.
I think that there's something about what he said, hey, it's just Diggs, that speaks to the overall philosophy or reminder that sometimes coaches and GMs have to give themselves, which is like, let's not overthink this. And when Belichick and Caserio both talked about bringing Randy Moss into the Patriots in 2007, there was a lot of that kind of mentality of like, look, get him in the building, and then we'll figure out how we adjust and tweak the scheme. At that point, there was all kinds of negativity about Randy Moss and a couple off-field incidents, his time with the Raiders and all that stuff. Don't worry about that stuff. That'll take care of itself. Get really good players in the building. And I think that's the route they're on right now. Now, I'm disappointed that he wasn't out there. I'm like, ultimately, it's probably not going to be a big deal. But if you wanted to check off all the boxes of things you wanted to see yesterday, Stephon Diggs being out there and participating would have been awesome. Would have been great. It would have been great, especially as he's, as he mentioned, as he's building chemistry. I know he's been working out with CJ, but that would have been good to see. As far as attendance goes, no Diggs, no Laramie, no Titus Howard, no Shaq Mason. So 3/5 of the starting offensive line not there, which I didn't mind too much because a lot of other guys were getting some reps. I mean, I know they're not. Yeah. There's nothing physical going on, but it was good to see some other guys getting. Blake Fisher is getting some really. He's getting some good coaching time here with him being able to be the number one right tackle. And actually that with those guys not being out there, where a lot of those guys are participating in the offseason program, but they're not out of practice. A lot of times that's just a matter of like, okay, look. These guys can get work done in the weight room or in the training room in the air conditioning while everybody else is out doing all the kind of the football 101 type of stuff and learning this offense. Yeah, Danielle Hunter as well. And I think Danielle, I think, from talking to people, fits into that category you're talking about. And Danielle lives here, so he's around. Right, yeah. Danielle Hunter not being out there makes me feel a lot better about Stephon Diggs not being out there. Yeah. Because it feels more like, okay, this is the strategy they're taking with some of their veterans, especially older veterans. I know that you're in no pads and everything. I had this conversation with my brother this weekend about how it's hard to explain, and you never want to sound like you're a soft modern athlete or anything. Mm-hmm. But there's an element of the off-season program where, even though you're out there and it's no pads, it does take away from your rest and recovery from the season. Mm-hmm. When you're really, the older you get, the more you're trying to really just build yourself back up at this point. That it sounds soft, but it's real. So the Danielle Hunter, Stephon Diggs, some of those older veteran players, it's a matter of like, all right, let's take care of the things that are most important for those guys. Yep. Let's skip down here to Damian Pierce because that was a big one at the end of the show yesterday. You wanted a beefier Damian Pierce. Yes. Seth, if anything, he was a sleeker Damian Pierce. It was the opposite. If anything, he looks smaller and quicker. He does? Yeah. Smaller and quicker? Yeah, he didn't beef up for sure. Here's DeMeco Ryans. I'm going to let you process this while DeMeco's talking, Seth. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Damian Pierce. Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the all-season program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us, and I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all. Yeah, as of right now, they're counting on him. They're okay. This is the positive spin I'll put on it, even though I want him to be back to his rookie body weight because his strength, the thing he was really good at, was bulldozing people. Yeah. And even on his good runs last year, we didn't see him bulldozing people. The one positive spin I can put on this for my own sanity right now is that last year when he had first lost the weight, there's a chance he had lost more muscle mass than he should have as well. It's kind of it's what they worry about with all these folks that are on Ozempic right now. Yeah, they end up losing weight, but they end up losing a lot of muscle mass too, which for the elderly can be devastating. Yes. So last year I'm going to look at that as like the year that let's say he was on Ozempic and he had lost a bunch of weight, but he'd lost too much muscle. Now getting comfortable with that body weight for an entire year, maybe he's changed his body composition and put more muscle on, but at a lower body fat, and maybe he's regained some of that power. Yeah. Hey, he was getting reps out there with the C.J. Stroud crew, so he's still firmly in that mix right now. But this is where OTAs lie sometimes, and this is where I get nervous, is that, man, when there's no contact, the athleticism really rises top. Oh, yeah. I've been through so many OTAs where the coaches get so excited about some player. There was a guy named, was it Dorian Boose? I'm not worried about whether I mess his name up or not. In the very first year of the franchise, that it was a defensive end, and he looked awesome, looked incredible. They had him slotted to start all this stuff. They loved him. And then once the pads come on, he's a whole different dude, you know? And then it takes a coaching staff like 5 weeks to let go of the rope they've been hanging to. So I'm gonna take the Damian Pierce news with a grain of salt because I need to see him back out there bulldozing fools.
No, I get it. All right, let's get to headlines. Good night last night for the Astros. Good news on the pitching front for the Astros. Great news for the Texans at OTAs. All kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Did I have any name exchange?
No, you were good. Yeah. There you go, Seth.
Wait, that was a bad one. Hold on a second.
There you go. Good job.
It feels so good when you hit the
when you hit it on the screws. Yeah.
That's why I'm glad I went with the cheap desk bell instead of like the industrial one.
I gotta find. We had one in studio here. I want one.
I think it was the one I had. Oh, that's right.
I got one here too. Yeah. I got one here too. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Let's get to headlines coming up next. Before we get to headlines, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento. Yep, right there. Texas Sinus and Snore.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Peña to right, and that's a game winner. The Astros come from behind 3 different times. Jeremy Peña wins it in the 10th.
I'm trying to do too much. Maybe not second and third, 1 out. I just got the ball in the outfield, and like I said, Tucker's plenty of fast to score from third, so I'm trying to do too much.
Tucker's plenty fast to score from third. That was pretty good. That was Jeremy Peña following his game-winning hit last night in extra innings. The Astros win 6-5 in extra innings last night, and that was cool to see Peña, as we had a listener point out on the text page. We were talking about how, man, Peña, we've seen him do things in clutch situations before, but it was largely confined to that playoff run when they won the World Series. He's been this guy all season long for the Astros during the regular season. This is really fun to see him develop into a great regular season player, a great regular season hitter as well. And that hit was on a 1-2 count, but he got a pitch he could work with. He went with it. He knew he just get it to the outfield, man. Just make sure that thing gets down and you win the baseball game. And that was great to see. Here's Jeremy Peña, one more from Peña, talking about the work he put in the offseason to get his swing in order.
Like I said, this offseason, the goal was to simplify the swing, not try to do too much, be more consistent with putting the barrel on the ball and being able to repeat that. So that's what I've been trying to do all year. And, yeah, we're going to keep it going.
I just, baseball, it always amazes me in terms of how mentally strong these guys have to be, because you and I we're in our late 30s at this point,
right?
And we're still struggling sometimes with remembering that, okay, the things you do in the short term benefit you in the long term, even if it doesn't feel like it in the moment. And yet baseball, it's like you have to do that at the age of 23 or 24. Like, okay, yeah, I'm working on these little things with my swing all off season long, but who the hell knows if it's actually going to work or not? Right. To have that faith and just understand that you're going to get out there with a whole bunch of pressure, and for him to see it actually paying off is really cool. Because we every year we hear about the guys that have made adjustments to their swings.
Yep.
We hear from Bregman all the time about exactly what adjustments he's made to his swing. And even for us as fans, it's hard to buy into.
Yeah.
So it feels so gratifying when you see it actually work out for somebody.
The amazing thing about baseball is Jeremy Peña did all that work so that he could be 31% good at something instead of 25% good at something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Part about baseball, right?
Right.
Yeah,
like in life, when you make improvements like that, you're hoping you go from every day is a grind to every day is really good. Every day.
Dramatic improvement.
Dramatic improvement. And we know not every day is going to be great, but you're hoping 95% of them are great. Like in baseball, you're doing all this work. We saw the work Jeremy Peña was doing. It was very public on social media about all the study he was putting into it, all the physical work he was putting into it. I'm sure a lot of mental work goes into it as well, so that you can get your average from 250 to 310, which is an incredible jump, but it's really only 6%.
I feel like with baseball players, with great hitters, it feels like I bet they're better at maintaining and adhering to a long-term stock strategy.
Yes.
Than other people.
Be patient, man.
You got to be able to ride with the highs and the lows.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. We all know how you're supposed to approach your stocks.
Yeah.
Not get too stressed out about immediate losses or anything. But then as soon as a recession hits, you're like, sell this, sell that, sell this.
I'm the worst.
I feel like Peña's just like, over time it'll all work out.
I'm the worst. You know me. When we get in that elevator here, my eyes immediately, like a bug zapper, go right up to that little screen where they show what the Dow's at today.
Yeah.
And I'm not even listening to you. I'm like, come on, let's get to the Dow here. Let's go. Let's go. Couple other good bits of news for the Astros. Ronel Blanco will likely start on Sunday, so he'll be back from his suspension. That's good, and that's going to be a very interesting start to me, to see how Ronel Blanco bounces back. They're going against the A's, so this is not heavyweights they're fighting here, right?
Uh-huh.
Is there any sort of psychological residue left over? No pun intended, but from
the residue dripping down his left forearm.
Honestly, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to put it that. This was like everybody yesterday. Dalton Schultz made made a gun analogy yesterday.
Yeah, he talked about going into he feels like he's got a full clip.
We got a full clip on offense with all these guys, and he kind of paused, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay. And he kept moving. Ronel Blanco is going to start on Sunday. I'm very, very anxious to watch this start on Sunday with Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in it. I don't know. If I go old school baseball scout on this, I can look at his face and feel like, you know what, this is a mentally strong guy.
Well,
I think we're going to be just fine.
I think he has to be mentally strong to get through the journey that he's had, and so that makes me feel good. I don't know if what he got caught doing has anything to do with why he's been so good this year.
Well, now, if I were an old school police detective, I would look at how much he sweats and be like, he's nervous about something.
Nervous all the time.
This guy's nervous. He's hiding something.
Oh.
No, I just sweat a lot. Whatever. Shut up.
Yeah.
Sit in that chair.
Liar. Luis Garcia was throwing off the mound at Minute Maid Park yesterday. Here was Joe Espada before the game on Luis Garcia.
Yes, it's huge. Just for everyone, for how hard he's worked, for our training staff who has spent a ton of time trying to get him back. I did not watch it, but I heard that it went really well. Anytime you get him on the pitching mound and, the stands and, the vibe is different and it sounded like it went really well.
Okay, so let's list this out here real quick. Verlander, Fromber, Javier, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco.
Wow.
With Jose Urquidy and Luis Garcia both returning here. That's 8 guys. So Verlander and Fromber are untouchables. They're going to be in the rotation. Is Javier an untouchable at this point? Like, if this is a constant audition, is Christian Javier, who was bad again last night, he's been bad in 2 of the 3 starts since he's come back.
2 of the 3 starts he's been bad. And remember, 3 starts ago he went 1 1/3 innings and let up 7 runs or so.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody's untouchable. I do wish. This is where sometimes the contract negotiations and everything else start to factor into it more than you wish, and the arbitration is that the perfect scenario would probably be if you piggyback started a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
And the Astros, it's weird. I think it was easier to be creative with the pitching staff back before the Astros were good, because when you had guys like Charlie Morton or even Garrett Cole when he first came in, though they had not become the reinvented versions of themselves. And I think, like with Charlie Morton, especially when we got into the playoffs, you could piggyback him and everything. He had no ego about it whatsoever. It's a little tougher to do, I guess, when you're an established team like the Astros are. And yet, I wish they could do that.
Yeah.
I wish they really would.
And a lot of bodies.
You keep everybody sharp.
Yep.
You're just throwing, savage pitcher after savage pitcher out there, and maybe they will, and not to mention, Lance McCullers would be the perfect long relief guy.
I didn't even name him. There's 9.
The perfect closer, to be realistic.
Yeah.
Not classic closer, because he'd be out there throwing curveball after curveball, but still.
I've been saying that for years about Lance. I think that would be best for him too, and he's already gotten paid to a degree. He's gotten paid. Okay, real quick
He's got
here.
that coffee shop money coming in.
He does.
Now.
He's got that Maven money coming in. Yeah.
You know how these independent coffee shop owners are always just rolling in cash.
He's got cocktails too, man. It's not just coffee. He's got cocktails.
Oh, he's got alcohol also?
Yeah.
Or are they mocktails?
No. They are cocktails, man. Real quick, Texans OTAs, Tank Dell practicing. That was good to see yesterday. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Tank.
Happy for Tank to get back out there. We went through a very tragic situation, right? We're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right? Being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right? Being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out.
All right, more Texans OTAs coming up at 7:20. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz. We'll hear from Aziz Al-Shire. And we'll hear from DeMeco Ryans on the schedule as well. The 3 games in 11 days. DeMeco talked about that. We'll do that at 7:20. But coming up next, we've been talking about the good with the Astros. One of the great things last night was seeing John Singleton hit another home run. So why are we doing this with Jose Abreu? We will discuss that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic and mensteaclinic.com. If you are a guy who's
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This one cranked to center field and deep. Going back, and that ball is gone. Dead central for John Singleton, and the Astros have tied it at 4.
You know, he's been really good, man. Like he's give you some quality at bats. He walks. You always feel like he's going to compete and give you a chance. And you don't see many people going straight center in this ballpark. And he hit it. He knew he pimped it. So I'm like, oh, you better be sure that ball leaves your hard, but it was a great swing.
I haven't talked to Joe about it, but whatever happens. As long as I can help the team win a ball game at any point.
All right, I apologize. That last bit of audio, a little muffled. That was John Singleton, the last part where he was asked, have you had conversations yet about Abreu coming back? And he said he has not talked to Joe about it yet, but whatever happens, happens. That's a little concerning. This is a big deal, man. Like Jose Abreu, a hitter who's batting under 100, seemingly walking back into his role on the team. At the very least, walking back into a role where he is going to play and take at-bats away from Jonathan Singleton, who's really getting his first bite at the apple of being a regular first baseman for the Astros.
Yeah.
That would seem to me something that the managers should be discussing with John Singleton.
Well, and, I don't want to assume that that's what they're going to do, though, because let's remember, too, Abreu was an extreme minus defensively at first base as well, and Singleton has gotten more and more comfortable, has really scooped up some potential throwing errors by the other infielders that maybe, look, Abreu has done very, 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 very little pinch hitting in his career, just several at-bats. Maybe they have a plan of just rolling him in and either pinch hitting him, using him at DH as much as we might all hate that, but I just don't want to mess with Singleton's confidence and groove.
Well, here was Espada. This was Espada before the game on Monday saying Abreu's going to have to play.
For us to see the adjustment he's made and get him back going, he's going to have to play. If he agreed to go down there and make those adjustments and agree going down there, we're going to have to play him to get the results. Once he gets up here, we'll talk and we'll figure out what's the best way for him to help us win games, because there's all the guys that I've produced and they're playing really well. So it's important for us everyone to contribute. And for us to get where we want to get to, we all got to continue to play together as a team.
If he's on the team, Seth, he's minimum a platoon guy with Singleton. When I hear that, like he's going to have to play, and it kills me to say that, but I think that's going to be the case. At a minimum, we're talking about maybe Singleton against righties, Abreu against lefties, that kind of thing, that sort of situation. Just to go back to, I don't want to turn this into an Espada segment, but man, when I heard that cut before the show that he hadn't talked about this at all with Singleton yet, is at the very least, you got to be self-aware enough to know that this is a topic that's swirling around this team right now, and that Jonathan Singleton is not I don't think he's sequestered somewhere where he's not hearing about the likelihood of Jose Abreu returning to the team on Friday. That just feels like standard communication to me. Like, hey, John, just want you to know, like, you're doing great. Just something like to communicate with him and give him clarity about what his situation might be. I don't know. Maybe Joe Espada thinks the better thing to do is just leave well enough alone with Singleton and just let him keep raking. Or I say raking. It's not like Singleton has turned into Albert Pujols in his prime or anything like that. But he's way better than Jose Abreu has been all season long. I'm not looking forward to this on Friday if this is happening at all.
Hey, look. It's one of those things that we have no control over whether it's going to happen or not. And it's kind of like when you got to go get an unpleasant medical procedure done. You just, I think you just got to go into that zone where, hey, this is going to happen, and we're going to try to have as good an attitude about it as possible.
Yeah.
And maybe the test results come back negative. Maybe. In a medical sense, positive in a real life sense.
Yeah.
So, but again, I'll give Espada credit if they're kind of artful in the way they do bring Abreu back, and that it's not, because for all of the things that we're concerned about, I think it also puts more pressure on Jose Abreu than there needs to be. If all of a sudden he comes back and they say what we dread, which is, hey, you're going to get the next 3 starts at first base. That puts a whole lot of pressure on a guy that's coming onto a team that has made a turnaround since he left. Since he left, they've been playing much better baseball. That for him to come back and have all of that focus on him, I don't think that's the best thing for Jose Abreu individually either.
No, I don't either. Like, if you're going to have him on the team, then a logical thing is to platoon him with Singleton. You keep Singleton somewhat, you keep him engaged. Because if you just bring up Jose Abreu just to sit there and pinch hit on occasion, which he sucks at, which he's never done, that's the problem with Jose Abreu is he doesn't – even the best version of Jose Abreu – the only thing he really brings to the table is he's an elite hitter. I say the only thing, like that's an important thing.
Right.
But he, it's not like you use him as a pinch runner. He's not a good defensive player. He is a good clubhouse guy. Guys like him and whatnot. But like, so's Michael Brantley. Pay him to sit in the clubhouse with guys. It's not good. I guess just in fairness to update how Jose Abreu is doing down in West Palm Beach. He did go 3 for 4 yesterday with an RBI.
Okay.
I don't know what those 3 hits looked like. I don't know if they were bleeders through the infield or if they were 115 exit velocity. I have no idea. But he's now 6 for 18 with an 844 OPS in 4 Florida Complex League games.
If we look at John Singleton, who on the season, just to use an advanced stat, but don't worry, everybody, this is a simple one. OPS plus is a stat that's standardized so that the average Major League Baseball hitter is at 100. Mm-hmm. So way above, if you get up to the 120s, 130s, you're really doing well. John Singleton is a 97 OPS plus right now. So he's an average Major League Baseball hitter, and he's a much better fielder right now, and I think that's something that's going to sustain than Jose Abreu is at first base.
Yep.
So you're swapping out an average Major League hitter for somebody that was the worst hitter in all of baseball. Yeah. That's the scary part of it. This is a huge test for Espada and how you manage all of the psychology of this. I think sometimes lineups and everything else are kind of overstated and overrated with managers. Really what it comes down to is how do you manage the egos and the psyches and the all of that other soft stuff with your players. Like, this is a big test for Espada.
Yeah. Text message, Abreu should go to Sugarland until the All-Star break. I agree. Let's see if he can hit AAA pitching.
I think, you know what? I think that's that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because it's not like your normal rehab start in AA or anything like that.
We've never seen anything like this before.
You have to focus on the actual results, I think. Now, that doesn't mean that you got to bat 400 or something, but even on the advanced stats and stuff, just is he actually putting the bat on the ball? Is he having successful at-bats? Have him at AAA, and don't treat it like a normal AAA start where a guy's just working on either mechanics or something. Like, actually scout the pitchers. Go through all that. Be a AAA baseball player for a while and have some success and get back to that feeling before the All-Star break.
If they're hell-bent on bringing Jose Abreu back to the Astros, to the main roster, I'd rather he not touch a bat. I'd rather just sit and do nothing, but that makes no sense. I just wrote down, Seth, I jotted down 4 jobs during the break that if they're going to have Jose Abreu on the Astros, it keeps him away from the batter's box and first base, and I'm perfectly happy with him having these jobs. One, if the guy, the overall dude up in the train needs a break, everybody seems to get in-season vacations now, announce teams, things like that. If that guy needs a break for a week or so and they just put Jose Abreu in the orange T-shirt and the overalls for a week or two up on the train, I'm cool with that.
Bobby Vasquez, by the way.
That's his name?
Bobby Dynamite.
Bobby Dynamite, yeah. Bobby Dynamite, yep. So Bobby Dynamite, if you need a break, outside of just the All-Star break, Jose Abreu can go up there. If we have a walk-off like last night with Jeremy Peña, Jose Abreu can be the designated dump the carton of bubble gum on the guy who got the game-winning hit, dude. You know how they do that sometimes?
Yeah.
He can be that guy. He can be the dump the bubble gum container on the walk-off RBI hitter. He can be personal appearance Orbit. You know how Orbit does his stuff in the ballpark, but then you can rent Orbit for personal appearances? The ballpark stuff, you need some showmanship. I don't know that Abreu has showmanship, but I feel like the personal appearance, like showing up at kids like bar mitzvahs and birthdays and graduations and stuff, like you can just show up and pose for pictures for that. I feel like he could be personal appearance Orbit.
Yeah.
And then I think, and this, I'm actually being serious about this last one, he should be the first pitch catcher for every game. He should be you know how they take some player who's not really doing anything, and he's the guy who catches the first pitch, the ceremonial first pitch, and takes the picture and signs the ball. I think those 4 things, I'm cool with him doing any of those 4 things.
I think along the lines of, handling the right way where you don't put extra pressure on Jose Abreu, which would also harm the team, too. I feel like, I don't know about any of these ideas, Sean, other than the bubblegum guy. Or back when the Astros really started getting it going back in 2015 when they had, the goldfish crackers and all that stuff.
Yes.
I think that's probably maybe the best route. The Angels, their home run celebration this year is they put on that LED halo that they have. And I want to just take that thing and smash it against the wall every time I see it. I feel like something, maybe having Jose Abreu add his own little personal tweak to that somehow.
Okay, yeah. Home run dance or home run celebration organizer or planner.
I don't want Jose Abreu showing up at some kid's bar mitzvah and some 13-year-old being like, "Oh, thanks, Dad." Wow, really? That's great. You brought in Jose Abreu, and then Abreu has to be shunned at a party?
No. They wouldn't know because he's in the Orbit outfit.
He's actually wearing the
Orbit outfit.
I thought you were saying metaphorically.
No. Literally, he wears the, because that would give Orbit, the actual Orbit, a break from having to go do those personal appearances. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know he would be wearing the Orbit.
He would be Orbit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. Let's do that. Yeah. I think that's not demeaning or degrading at all.
Personal appearance Orbit. You can go do those. And regular Orbit guy who's, he's got to perform for 40,000 people. Orbit does.
That should be a punishment for a player if he does something wrong instead of running bleachers back like they did back in the day.
Especially because the inside of that costume probably stinks. Those mascot costumes are rancid. Ugh.
In Houston?
They are pungent. Yeah, even inside the ballpark, right? It's an air-conditioned ballpark, and Ronel Blanco is sweating like his face is Old Faithful, like a geyser. It was crazy.
It's air-conditioned, but you're not. It's one of the things that kind of shocks people about coming and living in Houston sometimes is you might be in an air-conditioned environment, but that air conditioning only does so much to take your humidity down. You're like, the thermostat is 70 set on 72. Why am I sweating like it's 97 degrees out? It's your relative humidity's a little high.
Someone said make him a beer vendor. That would be awesome, but he has to do it in uniform. He's got to walk around in his Astros uniform with the the shoulder strap case of beers in front of him.
I've always said that I wish every athlete could go and work on a farm for a summer to kind of reset your standard for what hard work actually is, so you realize and appreciate, all right, this is a breeze, or just some kind of hard manual labor. Being a beer vendor, in terms of how hard a job that is 400 times harder than anything I ever did in the NFL. So I think maybe have every player go up and be the beer vendor for a game on an off.
You were a beer vendor?
No.
Oh no, you said being. Oh, I thought you said you were a beer vendor at one point.
I did?
Yeah, I thought that's how you. I thought that's what you said.
I don't get a ding for that.
No,
I was talking about working on the farm teaches you that. But
I heard the farm part. I just
I very likely did say I was a beer vendor, but that's inaccurate.
We'll go back.
I was never a beer vendor.
We'll go back and look at the tape. I thought that's what you said.
The text line will tell us whether I said that or not.
Yeah. I'm just picturing you as a beer vendor walking around some stadium in upstate New York like a minor league ballpark.
I would be sweating so much.
Yeah.
I would be sweating so much. Nobody would be happy at all.
No,
I would get 0 tips.
If he wore the Orbit uniform, text message, he would have the top 2 buttons undone and wear some gold bling. That would be a nice little tell, just a nice little Easter egg. Okay, is this regular Orbit or is this substitute Orbit? Wait, Orbit's got 2 buttons unbuttoned and he's got bling on right now.
I wonder if Orbit's done that, I think. I think for La Peña, he's done his pocket out. And
has he?
That's why all the Cuban players, or so many Cuban players, do that. Is that they're imitating their boyhood hero, La Peña.
Yeah.
And it's just it's one of the nice little chunks of Cuban baseball history that we know in Houston because of him.
Dad, why does Orbit have rubber bands on his chin? That would be funny. That would be funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got a two-inning outing from Josh Hader last night. Hader got the win last night. This is the first of at least 2 times, maybe more, that he's pitched 2 innings this year. Buster Olney had a piece on ESPN.com yesterday about Hader, long-form piece about Hader, and Hader's alluded to this before, too, about how he's willing to just do more for the Astros than he was his previous teams, the Padres and the Brewers, because he found out early in his career that I don't get paid unless I get saves. Yeah. And it was really interesting because he, and maybe for some of you out there, this was just common knowledge that he had done this. I didn't know that he had done all this with his contract, but when he lost an arbitration, he was by most measurements one of the best pitchers, most dominant relievers in baseball, but because of the way the Brewers were using him, he wasn't getting saves. And he's pitching multiple innings. He's doing things that are ultimately detrimental to getting the contract the Astros ultimately gave him. He had negotiated into his contract after he lost arbitration that he wouldn't pitch more than 2 days in a row, that he wouldn't pitch more than 3 outs in a game, and he would only pitch in save situations or with the game tied.
It's one of those stupid things in baseball right now where on the one hand the owners, and players are not happy about this, the owners want to use all the advanced analytics and everything to justify what the contracts are and all of that when it comes to making offers to free agents. And yet when it comes to arbitration, all the stuff that really matters that they've discovered about where it's really important as a reliever, they're going by all the old conventional stats of saves and other things that you don't control, and it's bogus. It's super, super bogus. But that's the situation, and that's where you end up. Sometimes it's not the pitching staff or the pitching coaches or the manager that's their hands are tied sometimes in the way they manage players because they gotta not. They don't want the players to feel like they're actively getting screwed by the way the manager is managing.
Yeah, well, Hader had.
It's cool to see Hader say like, yeah, that stuff doesn't matter anymore because I got my contract. So yeah, I'll just do whatever he asks me to do.
Now, as an Astros fan reading this article, and Hader's been really good since getting off to a slow start. So this is not me saying the Hader contract is necessarily a bad contract, but it did feel like reading this article. Well, one, the article compared relievers in baseball to running backs in football, which is kind of true. Like, there's a lot of teams that are just cycling through guys on one-year deals and mucking it together the way teams do with their backfields. It's, oh my God, great. They basically just paid like $25 million a year for Saquon Barkley. The Astros did, you know. So
you know what? Real quick, something that goes along with that, though, too, and we don't do Acknowledge Me today, but if we were, I would acknowledge Josh Miller, the pitching coach.
Acknowledge me!
Okay,
there we go. Because, look, I mean, myself and many others over the course of the first part of the season were saying, like, man, maybe this is just finally the culmination of Brent Strom being gone, that you were running on the fumes of Brent Strom for a long time, and now this is the year where the chickens have come home to roost.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of the changes that guys made in their pitch selection this year maybe took a little while for them to get comfortable with it. The relievers were just a mess compared to what we thought they were going to be. Everything has really started to look way more like you expected it to at the beginning of the season.
That's a good acknowledgement. I can get with that for sure. The article also paints a picture. I mean, it doesn't go deep on this, but it paints a picture of the Astros really bidding against themselves for Josh Hader, which is not a great look. It's not a great look that you gave a 5-year contract to a reliever when no other relievers are getting anything more than 3-year deals these days.
Yeah.
But it's especially a strange look, I'll say, when this article says that Hader was having trouble, like a lot of premier free agents, Hader was having trouble getting a market put together for himself. Like a lot of the teams he thought would be in on him were like, nah, you're really good, but no, we're not in that. We're not in the Josh Hader business. The Astros went head over heels into the Josh Hader business, 5 years, $95 million. So Look, if he winds up being one of the best closers in baseball, if he winds up being somebody you can throw out there in a tie game, feeling like he pitched the 9th and the 10th, I mean, we're really getting a feel for what kind of weapon that is because he's done it a couple times now. Because these games are normally over by the end of the 10th inning because of the ghost runner. You bring a guy out there who's got strikeout, swing and miss stuff like that, who's an elite guy who can keep you tied in the 9th, and then if you're still tied after the 9th at home, can pitch the 10th. Real valuable weapon. So it's a good article. Buster Olney did a good job. It was really interesting. I hadn't realized all that stuff about Hader and kind of the arbitration ordeal that he went through back at his previous stops. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's shift to Texans and OTAs. Here was DeMeco Ryans. Dalton Schultz back in the fold. I think one of the themes for the Texans heading into this year is just continuity, that they were able to bring back and augment, but bring back so many of the things that helped C.J. Stroud have such a good rookie year. Bobby Slowick, obviously, Gerard Johnson, Dalton Schultz. Here was DeMeco Ryans on bringing Dalton Schultz back in free agency.
Getting Dalton was a huge priority for us going into the offseason. He made play after play for us last year at very crucial moments, and just the leader that Dalton is. I don't think he gets enough credit for the leader that he is in the locker room and what he brings to our entire team, right? And I love calling on Dalton to break the team down because he always has a very great message for the team, right? Always bringing guys back to focus on, the main thing, right? Continuing to improve, continuing to grow, continue to compete with themselves. So Dalton has been a great leader and also a great playmaker for us. So it was important getting him back, and I'm happy we were able to, seal the deal.
I enjoyed Dalton Schultz in his appearance yesterday, and we're going to play some audio from it. But, he comes off as a really thoughtful guy, and that kind of like C.J. Stroud, when he talks about leadership, they will talk very specifically about what they've learned about being a leader, and it's not just about giving pep talks or anything else like that. It's really, first and foremost, it's about getting to know your teammates and really listening to your teammates and getting to know who they are and being helpful more so than motivational. And like Schultz had a really good press appearance yesterday.
It was great, and you heard the same thing I did, I think, right there. Like DeMeco talking about Dalton being the guy breaking the team down at the end of practice.
Yeah.
He doesn't strike you as that kind of guy, but Dalton was very open in his media appearance yesterday about learning to be a leader, acknowledging he's normally a pretty introverted guy, but as he's gotten older, he's been able to kind of put together a leadership style.
Right.
Yeah, it was really good.
I was go back to. I remember I used to. I listened to a couple long interviews with Bill Snyder, the old Kansas State coach, about leadership, and because he was always known as a guy that got great leadership out of his players, and that was always like the starting with getting to know the guys in your position group, and then expanding that circle outward and getting to know other guys, but just really being in a position where you feel like you can help them and be a mentor for them, and that kept coming to the forefront every time Dalton Schultz answered a question about leadership yesterday.
Leadership, and then we're going to hear him talking about Kate Stover in just a second here, but here was Dalton Schultz really excited to come back to Houston.
I felt it from when I got here. I've talked to you guys about it. Like, here just felt right. And then obviously, we had all that success last year. That's where I wanted to be, dude. And I wanted to be a part of something to turn the team around and build something special to the city of Houston. So, it was where I wanted to be.
I think that's cool. Dalton Schultz was the first free agent that Nick Caserio signed where I felt like we were shopping in a different aisle than we'd been the previous 2 years. Yeah. Every other free agent that got signed before was basically just journeyman guys, culture setters who you knew weren't all that good at football anymore, but were going to send the right message to this influx of young guys that you knew were coming into the building. Schultz was the first guy where I'm like, okay, he's signing a one-year deal. So this is like a one-year prove-it deal with a team who doesn't have a quarterback situation resolved at the time. At the time, all they had was the second overall pick. They didn't have C.J. Stroud yet. And he was also a guy who we knew was looking to get paid. And I thought would get paid. Dalton thought he'd get paid. And ultimately he did after a year with the Texans. But that was the first one where I'm like, okay, Dalton Schultz is a guy who's consistently been very good. He's one of 3 or 4 tight ends who the previous 4 years had gone over 50 catches and 500 yards. It's like Kelsey, Kittle, Dalton Schultz, and one, Dallas Goedert or somebody else, Zach Ertz, somebody like that.
And that was a signing last year where nobody in the national media or us yet locally were in the mood to really give the Texans credit for things until you saw you saw some actual pudding. You wanted the proof in the pudding.
Yep.
But, I mean, locally here, we did say, wow, this is kind of a coup that this guy who was supposed to be one of the best tight ends available in free agency ended up coming to the Texans and reportedly, supposedly turned down potentially a better offer or whatever. You never know about those reports. But they got him in, and they got some really good play out of him, and then they ended up signing him before free agency begins to an extension. That's exactly the way you would have wanted to see it play out.
Yep. Dalton Schultz embracing his role as a leader. Cade Stover is, I would say, one of the more important rookies on this team heading into this season. Here was Dalton Schultz on his new teammate, rookie tight end Cade Stover.
He's a good kid. I think he made some catches out there today that were nice. I'm excited to have kind of a young guy that's super, excited to just learn football, because he told me that. He's like, listen, I'm early playing this position. He told me, he's like, I'm literally just learning from you. So I'm excited for him.
Cade Stover, I told you guys yesterday, the Texans fans are really going to love Cade Stover. Like he's the kind of guy that you want to pull for. He's like, you realize, okay, he's only been a tight end for 2 years. I know some people were upset when the Texans took him in the 4th round. I was surprised that they were upset, because there was a lot of really good buzz about Cade Stover and having upside. He's smaller than your ideal prototypical tight end, but he's very fluid athletically. He's got soft hands. He does all this stuff as a receiver that you wouldn't expect out of a guy that got moved over from the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
It's exactly the opposite. You hear that they move a guy from defense to tight end, and you're expecting, like, oh, okay, he's going to be a utility player who can be a blocker, hopefully, and maybe catch some passes. It's not that. It's that, first and foremost, he's going to be a receiving threat. He's really got to learn and work on the blocking side of things. But the more interviews I watch with him, the more you hear what people say about him, it will not be for a lack of effort or toughness if he doesn't develop into at least a competent blocker in the NFL. His size is going to be a thing. Like, you look at him, he doesn't have a huge frame or anything. I don't know how much extra mass or bulk he's going to be able to put on, but I feel really good that they're going to be able to use him at least in specific situations as a rookie year. There's going to be times where you feel like you've got 2, possibly 3 tight ends on the field with Brevin Jordan, where any one of those guys can be a receiving threat. None of them are Gronk, and stop hoping for the next Gronk, because that dude ain't coming down the pike. It's that maybe he can develop into a George Kittle type, where he's like nasty. Like, George Kittle's not a big dude.
No.
He's a wiry dude.
Yep.
But just through sheer nastiness, he does a lot of good work as a blocker. And that also, to make a George Kittle comparison, that's not something that George Kittle always was.
Right.
There was something that clicked in him when he was at Iowa all of a sudden, where everything just kind of came together, and he was able to tap into that nastiness once he got the blocking technique down. And I could totally see Cade Stover become that kind of guy.
Kittle was a 5th-round pick. Kittle was a 5th-round pick.
In this offense.
Yeah. Real quick, if you're someone who got upset that Cade Stover was the 4th-round pick for the Texans, go outside. Enjoy your day. What are you doing? You're getting upset about that? You get the Ohio State tight end in the 4th round, whatever.
I think the people that are upset with it were more looking at it from a team-building perspective of, like, okay, wait a second. We still need starters at this position.
You get to day 3. You get to day 3. You ain't planning that way anymore.
Right, exactly. Like, you cannot be thinking about, is this guy a day 1 starter when you're in the 4th round. The 4th round especially, you're thinking about guys that project to 2 or 3 years from now, can they be this guy? And it doesn't mean that they can't be starters on day 1. It's just that you're not drafting a guy in the 4th round that you expect to be a starting defensive tackle on day 1.
No. Azeez Al-Shire, good player, and really good to have him on the Texans. DeMeco Ryans knows him. He was his position coach back in San Francisco. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Azeez.
With Azeez, the first thing that I remember about Azeez is just one of the smartest players I interviewed when I first interviewed him at the Combine several years back. Very sharp player. He could he could draw up the entire defense, talk about blitzes in and out. He's a very smart player, right? And still the same way today. Brings a very calming presence to our defense. Just his ability to communicate, right, and run the show as a Mike linebacker. He allows the other guys around him, right, to be calm and to play faster because of what he brings, right, to the table when it comes to communicating. But not only that, communicating, but he can also go make the plays, right? And that's what you have to have at that Mike linebacker position, and that's what he can do. Aziz he's a tremendous, as Dalton, as I mentioned about Dalton, he's a tremendous leader as well. He's a leader of men, and I'm excited to have him on our roster and just seeing him, right, continue to build the relationships with all of the guys in our locker room. I think guys are really gravitate toward Aziz and see that he has a lot to bring.
So there's your green dot guy right there.
The guy that's going to be your play caller.
He'll be the green dot guy.
Yeah, when Sean says green dot guy, for the listeners who don't know, that's the guy that has the speaker in his head and his helmet that's calling all the plays, and then he stays on the field all 3 downs, which is good because I think, Christian Harris was the green dot guy a couple times last year, and it seemed like he's still in that developmental phase where he needs to be the will linebacker where he can just play football. And Alshire is like the super smart, high football IQ veteran who can be your 3-down guy and call the plays and handle a lot of the mental stuff so Christian Harris can just focus on playing football.
Great.
One of the things that I really liked about Alshire, and he was another guy, I really enjoyed his press appearance yesterday. A couple things. One was somebody had asked him about mentoring Jamal Hill, the linebacker, and going from a guy who was a safety and becoming a linebacker. How's the mentality different? Alshire talked about how you gotta slow down. It's a classic. You gotta slow down to go fast, because he said at safety you got some extra geography there. You got some extra time to, if you take a bad step or a false step, you can recover from it. Yeah. At linebacker, you got to be patient enough and be slower in taking that first step, because that first step's got to be right. If you take this isn't the verbiage he used, but I know what he was talking about. Because if you take a wrong step at linebacker, all of a sudden you're actually 3 steps behind.
Yeah.
Because you missed out on that first correct step, and then you got to take 2 steps to get back in the right direction. So, just really being on point with your keys and reads and everything like that is huge, and that's advice, and that's a hint at him understanding the position that's really good. The other thing that I liked about Alshire was he was kind of talking about his journey from being an undrafted free agent into what he is now, which is a guy who commanded a respectable contract in free agency as a veteran free agent. And he kind of talked about how, I think he got drafted in the same year as Fred Warner. Guys like Fred Warner developed faster than him. I like to hear that he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder and feeling like he was wronged or something.
No.
He understands that, yeah, he had further to go and he didn't develop as quickly as Fred Warner. So like any player, he's going to have a certain chip on his shoulder, but you want to be sure they're the appropriate chips on your shoulder. I just think he's got it sounds like he's got kind of a methodical process about becoming a better linebacker.
Yeah, I think that's going to look like a really good contract when it's all said and done. 3 years, $34 million for Aziz Alshire for what he's going to provide.
The football IQ side of things is just huge at Mike linebacker. Yeah. It's so big. And the fact that DeMeco really respects his intelligence and his understanding of scheme and everything, I think that goes a long way that DeMeco wanted to bring him back. So that's the free agency signing that I feel like I've been most excited about, because I think it's in free agency in the NFL especially, compared to baseball or basketball, different guys fit different schemes.
Yeah.
And sometimes the guy that's right for you isn't the guy that's right for the Dallas Cowboys or somebody else. I think that Alshire is just going to be the perfect scheme fit for this defense.
Yeah, and I think DeMeco, knowing what kind of guy he is, too, and the fit in the locker room, in a position of leadership like that, that how he's going to fit and mesh and interact and lead the other guys. DeMeco's got intel on that, too, which I think is really good. Last one here. Here's Aziz Alshire on what he knew about Houston when he was on his free agency journey.
It's crazy, but it's like even talking when you're competing against the guys. I remember
playing these guys twice, and both times just like even after the game, just chopping up with it was people I didn't even know, talking to Jalen Petrie, after the game, first time. It just was like, it was this weird, like, kind of like mesh that was already there. But I think for them, a lot of stuff when DeMeco first came in, he's showing all the clips from San Francisco, and obviously myself, as well as the other guys, Jimmy Ward are on those clips. So I think they were just so like familiar with me already, even though I wasn't here, if that makes sense. So it was just already something that I think just culture-wise, you could see it, watching the tape, being on the other sideline, talking crap to DeMeco, just give him a hard time. But like you could just see the energy and the kind of like culture that they were creating and that they had. So when I came in, like, it doesn't feel like I'm coming into a team that I've only known for a couple months. It feels like I've been here. So it's a really good feeling for sure.
The big question is, does this sound like a guy who passes the Will Anderson test?
Yes.
So Will Anderson at the Pro Bowl, he says that at the Pro Bowl he was telling guys like, hey, the Houston Texans aren't for everybody. You got to have a certain mindset. Obviously, I think in terms of fitting in and all that and the type of player he is, the type of mindset he has, that's big. But also, I love that he talked about how these guys had all watched his teach tape, because that is a big thing. It's almost one of the biggest compliments you can get in the NFL is when a player comes up to you after the game that plays your same position or plays your side of the ball and says, hey, man, I've been watching you on film, and I appreciate what you do for that team. There's a guy, John Perella was a defensive tackle for the Chargers long time ago, and I remember as a young player watching John Perella and realizing, like, this is a guy that this guy did not get a whole lot of publicity or anything like that, but man, that dude is doing stuff the way I want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I've got an immense respect for this guy above and beyond what you would ever read in the papers or anything. So Alshire is a guy that's never been a marquee name or anything. I'm guessing he had some of those players who would watch the teach tape from San Francisco probably talk to him after you talk about low-key tampering,
Yeah.
Or, legal tampering. Some of those guys coming in and telling him after a game that they had watched him on film and that they appreciate the way he does things that he probably didn't get public credit for. It's a nice feeling. Because when I was an older player and I had younger players come up to me after a game and tell me that, it was just like, it makes you glow.
Yeah.
You're like, holy crap, like I'm having an impact on somebody?
Yeah.
This is really cool. This is really, really cool.
It's like winning an award, probably. That's what it feels like. That's what
it's a compliment that you will not get anywhere else from anybody.
That's right.
And it's such an informed compliment.
Yeah.
That's cool. It really does give you a glow. And I feel like Alshire probably had a little bit of a glow after that.
That's cool. And he mentioned CJ had come up to him in another cut, later in the press conference. Like, I feel good about the salespeople the Texans have on the team when it comes to tampering on the field after the game. I think they're top notch. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. Up next, a little bit more from DeMeco. He got asked about the schedule and the 3 games in 11 days. He got asked about it. Dalton Schultz got asked about it. How are they feeling about the back end of this schedule? We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Hey, given everything that happened.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little more from DeMeco Ryans here. We know DeMeco is not a schedule release enthusiast. Play who you play, man, whenever you play and whenever they tell you to. But, Coach, how do you feel about the 3 games in 11 days that the league handed you in December?
With the schedule release, we of course, everyone's excited about the schedule and what we have in store. I think for us, the guys have earned the right to really have the nationally televised games. For me, I know it's a big deal for everybody with the national televised games. More people get to see, what we're about. But for me, it's all about, our team going out and playing great football, whatever day we're scheduled to play, whoever we're scheduled to play. We just have to go out and be the best team that day. But, I know our fans are fired up and excited about all of the games that we get on national television. It's good. It's good for the organization. It's a good spot to be in. The most national televised games we've had, as an organization. So it is credit to everyone around this building, not just the team, but everyone for the work that they put in. There was a follow-up about the three. I pulled the wrong cut there. There's a follow-up to the 3 games in 11 days, and he's like, dude, that's so far off.
That's so far off that we won't. Now, I do, that is something that's where you lean, I think, especially on your sports science people and all of that. And you talk to your athletic trainers and all of those people to kind of devise a plan and give you some input about what the biggest considerations are. I think when it comes to playing those 3 games in 12 days, 2 of those games are the Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens, that I think he'll lean a little bit on Chip Kelly. Every now and then, DeMeco has to remind people that his mentors as head coaches in the NFL are not just Gary Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan. Gary Kubiak is a player and Kyle Shanahan when he was a coach, but also that he played for Chip Kelly, and that Chip Kelly was ahead of the curve in terms of really caring about the nutritional side of things and everything, and he did a lot of things with the Eagles that a lot of other teams have now adopted. I think that's one of the things that DeMeco carries with him is an appreciation for that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah. You mean Ohio State offensive coordinator Chip Kelly?
Yes.
That's what he is now.
Right. He is Bill O'Brien's replacement.
That's right.
He's got big shoes to fill. Right. How long was Bill O'Brien the offensive coordinator at Ohio State?
3 hours.
How long was it? Seriously,
it was like a couple of weeks. It wasn't long. Yeah,
a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Like he took that job, and then the BC job opened up because the BC guy left to go be the defensive coordinator for the Packers. These guys are bailing from all these head coaching. Chip Kelly was the head coach at UCLA and left to take the OC job at Ohio State of his own volition.
It's so weird right now.
Yeah, it's strange. It's strange times, man. Dalton Schultz, how you feeling about 3 games in 11 days?
It's the life of the NFL now. You know what I mean? It's just we can't control that. It's those things are difficult if you don't take care of your body and let these things creep up on you. But if you're a professional, just handle your business. We got to go out and win 3 games. However long that discrepancy between games is.
Yeah, 3 games in 11 days, and it's literally butts up to the last week of the season.
Yeah, this is the classic where you got to try to adopt as much of that soldier mentality of all right, listen, I can't worry about it. Just mine is not to. Wonder why. Just mine is just to fight and die, whatever the old phrase is.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. Any cliche you want to apply to it. It is what it is. Put your head down and go to work, whatever it might be. That's just what it is. And I think the players, you just handle it as it comes to you. With DeMeco and Caserio and how they handle it, that's something you plan ahead with the schedule. But it's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. You know what? First, let's be in a position to where it actually matters how we perform in those 11 or 12 days before we start complaining about the fact that we're in it.
You want me to get nerdy on this for a second, though? Here, just real quick, not super nerdy. Warren Sharp football, advanced stats guy. This isn't even really an advanced stat. If you can do arithmetic, you can add this up, and you got time to look at a schedule. Net rest, the total days of extra rest versus a team's opponents over the course of a season. So how, you know what I mean? So how fresh you are each week compared to your opponent,
Okay. Okay.
Right?
So when weeks where you have a full week's rest, but your opponent has 1 day less rest or something like that?
Or 3 days less rest in a Thursday, right?
Okay.
Baltimore, far and away, has the best net rest on the season, plus 16. Okay?
So they face teams who might be on a short week more often than anybody else.
Yeah. Now, and they play some short weeks themselves along the way, obviously, with the Baltimore Ravens. Christmas Day, for example.
Yeah.
But they're playing a team that will be working off the same amount of rest in that instance. They have plus 6. They have 16 extra days of rest compared to their opponents. Then you go down. The next 3 are tied at 12. New England, Minnesota, Philadelphia, and then you go down Green Bay plus 8.
Okay.
Houston Texans have 7 more days of rest than their opponents cumulatively this year.
So for the Ravens and the Texans, at least, the schedule makers, even though they screwed them in a couple spots, they made up for it on the other side of it. Okay.
In a manner of speaking,
I'll
yes.
take that.
Yeah. They got a little extra rest.
The only thing I don't trust about that is, like, okay, if you're getting like an extra 7 days, if they give you an extra 7 days because you're a bye week, which everybody gets, like, all right, I don't know if that's... like, okay, let's put this in. I'm going to have to sit down and do some math on this after the show.
Yeah.
This feels like one of those things where, like, your knee-jerk is like, well, it's got to all balance out, doesn't it? But I guess across the league it does balance out. But
net rest,
teams get some
net
more,
rest, plus 7. Net rest. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Yeah, but that's okay. So, now we're going to get too into the weeds on this. There are going to be a lot of teams that face another team, like when you're coming off your bye week, that other team is also coming off their bye week.
That happens, yeah.
So, but when you're coming off your bye week and you're facing a team who isn't coming off your bye week, you get an extra 7 days of
7
rest.
points.
But it's only helping you for one game.
Yeah.
So I don't. I reject that stat out of Warren
Okay.
Sharp. Yeah.
I kind of like it because
I've been skeptical of Warren Sharp ever since he said that he thought illegal offensive lineman downfield on a passing play was a bogus penalty. Because it showed me, like, okay, smarty pants, like, you're telling me you obviously don't understand the way the actual game of football is played. Because it really, really, really matters to the linebackers and safeties and defensive backs.
Yes.
Like, whether or not an offensive lineman is illegally downfield or not.
Yep.
That's the worst example I've ever seen of, like, a stats guy not understanding the way football is played. I reject your stat.
Yours is not to question why. Yours is just to do or die. That's a text message.
Okay. Is that the soldier's prayer?
I don't know.
Thank you, texter. Thank you, listener.
Yep, that's what you were looking for. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho. We got 8 stories. We got a lot of stuff, man. For middle of May, this is a nice, busy time of year. Astros win. Astros got some reinforcements coming back here soon. Good news from Texans OTAs and some interesting things the NFL is doing and talking about doing during the preseason here. We'll get to all of that coming up next in the 8 at 8. But first, West Point, Lincoln. Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood, westpointsales.com.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Peña to right, and that's a game winner. The Astros come from behind 3 different times. Jeremy Peña wins it in the 10th.
I try to do too much. Maybe not second and third, 1 out. I just got the ball in the outfield, and like I said, Tucker's plenty of fast to score from third, so I try to do too much.
I love that. Tucker's plenty fast to score from third. That was good snark, Jeremy Peña. I'm impressed. Hey, Seth, let's do this together. We came right back in at 8 o'clock right there. We're managing the clock like beasts today. You ready? Whoops.
Oh.
There we go.
It takes a technique to hit the desk bell.
Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. There we go.
Okay. We're going to do on 3 or after 3?
I don't know. we were so good at getting in at 8 o'clock, and we suck at hitting our bells together.
We show our complete lack of timing and rhythm. From now on, we'll do it on 3.
On 3. Okay, got it. 1, 2, bing. Got it. Astros, they were good last night. 6-5, the final score. They beat the Angels in extra innings. Came back, as Kevin Eschenfelder pointed out on that call. Esh on the call last night. Good to hear you, Esh. Came back from down 2-0 early in the game, 4-2 midway through the game, and then 5-4 later in the game. They all home runs in the comebacks, by the way. Like, they down 2-0. They get back-to-back from Tucker and Jordan in the bottom of the first. They fall behind 4-2. They get a big home run from John Singleton to tie the game at 4. Brian Abreu gives up a home run that would have been a home run in one ballpark in the big leagues, Minute Maid Park, to go down 5-4. And then the very next inning, Kyle Tucker hits a solo home run, and then they get the walk-off base hit from Jeremy Peña. Good win. Angels not a great team, but, man, that was a good, gritty win last night by the Astros.
They came back from behind 3 times in this game. And you know what's made it just in general, just over the last couple weeks, we've seen more 2-out rallies at times. There's just certain things about this team that are starting to look more like the clutch Astros. Kyle Tucker's got 18 hits in 19 games in May, and 10 of them are home runs.
Yeah.
He's been on a torrid pace. He's leading the league in home runs. And I think the tendency, even in the Chronicle this morning, it said, well, certain things are bound to come back down to earth and follow his career norms. Not necessarily. It doesn't. People do have career best years. So I don't think he's not going to hit 10 home runs every 20 days or anything. But still, he's very much hitting his full stride right now.
Yeah, this is the most home runs through 49 games. Tied for the most through 49 games in Astros history with Jeff Bagwell and Morgan Ensberg.
He is leading the league in WAR right now in wins above replacement.
Yes, that
so
feels
if you just
right.
want to go to the catch-all, how much is this guy contributing to his team according to WAR? He's the best in baseball at this point.
Yeah, if Juan Soto,
he's your MVP, as the chance hinted at last night.
Yeah,
MVP.
I was just going to say, if Juan Soto were still over in the National League, he would be leading for MVP right now in the American League. Juan Soto's been amazing this year, and he's on a better team right now. And he's on the Yankees.
Oh, did I say Major League Baseball instead of the?
No. I'm following up on your point that he's he's an MVP candidate. I think he'd be the leading MVP candidate if Juan Soto were still over in the National League playing for the Padres, So that was last night, so that was good to see. Try to win the series today. You get your 8-2 homestand today with a win this afternoon against the Angels. Meanwhile, Ronel Blanco is likely to start on Sunday, back from his suspension for sticky stuff. So that'll be good to get Ronel Blanco back. I'm very intrigued to watch that start on Sunday with Ronel Blanco.
We talked about this earlier and wondered, okay, we don't know, we don't have enough experience with him to know whether his mental toughness might be an issue or whether he might be emotionally affected about this. I guess the other side of it that we didn't explore was also, hey, what if whatever his strategy was for using sticky stuff now has to change? Is that going to affect him at all? And, what if it was, for instance, some substance other than just a combination of sweat and rosin? I'm not that worried about that because he's been checked multiple times every game over the past, since he's been in MLB, and his spin rate and everything else has not been any different than when this odd ejection that he did have. So I'm not concerned about the actual sticky stuff part of it at all.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I'm just anxious. I'm anxious to see what it looks like on Sunday. Meanwhile, Luis Garcia was throwing off the mound at Minute Maid Park yesterday. Here was Joe Espada pregame on Luis Garcia.
Yes, it's huge, just for everyone, for how hard he's worked, for our training staff who has spent a ton of time trying to get him back. I did not watch it, but I heard that it went really well. Anytime you get him on the pitching mound and, the stands and, the vibe is different, and it sounded like it went really well.
All right, so Luis Garcia, they're all of a sudden, with Garcia and Urquidy coming back, they're going to have a lot of bodies. I'm not going to say they have an issue, they've got way too many good pitchers. There's a lot of guys that are very inconsistent right now.
It's an issue in that you want to maximize it, and you want to be sure you're getting everybody's best performance, but also just without hurting other guys by not getting more. It's a good problem to have. It feels like the old Astros problems in a good way. The kind of, oh no, we've got too many good starting pitchers. Oh no, we've got too many guys hitting well. How are we going to fit them all in? That's a much better problem to have than what it felt like in the first part of this season.
Yep. So that's so we'll see when Garcia is coming back, but he's getting closer and closer.
3.
This was, to me, the best news of the day yesterday. Anything Houston related. Tank Dell was practicing yesterday. It was a bit of a mystery as to what Tank was going to be able to do here in the offseason. I don't think it was a huge mystery that he was going to be fine for week one. I think people were saying that. There was no long-term alarm over what Tank's comeback from the gunshot wound that he suffered would be. I was not expecting yesterday, Seth, when I got out there to OTAs, to see Tank cooking in 7-on-7,
right.
just doing his thing.
Right, and you had seen the videos along with everybody else of him working out with his personal trainer from this past weekend, so that was the really exciting part, but we just didn't know, okay, just how much of a workload is he ready for right now? Do they still have to be careful? And the team's going to be very, very cautious in circumstances like this. They're not going to put him out there unless they feel really good about him out at practice and out in the heat and everything, because those videos from this weekend were indoors. They apparently feel really good about where he is, and in my mind right now, it's a non-factor.
Yes.
It just, he's back out there. He did all the 7-on-7 stuff, didn't do team stuff, but I don't worry about that at all.
Yep. Kenyon Green, to me, the other big story, looks really good and in shape. With a lineman, we won't know until they put the pads on how good at football he is with his new nicely shaped physique. But he looks like he's been taking this redshirt year pretty serious. And we'd heard, Seth, from people with the Texans that he'd been, Nick Caserio has said on this show, Nick Kenyon's been in the building every day working on things. So it looks he's been in the building every day, and he's not just standing there being one of those guys with his elbow on one of the weight racks just chit-chatting with people.
Right.
He's putting the work in.
This is the one where the physique stuff matters with Kenyon Green, because he's just had injury after injury after injury, and physiologically, since he's been at Houston, he's kind of looked like a big adolescent, like a huge 17-year-old that still needs to fill out into a full-grown man. And it looks like he's going through that second puberty that offensive linemen need to go through, where they go from being kind of like just a dude with an overactive pituitary gland to no, this guy's he's a full-grown man.
Legit.
All right, here we go.
Yep. We'll talk more about OTAs in the next segment. I'm going to have Seth sniff out the truth or the lies in some of the things that I saw yesterday at OTAs.
Because you infamously went out and were incredibly impressed with David Johnson a couple of years ago.
We've got that audio. They played it on In the Loop. We'll play it. Yes, there's a warning label for OTAs coming up in the next segment. We'll get to that in just a bit.
4.
The NFL is going to test an optical tracking system for line-to-gain rulings this preseason, something people have been clamoring for years. Why do we have these people with just chains manually walking out and putting it down, deciding games? when we've got the technology to be much more precise with it.
Yeah, like you're performing brain surgery with like a
cleaver.
A flint. Yeah, that you've a sharpened flint arrowhead or something like that. Yeah. We got all this advanced technology and HD this and GPS that.
Yeah.
Why are we relying on chains and the human eyeball for this? I'm a huge fan of this. I would imagine most people are. And I think down the road what you hope is that it just keeps the game moving along that much faster.
Yeah.
They'll still get their commercial breaks in.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was one of the things about the Major League Baseball shortening the time of games that I think people without thinking about it thought like, oh, yeah, well, they're not going to be happy about that lost revenue. Oh, no. Baseball still has the same total. They've got the same number and time of commercials.
Yeah.
It's just that they compress the total time down a little faster. So it's better for everybody on the business side of things and just for the viewing experience if you can just keep things moving along. And also, it takes some of the heat off the officials, I think. It's getting harder and harder to even find people to volunteer to be or to go out and be little league officials because people are such monsters towards the officials these days.
Yep. So the league, if all goes well, it's going to be a regular season thing too. So this will be something to watch in the preseason. How does this technology work? They tried it out in MetLife Stadium and Hard Rock Stadium this past season. They didn't use it. They tried out the technology to see how it worked. Obviously, they didn't use it as the end-all and be-all in the games, but they would have to install the system in all 30 NFL stadiums as well as the overseas stadiums so that the league can play the games with it.
Every time I talk to one of these nerds, like they're on game day or what have you, they're not nerds, they're good dudes. But like these super smart people that do all the tracking and the microchip stuff and all that, I just get the sense that there's like 10 times as much information that they have right now than we're aware of, and that there's a lot of stuff coming down the pike that is probably going to be pretty cool. It's just they got to test it over and over again to be sure that it's 100% before they put it out in an actual game.
Yeah, this is definitely one of them for sure.
5.
Alleged assault victim drops charges against Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice. This is an interesting story. We know Rashee Rice is in all kinds of trouble for the speed racing incident earlier this spring where nobody was killed, but several people were at least slightly to moderately injured, two of which are suing Rashee Rice and his former SMU teammate by the last name of Knox. I don't have his name in front of me. They were the two that were racing the cars back earlier this year. Since then, there was an incident just a couple of weeks ago where a man alleged that Rice punched him in the face after being texted by one of Rice's crew. This guy was a photographer, texted him after a night out at the club, said, hey, come back, Rashee wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
This guy thought it was so that he could get a photography gig with Rashee Rice. Instead, he alleged at the time that Rashee Rice punched him in the face. Well, he's dropped all charges, saying it's just a big misunderstanding, this guy.
A big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
We don't know if this is one of those situations where he understood the situation better after his bank account got larger.
Right.
But I didn't understand what he was saying, but then all of a sudden I got a couple $100,000, and now I totally understand what he's saying.
I do understand how a check gets written out. Yes, $200,000. Yeah. That's,
it's strange. I didn't see any mention of any kind of settlement or anything, but who knows?
Yeah,
there was a misunderstanding. Apparently.
Which is good news for Rashee Rice because, I mean, if it turned out there was something to that, you're probably looking at maybe getting a season out of this thing when it comes to a suspension. If you got a speed racing thing that you walked away from an accident, like negligently walking away from it, and then an incident a couple weeks later where you're blasting a guy in the face.
Good news for Rashee Rice. I say bad news for justice, Sean.
Yeah.
I think that we need to hammer the Dallas PD on this. We're like, listen, the people need to be protected from Rashee Rice. I don't care if a guy dropped the charges or not. You'd find a way to prosecute this guy and to punish him till at least after the Texans game.
That's what I was going to say. Bad news for the Texans. Week 16,
6.
Sports Emmys were last night, and I've got the list of winners here. Maybe we can hit that later in the show. But the big one here that jumped out at me, the one that was flooding my timeline last night, was actually Greg Olson. Won the Sports Emmy last night for outstanding personality in the event analyst category. He beat some pretty big names. Troy Aikman, Chris Collinsworth, Bill Raftery, John Smoltz, Tom Verducci, all the other nominees. Greg Olson beats them out. Is he the first ever winner of this award to get demoted the next season? Greg
It
Olsen?
seems pretty common in Emmys in general. A lot of times it's like every year you hear about some TV show that won an Emmy for best this or that and then was canceled. Yeah.
Okay.
It feels like when J.J. Moses won the award for the best player programs guy in the NFL and then was fired by Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien. Yeah. So, Greg Olsen should call up J.J. Moses and be like, hey, man, what's going on? J.J.'s doing fine. He's got a book out, by the way.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Yeah.
I like J.J., yeah. So.
J.J., that was one of the weirder. JJ was recognized by the NFLPA as being the best player programs guy in the biz.
Yeah.
But that wasn't good enough for the Texans.
Oh, not for Jack Easterby, it wasn't.
Yeah.
7.
Okay, this one's interesting. Javon Holland is a safety for the Miami Dolphins. Man, I looked everywhere for this audio and I couldn't find it, so I'll have to read the quote. But we know that Anthony Weaver is the new defensive coordinator in Miami, replacing your former defensive coordinator here in Houston, Vic Fangio.
Very conflicted about all of this.
Yeah. There's a lot of people you like.
I love being replaced by a former teammate.
That's why I thought this would be good. Javon Holland was asked by reporters about Anthony Weaver on Tuesday, and he said, quote, Weave is super dope, man. Like, as a person, as an ex-player, as a coach, you can just feel he understands where we're coming from, wants to hear us and our input, and then is able to put that into how the defense is called. He's great, man. He's like a really dope, solid dude. End quote. I think even somewhere in here he talks about. He also said via Cameron Wolf, it's the fact that Weaver is a good person that makes a difference. End quote.
Right. Okay. So now, are you doing that thing though that headline writers do, where he didn't say a single thing about Vic Fangio? But you wrote in this tidbit that he hates Vic Fangio.
Well, he had issues with Vic Fangio. There were public issues.
Right, I know,
yeah.
but like just in saying positive things about the new guy, it doesn't mean that you're throwing shade at the old guy.
Well, I put that in the rundown. I wasn't necessarily going to say that on the air. I was just being snarky.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think it's fair to wonder if he doesn't like Vic Fangio, right?
Honestly, I've noticed this trend. Vic Fangio really asks a lot of his players mentally, and sometimes some players feel like they're overloaded on the mental side of things. Like there's times where the offense will come up and Vic Fangio might have like 3 different huddle calls or at least tweaks on the call that depending on what formation they line up in, that's going to be the blitz. A lot of stuff like that and then when it comes to the defensive back side of things, when it comes to pattern recognition and everything, he asks a lot of them, and some players really balk at that. Whenever I hear a guy really complain about Vic Fangio, I'm kind of like, dude, are you just lazy? Like, do you not want to do it? Because when they execute it properly with Vic Fangio, when he's got players who are willing to do it, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, Vic Fangio changed me as a football player and, like, taught me to look at the game differently. I feel like Vic Fangio made me millions of dollars because he turned me into a different type of football player. So I give a little bit of a side eye when people start bashing Vic Fangio. I'm like, nah, dude, maybe you're just not smart enough. I don't know.
If I'm being honest with myself, I probably was doing that thing that I see things and that headline writers do. If I'm being
it's funny because we were talking about Dalton Schultz earlier, and remember Dalton Schultz said this thing in the offseason on the Pat McAfee show where he talked about how the culture is different here and that just the environment's different because there's just so much hoopla up in Dallas. The headlines for that were Dalton Schultz rips Cowboys culture.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, he didn't.
I wrote that. I wrote that headline. Yeah, no, I know. It is. I just saw that he had issues with Vic Fangio. You know, like it's been.
Well, he had a cryptic tweet out when after Vic Fangio was fired. That was the extent of it.
All right, last one.
8.
A family of an 11-year-old in Charlotte is suing LaMelo Ball and the team after LaMelo Ball back in October drove over the kid's foot when the kid wanted to try to get an autograph. There was this is October, so this is like one of those fan events there in Charlotte that they're having, you know, like a meet and greet with the team in advance of the season. And this 11-year-old by the name of Angel Joseph, he's 12 now, but trying to get an autograph from LaMelo Ball, fans outside the arena going up to players as they left, and LaMelo Ball, not only did he not give the kid an autograph, but when he drove away, I'm guessing not intentionally, but he drove over the kid's foot and broke his foot.
All right, so obviously there are all kinds of things that could have happened here that would either be LaMelo Ball's fault or not. Like, was he speeding out of the parking lot, whatever it might be?
Yeah.
What's your knee-jerk reaction to this?
My knee-jerk reaction is I feel bad for the kid that if he wanted an autograph from LaMelo Ball, he didn't get one and got his foot run over. Like, that would be like, because supposedly LaMelo's like his hero. To get ignored by your, now, I acknowledge the fact that maybe LaMelo Ball didn't hear him, or
right. But what's your knee-jerk reaction? Who's guilty?
LaMelo Ball. Because it's the Ball family. I hate the Ball family.
My knee-jerk reaction is the kid's parent. Like,
Okay.
what are you doing? Like, that's my knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
I might be completely wrong about it. My knee-jerk reaction is like, wait, why was your kid walking towards a moving car or whatever? Like, why was he that close to the car?
Yeah, that's
fair.
my
knee-jerk reaction.
That's fair.
Which might be the wrong one.
No. That would explain why my kids always got their feet run over at sporting events. All three of them. We've had 7 broken feet in our family from autograph seeking.
Jones fractures out the wazoo.
Yes, yeah. Judy at the road. Miley Cyrus. Oh my.
Maybe that's what happened to Johnny Newton, who's got his second.
Yes.
The defensive tackle that people thought the Texans might draft.
Right.
The Texans were trying to trade up maybe for a defensive tackle. Then he got a second Jones fracture.
Yeah.
Maybe he was trying to get somebody's autograph on draft day.
He got drafted by the Commanders. He was trying to get Deron Payne's autograph in the parking lot.
Yeah.
His new teammate, and Deron Payne ran over his foot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the 8 at 8. All right, truth and lies from OTAs. I saw some things yesterday. Seth is going to set me straight on the ones that don't mean diddly. We will get to that coming up next. But Suit Mart right now, if Suit Mart
Insurance, not available in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so OTAs yesterday. If you want someone with eyes on OTAs who's going to give you feedback that is really going to be applicable to the regular season when it rolls around, you want Sean T. Pendergast out there, all right?
Yes.
You want my eyes on this stuff out there. So I did
your integrity, your keen eye, all of those things.
Right,
yes.
right. For example, I mean, the station sent me as the representative, the sole representative back in 2020 when each outlet could only have one person there.
Right,
COVID.
because of COVID, right?
Yeah,
so very strict rules, and they chose Sean T. Pendergast because you were the most reliable,
right,
of all of us,
right. And so I did my duty, man. I got COVID tested every day in a trailer across the street from the practice field, and then I made sure that I was social distanced away from my colleagues. They had a little microchip around our neck to GPS us, and we would get
that's right, yeah.
We would get warnings. Sean, you were standing next to Sarah Barshop a little too long yesterday.
So you couldn't pull one of those Denver Broncos quarterback hijinks, right?
No.
Was it the Broncos?
It was. It was.
So the Broncos got caught just sitting too close to they didn't have a quarterback for a game because they were sitting too close. Well, what a time to be alive. That still the deep... Was it still the deep in the nose COVID test?
No, they did around the rim of the nose. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Boy, that first COVID test.
Boy, it was tough, man. That would poke your brain. So, I did my duty and I went out there, and it was a very unique experience. And I gave what my eyes saw, and so I was out there again yesterday. But just to go back in time, as to how accurate and good my work was, here was my call into In the Loop from practice, where I gave my scouting report on newly acquired Texans running back David Johnson.
And so David Johnson looks, man, I don't want to get myself.
Here we go.
He looks really good. Well, I mean, he already looks in shape. You guys saw that on the Zoom presser, but he looks smooth. His cuts look good. I mean, he's just like the eye test compared to the other guys out there. You go, yeah, that's the guy right there. So I am. He's Landry. He's seducing me, and it's not taking very long either. I'm a bit of a whore for David Johnson right now.
Oh my gosh! I did not expect this. I expected a lot of things. I did not expect David Johnson love.
David Johnson looked good, man.
I'm liking it though.
Good.
I'm liking it though.
I even walked around to other media members and didn't say like, "Hey, David Johnson looks good," right? I would just kind of sidle up and I'd say, "Man, I'd say something about David Johnson," and to a man, they all turned and they were like, yeah, David Johnson looks really good. Now, again, these are the media prism that we're all looking. But these are, let me just say, I'm not going to say who.
I screwed up, all right? We don't need to pile on.
What, though? Yeah. But you did, at the very least, you acknowledged, that,
I didn't feel good
about it. You got
a
limited view of all of this, and you're watching them run around in their spandex.
Right.
So I believe at the time you acknowledge it, and you're just giving your actual observation, which is what happens during OTAs. It's that the people that are athletic look awesome in OTAs.
Yeah,
but it's not the game of football that they're playing during OTAs. But I think that you probably gave an accurate description of how David Johnson looked as an athlete.
I did. That I feel good about, but it did not translate into football on the field. All right, so Seth, you're the former player. You can help dig into the truth and the lies of OTAs. Everybody is very excited this morning that they're seeing pictures of Kenyon Green online, looking like he's in shape.
Yes.
And the reports had been good all offseason about what his work ethic had been, but it looks like it's at the very least it's translated into an in-shape version and a healthy version of Kenyon Green.
I think you're allowed to get excited about this.
Okay.
This is something that was a specific concern, was that just since Kenyon Green got here, he's been so banged up that he hasn't really been able to work out the way NFL players work out. And he physically, we noticed it his rookie season, like, man, he just kind of looks like an overgrown adolescent. He doesn't look like a man. And he's a big guy, but he's not put together. Like, even sloppy offensive linemen just have a certain kind of beer drinking manliness about them, you know? And Kenyon Green didn't have that, so I do think that this is substantial and notable. Now, it doesn't mean that he's going to be an awesome football player, but I think it's evidence that he's gotten his body back on track and that hopefully that if he can just maintain his health, that he's going to be okay with it.
Okay. Damian Pierce, we wanted him to look beefier. It's the opposite. I think he looks the same as he did last year. There were a few people out there that thought maybe he looked quicker than he did last year. But this is, again, this is the same trap I fell into with David Johnson. And, man, his cuts were good. He looked so sleek and things like that. Is there anything we can read into with Damian Pierce in looking at him?
I'm a little bit nervous, and we're going to listen to DeMeco's description of him. Okay. I just felt like he needed to get back to his body weight of what he was his rookie year. We were saying how sleek and fast and everything else Damian Pierce looked last year during training camp because he had lost weight because he wanted to be more of a factor in the receiving game. And then we saw, even on Damian Pierce's good runs last year, he didn't have the same level of physicality to his game. The very thing that made him so special as a rookie, it looked like he had consciously and actively done it harm by losing weight. So that it doesn't make me nervous. What I hope is that with a year to grow into that new body weight, or I guess it's not growing into it, but getting comfortable with it, that he was able to actually, regain some of, when you lose weight in one off season, sometimes you don't retain as much muscle as you would have hoped, and that he might have just lost the physical power. If he was actually able to maintain the same body weight as he played at last year, but actually get back to his normal strength and be like a lower body fat, but with more muscle than he was last year, then that might be a good sign. But I'm not for the second year in a row gonna get excited about a sleeker, faster Damian Pierce, because that's not what makes him special.
No, and I'll be honest with you, I don't have a real feel one way or the other on the body type. If Damian Pierce looked heavier yesterday, like in a good way, I don't know that I would have been that moved. Until Damian Pierce understands what's going on in this offense, I don't know that his body type matters. Until he looked so lost last year.
Right, but that's the thing, is that you can have Damian Pierce packages when you're out there, and you can run more conventional, old school power type running plays, have a fullback in there, all of that stuff. But he's got to be the version of Damian Pierce from his rookie year. Yeah. So I think they were caught in this bind last year where he wanted to be sleeker and all of this, but he's not a natural outside zone type of running back. But then when you try to run the old stuff with him that's so good, he's not as good at that stuff anymore either. So you're trying to hedge on both sides, and both sides lose. That's at the very least, if he were the exact same body composition that he was his rookie year, then go ahead and throw in some leads and powers and duos and everything else like that, and he'll bulldoze some fools. But I don't know how to feel about that right now.
All right, so here was DeMeco Ryans on Damian Pierce.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the all-season program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
By the way, he got his bachelor's degree in education sciences.
Okay.
Can you imagine having him as your teacher?
It'd be awesome.
Oh, he'd be the best teacher.
It would be
He'd be so good. He could make any subject interesting.
Yes.
Because he'd get excited about it, Oh, I hope he does some student teaching next offseason.
He is. That'd be fun. Following Damian Pierce to do some student teaching next year.
But I think what Damian needed to work on, which is okay, if he's going to play at a lighter body weight, then he needs to just be sure he either puts on some more of that muscle or just gets back to his old weight room strength that he was when he was at a little bit of a heavier body weight. Yeah. It could be a really, really good thing.
Yeah.
It just. Sometimes you lose weight quickly, just like as it is with Ozempic. You lose too much muscle mass. Yep. It's hard to retain that muscle mass as you're losing weight. So if he's genuinely changed his body composition and he has more explosiveness and more power than he had last year, I would feel good about it.
Metchie looked more explosive than he did at the end of last year, and I felt bad for him because the one video making the rounds is him getting very open deep off of Jeff Okudah, like beat Okudah deep, and then he couldn't corral in kind of a, sort of a lob to the back of the end zone from C.J. Stroud. Catch, it would have been a really, really nice catch, but John Metchie, if he looks a little more explosive than he did last year, should I be getting excited about this?
Yeah, I think you should. I don't know if excited is the right word, but it puts him in the mix of guys that are going to compete for one of those backup roles at wide receiver. The stuff that we don't watch as closely is how good is he on special teams in the preseason, and can they rely on him there? I mean, that's a big test for all these guys always, is like, look, if you're not going to be the starter, you damn well, on this team especially, where they really care about special teams, then you damn well better be good on special teams too. I think you should get excited about that also because, it's not just cancer. It's that he was coming off of an ACL from college in his rookie year and then also had to beat cancer before he came back. We've seen this, whether it's Andre Hale or David Quesenberry or whomever else in the past. It's not always as simple as like, hey, you rung the bell, you're good to go. So the fact that he looks physically different, I think bodes well for him, and bodes well for the Texans.
Sean, the station, this is a text message. Sean, the station chose you to cover the team during COVID because they didn't care of you getting sick during COVID. I don't think that's true. I'm not going to put that on Odyssey. All right. All right. Who's our most expendable host?
They forced the short straw on you.
That's it. I was psyched to do it, man. Like, that was a unique experience going out there. It was cool.
Yeah, that was I was jealous of you that you got to go out there.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that it was a weird, different and unique moment, and you got to be out there and kind of everything was eerie that year. Anything around a football team was eerie because nothing was the way every other season of football you've ever played in or covered would go, including when we would go to the games. The couple games that we were allowed to go to and cover. It was just you're playing in front of a largely empty stadium.
Yeah.
It was weird. It felt like you were watching a Friday practice.
Yes, it was wild. All right,
like wow, these guys are going pretty hard for a Friday practice.
Yeah, and they're keeping score. And you mean I can bet on this? Oh, okay. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. Wednesday. Sorry, God, I was doing so
Sean,
good.
I have to take away a ding. I was all ready to give you a ding.
Subtract the ding. Yep, it's Wednesday.
What did I give you a ding for? Earlier on?
I don't remember.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I wanted to give you a ding yesterday because sometimes I ask you these questions, which would be very unfair questions if it weren't for somebody that has such good recall like you do. And I was like, hey, when do they play the Vikings? Like, hey, which week do they play the Vikings? And off the top of your head, you're like week 3.
Dude.
Yeah.
I got the schedule. Thank you. You can ask me any of the games. I'll tell you what week it is. I got the schedule down in my head. I need no cheat sheet.
Which weeks do they play the Titans?
They play the Titans in week 12 after the short Dallas week and in week 18 on the road. Thank you very much. Yep.
Do you even have to work at that, or does it just come to you?
No, for whatever reason, if I look at the schedule a couple times and internalize it, because I have an emotional attachment to it, I think that's why.
You're like Rain Man, but with people skills.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. That's actually a really good compliment. Thank you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Astros day game today.
Wait.
Yeah,
it's important to have the reward be immediate.
Okay. I mean, that was me kind of fishing right there for some positive validation.
You bell grubber.
Big time. All right. How are the Texans vets feeling about their new rookie teammates? One in particular has a very enthusiastic scouting report on one of the rookies. We'll get to that coming up next.
How are you feeling about picking up that brand new Ram pickup that you've been thinking about getting?
condition.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's trying to take a ding away from me because I said during the news item in the 8 at 8 about the NFL putting in the electronic eye for the down and distance situations. I said they've got to install the system in all 30 stadiums. And smart guy here says, take a ding away because Sean said all 30 stadiums. There's still 32 for now.
No.
Jets and Giants play at MetLife. Chargers and Rams play at SoFi. There are 30 stadiums, Mr. Smarty Pants. Okay?
We take a ding away from you.
You, yes.
Get out!
Get out! Yes. I love this answer from Jalen Petrie yesterday. He was asked about Kalen Bullock, who is now part of the safety room with the Houston Texans, third-round pick out of USC, and he's Jalen Petrie, one of the vets in that safety room. Here's Jalen Petrie on Kalen Bullock.
Oh, man, he's a dog. Like, when I first seen him, I'm like, bro, it's tall. And then, no, for real. He for real. I'm like, bro, it's tall, like, taller. Like, he looked like a receiver. But just being in a room with him, you could tell how locked in he is. Like, he's answering the questions sometimes before the veterans. So, it's good to see a guy that come in and, be confident in himself and get to work because, he definitely can help this team.
Love that.
They got some colorful personalities in that defensive backfield now. Between, like, Jimmy Ward is he's just an interesting human being. And I think there's a lot that he brings to the table, more so than other vets when it comes to just guidance in the meeting room and on the field and everything else, because he's super smart, but he's also got a really good personality. And I think first and foremost, like, Jimmy Ward really, really cares about doing things the right way as a football team.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for a guy that can be somebody to relay DeMeco's message to the team on all of that, I think Jimmy Ward is really good. But then, like, Jalen Petrie, obviously, just boatloads of personality. And then Kalen Bullock, I just know him from when we interviewed him after the Texans selected him on draft night.
Oh, yeah.
He's got some personality on him. He's just got to put some weight on him now, too.
Yes. Skinny little chicken legs.
Like, his actual height, he's one of those guys that looks taller than he is because he's skinny.
Yeah.
He's more Wembanyama right now than Shaq.
Well,
we need to move him a little bit more towards Shaq.
Petrie makes him sound like he's Manute Bol. Play that one more time, Ben. Like, he's like, bro is tall.
Oh, man, he's a dog. Like, when I first seen him, I'm like, bro, it's tall. And then, no, for real. He for real. I'm like, bro, it's tall, like, taller. Like, he looked like a receiver. But just being in a room.
Good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, he's 6'2", which is tall. That's tall for a safety, but it's not like it's absurdly never seen it before. That's like Derwin James. Height. Yeah.
The skinniness does factor in, I think, on that. I mean, just the optical illusion of him being super duper tall. Dalton Schultz talking about his rookie teammate Cade Stover.
He's a good kid. I think he made some catches out there today that were nice. I'm excited to have kind of a young guy that's super, excited to just learn football, because he told me that. He's like, listen, I'm early playing this position. He told me, he's like, I'm literally just learning from you. So I'm excited for him.
Kalen Bullock, excuse me. Oh boy. Okay, I got to
take a ding away. That doesn't count. You're going with Cade Stover here, right?
Yeah. I guess I catch myself too. Yeah. That'll be the thing.
Yeah.
Cade Stover. Cade Stover is it's interesting because usually when you talk about somebody who's transitioning to play tight end, it's a guy who played college in basketball or played basketball in college. With Cade Stover, it's that they moved him from linebacker over to the offensive side of the ball. And he did it in fits and starts at Ohio State. Like, they moved him to tight end, but then they let him play linebacker in the Rose Bowl, but then he went back to tight end. And when he finally accepted, because it sounded like it was a process for Ryan Day to convince Cade Stover that he could be a really good tight end. When he did make the official change to tight end, he just threw himself into it. And the coaches at Ohio State really just gush about how obsessive he was in learning how to be a tight end. And that's where you get really excited about the upside. When you watch some of the things he did in college as a receiver, you could see the improvement. Even from 2 years ago until last year, on the performance side of things, the offense wasn't the same as it was with C.J. Stroud there, but you could see his route running refined. You could see him doing some of the smaller things a lot better last year than he did the year before. He's already got a relationship with C.J. Stroud, and just everything about the kid, from whether it's Nick Caserio or the coaches at Ohio State or what C.J. Stroud himself says about Cade Stover, is that, man, he does everything the way you want a football player to do it. He works his butt off. He's the stereotypical farm kid.
Yeah.
Grew up having to do chores at 7 a.m., chores at 7 p.m., work all day in the sun, all that stuff, to where playing football is kind of a nice break from doing the actual hard physical labor. And I'll be really surprised if he doesn't make a lot of progress. Now, he's not big. So he's going to have to lean on his athleticism and pick up the blocking along the way. I don't think he's ever going to be a Gronk, but very few people are. I think he's going to be more impactful as a receiver early on than he will be as an inline dependable blocker. But I think whatever potential he has as a blocker, you're going to get it out of him because he's going to work at it.
Who's in jeopardy right now? Is it Brevin Jordan or Tegan Catoriano, or could they carry 4 tight ends? What's your thoughts on that room right now?
A lot of that comes down to special teams, I think, for Tegan Catoriano. But Brevin Jordan probably just because of his age and because of where he is, that it's just, all right, man, it's I don't want to say put up or shut up time because that's kind of harsh. Brevin Jordan's a guy that I think if you haven't seen Brevin Jordan in person, you wouldn't realize that he's an undersized tight end because he's so muscular.
Yeah.
But he is. He's undersized and he's not as athletic either, I think, as some people think he is, because he in college his highlights are awesome in college, but he's got some physical limitations. Continue to be really dependable as a receiver and to be a gadget guy that they can line up in the backfield or out wide and all of that. That's going to be the real big test. Some of the success they had with him moving him around last year, I think is going to give him a leg up over Catoriano or even early on Cade Stover. But yeah, he's definitely in a more competitive situation right now than he was last year.
That's going to be a really interesting thing to watch on the depth chart. Text message, I love the Cade Stover pick. I still think that the Diggs trade, contract restructure, and what we gave away for it was our big miss in the offseason.
Yeah.
I don't.
Miss is interesting. I think you think they paid too much or what have you, and this is going to be a classic situation where you just you can judge it at the end of the year. I don't think you can understate how impactful it is to have a guy like Stefon Diggs out there at the same time as your other 2 young wide receivers.
Yeah.
It can change the entire complexion of what you're capable of doing. So I think everything that they did, including the contract restructure, was a sacrifice that going into it they were willing to make.
Yes.
I think that it can have that much of an outsized impact, and with a confidence level that you're not going to get by drafting anybody. I don't think it's possible to say it was a bad trade at this point.
No.
Overpriced perhaps if you factor in the contract restructure maybe, but I think they had their eyes wide open when they went into that trade.
Some of it may come down to Kamari Lassiter, honestly, and how he ends up looking as compared to guys they could have gotten at 23. Because that's what they gave up, was the move back from 23 to 42. They got that extra pick that they then flipped into Stefon Diggs. So that may be what it comes down to.
That'd be interesting if you kind of look at, the guys that you could have gotten in the back end of the first round and how they performed this year. Remember, you only had a 50% chance of getting somebody that was even going to be a starter long-term in the back end of the first round. For me, it was an indication that, look, this is a guy that you bring onto your team to try to win a Super Bowl. And that's or to be a Super Bowl caliber team. The Texans weren't in that window before. Now they're in that window where it's okay to add some pieces here and there and maybe overpay or whatever, pay expensively to get them because these guys do take you over a certain hump.
The Texans already lead the NFL in one statistic that I think will resonate with a lot of fans here in Houston. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
I want you guys to lead the league.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Seth, according to TickPick, which is a ticket website out there.
Yeah, with funny commercials.
Oh, do they have good commercials? TickPick?
Yeah, there's like three little old ladies playing golf, and one is like, look at my TickPick. Yeah.
It is good.
It is really good, yeah.
That's funny. So TickPick listed the NFL ticket price increases, the biggest ticket price increases, I guess, for maybe average ticket price to a game from last season to this season. And the Texans, 99% increase, $155 to $309. So I know that's not the get-in price because I've got those in front of me here. So that looks like
this is not the Texans increasing ticket
No.
prices. No.
Yeah, this is demand of the public increasing them on the secondary market. So basically the average price of a ticket on the secondary market for the Texans has doubled based on their performance last year, based on the quality of the schedule this year, and based on the optimism that the team is going to be very exciting to watch, most importantly, this coming season.
So what's the most expensive ticket that we have here?
So the most, I've got the get-in prices for all these games. I've got the get-in prices, and I've also got the price for Amy's seats that she sits in, because she sits in the bullpen in the lower bowl end zone, which is kind of like, that's right in the meaty part of somebody who wouldn't want to be in the super cheap seats. You know, down low, but I'm in the end zone. It's not the most expensive, but it's not the cheapest either.
Yeah.
The most expensive game to go to this season for the Texans, from a get-in price standpoint, is the Buffalo game. The Buffalo game in Week 5 is it's going to cost you a minimum of $190 for the cheapest seat in the state. You know how long it's been since the Texans have had the cheapest seat to a game on the secondary market be $190? It's got to be 5 or 6 years at least. Probably like the Cowboys game in 2018 or something like that.
Right. I mean, there was a period where it was like getting you could get a Texans ticket for the same price as a bleacher seat for the Oakland A's or something.
$15 you could get in, no doubt.
So I guess that's good and bad news for people that want to go watch Texans games. The thing about Buffalo is, as we know, they travel really well.
Yes,
and that's largely what's going to drive that one up. But I'm surprised that, I guess, there's no Steelers at home or anything that like some of those fan bases that really drive up the price.
It's a good home schedule. It's a good home schedule, but you're right. Green Bay's not on there. Pittsburgh's not on there. Dallas isn't on there. The Raiders aren't on there. Like the blue blood traveling type of teams. I think it's interesting that the lowest get-in price for the most expensive get-in prices are Buffalo, as I just mentioned, at $190, and then the Sunday night football game against Chicago to open the season, the home opener, you can't get in for less than $183 right now on the secondary market for that game. I think the big difference, as you just pointed out, I think that Buffalo price in Week 5 is being fueled by Buffalo fans coming down here. I don't know that Chicago fans travel as great as those other teams that we just named. I think that $183, that get-in price, $183 for the Week 2 game, I think that's Texan fans. I think that's Texan fans that are excited for a home opener that's on Sunday Night Football. It's a primetime game.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's being
and
fueled by
not like people in Chicago. Yeah, the people in Chicago are like, I need a break from this awful winter weather at this point.
Right.
Obviously, it's early in the season.
Yeah.
So that's Sunday Night Football excitement.
Yes.
Which is way different than the home opener last year, where there were people there, but it was kind of a wait-and-see approach for that Colts game last year. And then when the Texans just basically lost the game in the first quarter, there was a big letdown there. I think that this is more of a genuine enthusiasm from the Texans fan base. And then also, even if the Texans didn't perform well in that game, there's not going to be nearly the letdown, because you've already seen that really, first and foremost, C.J. Stroud is the real deal.
Yes. So I guess for people listening going, all right, well, that's the cheapest ticket. What if I want to sit down low? Amy's seats, or seats in her row, because she didn't put hers up for sale, $348 to sit lower bowl end zone at that game. $348 a piece. for the
opener. Spend almost $700. I don't know if this is before or after fees and taxes.
Before, trust me, before.
Is it before?
Yeah.
So you're going to be spending $800-900 to sit in somewhere in the lower level end zone.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So I think that's interesting. Buffalo is
for two people. Is the
two people?
What I was saying there. Yeah.
Yep. For two people, $362 for lower bowl end zone for the Buffalo game for a seat. I think it's interesting that Baltimore, the get-in price. This is the Christmas Day game. Is not that, it's $121, which is not chicken feed, but it's cheaper than those other two we just talked about. The seats in Amy's section, though, the lower bowl end zone, $435 a piece is the price for tickets in the row behind her. $435 for the Christmas Day game.
Wow.
There probably won't be as many stocking stuffer tickets as I thought there would be for that game.
That's a big. Kids don't appreciate the when it comes to a new game console versus going to a game. I don't think kids appreciate that as much.
This is the first thing I thought of when I saw the Texans had a home game on Christmas. I'm like, oh, I know back in the day, like that's what my dad would have done. Like it would have been like a surprise. We're going to the game today, kind of thing, and that may still happen.
What the sweet spot for getting most bang for your buck out of a ticket to a football game is probably when you can catch your kids at the age where they're into the Texans, but they don't really understand that much about it yet. So when they're like 7, 8, 9 years old, they're just happy to be going to a game.
Yeah.
Then I would pick like the least appealing and enticing game on the schedule to take my little kid to.
Okay, well that would be any of the 3 AFC South games. I think it's interesting on this schedule. The 5 non-AFC South games, the 5 non-divisional games, all have a get-in price of at least $100, if not way more. The 3 AFC South games, the prices on these tell me the Texan fans are like, no, we're no missionary for us, man. No, we need the freaky stuff.
We see these guys every year.
$67 for Tennessee, $67 for Indianapolis, and $71 for Jacksonville, which I will point out is still way higher than they've been the last couple. You could go to Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Indy the last couple of years for like $20.
The Pat McAfee effect, which I'm watching and monitoring, which is that now that Pat McAfee is on ESPN and talks a lot about AFC, there's probably been more AFC South talk in general in terms of rivalries and things like that. There's been more talk about that on ESPN than maybe there ever has been in any given year, including when both the Colts and the Texans were good at the same time. Just because McAfee's on ESPN talking this up. It's going to take a Super Bowl victory or something out of one of these teams to keep that juiced up.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's like the AFC South is just so young in so many ways. When you reorganized all the divisions when the Texans came into the league and they switched to 4-team divisions, I mean, you're looking at the Colts, smaller market team that had moved, the Jaguars expansion team. The Titans were a team that had moved, a smaller market relative to a lot of other NFL markets, and now the Texans an expansion team. It's just taken a while to kind of build any. Like it's going to be a long time before you have anything like the NFC East or anything like that.
Yeah. You've got some seeds planted though. I mean, you've got good young quarterbacks, as you just said, and I think. I start thinking like, okay, if I'm Roger Goodell and I'm looking at this AFC South that I've got over here, we've got got all these other divisions, all these great rivalries. I got this thing over here that's this mishmash of expansion teams and teams that have moved, vagabond teams that have moved to other markets. And I'm looking here, I'm going, okay, what can give this division the most pop? Clearly, it's, to me, like the Texans have to be involved because it's the biggest market with the biggest star, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
If it were one of the other 3 teams and I'm Roger Goodell and I'm hoping a rivalry takes root, is it Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud? Is it Anthony Richardson versus C.J. Stroud? Or is it, I'm not even going to say Will Levis, but is it the Tennessee? Is it Hannah McNair versus Amy Adams-Strunk?
No, that's like a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
The McNairs versus Adams-Strunks. That's just more of a pleasant surprise and a little bit of a sideshow.
Yeah.
I think the Anthony Richardson versus C.J. Stroud, if Anthony Richardson were able to stay healthy for any stretch of time, that's the most electric and made-for-television matchup because you've got potential electrifying performances. So even like, because And then Trevor Lawrence, we just don't know. All the word out of Jacksonville, by the way, is that Jacksonville is committed to Trevor Lawrence, and they know he's the real deal, and they expect him to get that contract and all of that.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I'll believe it when
it'll be telling what kind of a huge contract they give him.
Yeah.
Is it a huge 3-year contract or is it a huge 5-year contract?
That's right. I'll believe it when I see the Schefter tweet that says Trevor Lawrence is signed for 5 years, $275 million with $200 million guaranteed. That's when I'll believe that they're committed to him.
The guaranteed money really is the big thing.
Yep.
Or is it a Daniel Jones? Is it going to be closer to Daniel Jones or Deshaun Watson? What's that contract going to be closer to?
I'm going to say right down the middle. Deshaun Watson was $230 million guaranteed. Daniel Jones was $80 million guaranteed.
Okay.
150 feels about the neighborhood because the going rate right now is like between 170 and 200 for non-Watson guys. So I'm going to say
what a time to be alive
and be a quarterback. Text message talking about the schedule. And this is talking about the opener against Chicago. You have what could be two of the top quarterbacks for the next 20 years going head-to-head for the first time. And one of the only times, too, because of the NFC-AFC dynamic in this whole thing. You're going to see C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams in all likelihood for another 4 years after this. So that's a good point. There's at least, this is another text message, there's at least 3 team-sanctioned Buffalo Bill fan groups here in Houston, of which I'm the admin for one of them. And yes, the prices are astronomical, and you have to buy seats for a second game. Okay. That's strange.
So you have to buy seats for a second game.
I'm guessing maybe the Buffalo Bills fan group had to buy up a bunch of tickets.
Oh, they or to be in on it, you have to.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So they rope you in for another game.
I've got a lot of respect for the Bills fan base because it almost became it's like a gang initiation somehow back when Bills Mafia took steam, in a period where the Bills still weren't really that good.
Yeah.
And weren't making playoff games or anything. So it was almost like it was a point of pride that, no, this is how hardcore I am. I'm going to jump through a card table for a team that has no prospects. Yeah.
A card table on fire. A flaming card table.
I'm going to get a damn J.P. Losman tattoo.
Yes.
That's how Bills Mafia I am. All right?
That's how we roll. Yeah. Do you think that game's a noon Sunday game because the league is afraid of people? I guess not.
They've tamped down the.
Have they?
The riskier fan activity. They've pushed it off to the edges.
Okay.
I think I believe at the Buffalo parking lot they police it pretty strictly. There's not nearly as much card table jumping or sex behind vehicles that there used to be.
Good job, Buffalo.
Do you remember that video?
Oh, yeah. That video I remember, yes. Oh, my God. Hey, speaking of Buffalo, Stephon Diggs is a Houston Texan. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the newly added but absent from OTAs yesterday, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, a guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
I'm waiting for Diggs to talk. You brought up a great point at the end of the show. Like when Diggs first speaks, because he's going to at some point. We've been promised Diggs at some point, a media session, that we're going to read into what he says. And if he's over the top complimentary about DeMeco Ryans, by
people
God,
interpret that as,
headline writers like Sean T. Pendergast are going to be all over that.
They're like, Stephon Diggs takes a dig at Sean McDermott. There's no way it won't happen. That's the way it works. You can't say something nice without it being interpreted as a slight against whoever you were previously with.
That's right.
Which is unfortunate for ex-wives everywhere. Like a guy can't compliment his current wife without immediately people thinking like, oh boy, what a hag that last one must have been. Man.
As somebody who has a current wife and an ex-wife, they were in proximity with one another a couple weeks ago at Sammy's graduation.
Yeah.
Law school graduation. It was nice they're actually able to bond over a couple of things. I don't know if I told this story on the air, but I know that I told this story on the air about Amy, because I've said this, like if there's something that's going to splinter our relationship, it's going to be Amy in the car telling me what the best way to go to somewhere is while she's riding shotgun, and I've already got it plugged into the GPS. And I told you she's somebody that doesn't like sitting in traffic, so she'll go out of her way for another 15 minutes just to make sure she's still moving the whole time.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't know she had heard me say that, and she never said anything to me when I got home that day. But when we were leaving Sammy's graduation, it was me and Amy sitting up front. Amy was driving, and in the back seat were my 2 sons and my ex-wife. And we're going somewhere to go eat. We were going to First Watch to go eat, and there's a lot of construction going through Midtown and going through. So I pull out my GPS to help give Amy the right way to go there. Yeah. And so Amy's going a certain way, and she sees I have the GPS out. I'm like, she's like, which way should I go? And I'm like, no, just go the way you're going. She goes, no. I heard how horrible I am on the radio with directions. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see my ex-wife, like, kind of pumping her fist, like, yeah, get him, Amy. Get him. And I'm like, okay, if the two of you need to bond over me.
Yeah.
Now, the worst part was Sammy in this whole thing, because Sammy's sitting back there. Dude just graduated. And as Amy's coming after me, and I can see Catherine out of the corner of my eye smiling and cackling about this whole thing, Sammy looks at me and goes, looks like being a douchebag on the radio finally caught up with you, eh, Pops? All
right, whatever, dude.
Yeah, what did I do to you?
Did your ex-wife say the radio? Let's how about in real life as well, huh?
But she thought it for sure.
She thought it. That's probably a good test of your relationship.
Oh yeah.
If you can enjoy your current wife and your ex-wife commiserating about your flaws, then that means that you're confident enough in your current relationship that Amy is like laughing at that instead of like putting it in the dossier of things that bring to the divorce lawyer.
I am happy to make that sacrifice, 100%, 100%. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The NBA conference finals started last night. There's 4 teams left, and I've got a big problem with the NBA playoffs right now based on these 4 teams. I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good text. Guess who's only 2 games behind the reigning world chumps? The Astros, yeah.
Hey, what would it feel like to be 3 games behind the Raiders on May 22nd? I guess we'll never know.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Get him, Breggy. Get him. Get him, Breggy. All right, we'll talk about the Astros in the next segment. So the NBA conference finals started last night. The Celtics beat the Pacers. Here's my issue, Seth, with the NBA playoffs, and it's not anything to do with star power, even though it is a little lacking in big time star power. The NBA playoffs.
Does it have anything to do with Doris Burke? I saw that was trending this morning because people are upset about.
What does she do?
I guess just her and J.J. Redick being the broadcast team. They're not happy about that. I love Doris Burke.
I think Doris Burke's excellent. I've thought that for years. I think she's great.
I know. I've always, there's people dislike announcers for various reasons. It does seem like there's at least one portion of people that don't like Doris Burke who don't like her just because she's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say that. I'm not going to be one of those people that act like if you don't like Doris Burke, then you hate women. There's lots of reasons people hate various announcers, male or female. But I do think that's at least part of it because I like looking at it objectively. I feel like she balances the technical and the human part of it really well. I really enjoy games when she's commentating.
She's really good. I think she's really, really good. I do miss Van Gundy. I will say that. Van Gundy was great. I still don't understand to this day. Well, I guess I kind of understand. I know there's conspiracy theories that Van Gundy had been very critical of the league for a lot of things, and that was.
Yeah, I could see Van Gundy being the kind of guy that doesn't hold his tongue, and that maybe there's stuff behind the scenes where just you pick a fight with the wrong exec, and then there you go.
Totally.
So it stinks. It's kind of the thing that makes him good as a broadcaster is perhaps also one of the things that got him ejected. I also this is going to really – I feel bad saying this because it's so hypocritical. There are times where I feel like I wish Van Gundy wouldn't go off script quite so much and be kind of so all over the place. That's just me and my preference and what I want to view. I know that I have that same issue when I'm on the radio, so I understand that's a really hypocritical thing for me to want, but there we have it. I don't want to watch me up there is what I'm saying, Sean. I don't want to watch me do basketball.
I understand. He is very pro Houston Texans though. This would be a great time. Yeah,
he's a low-key homer. And even with the Rockets, he was a low-key homer that went largely under the radar. I was always impressed that people outside of Houston didn't pick up on the fact that he was a low-key Rockets homer.
Yeah.
But definitely, he wears his Texans fandom on his sleeve.
CJ would be getting so much love on these broadcasts right now if Van Gundy were on there. So the 4 teams that are left are Minnesota and Dallas in the West, and then Boston and Indiana in the East. And here's my dilemma. Here's the issue. Somebody's got to win, right? Somebody's got to win. Let's say cancel the playoffs. Somebody's got to win this damn thing. And so if I'm picking a team based on the least annoying people that follow and root for these teams, because all 4 of these teams have some really annoying people who are going to end up, one or two of them are going to end up winning a championship. Who do I pick? Who are the least annoying out of these 4? I'll call them tag teams for these 4 teams, all right? If Minnesota wins the championship, Alex Rodriguez is one of the owners of the team, and Rudy Gobert is COVID patient 0 in the NBA. And also very annoying, and French. So Alex Rodriguez and Rudy Gobert, are you as annoyed by them as I am, Seth?
No, I'm not. Okay. A-Rod, I don't know. I'm not really annoyed by him anymore.
Okay.
I kind of enjoy him. I kind of enjoy him as a commentator.
Yeah.
So, and because he's not actively hurting any of my favorite sports teams at any given time, I'm not as annoyed by him.
TV's been good for A-Rod. TV's been good for him. All right, so Minnesota. Dallas, you're going to have Mark Cuban winning a championship, which he's done already several years ago, and Kyrie Irving, flat earth truther, winning a championship.
Kyrie Irving, going back to when Kyrie Irving didn't want to play with LeBron James, or got various coaches fired along the way, the flat earth stuff. there's still a part of me that just likes watching him play basketball.
Yeah.
So it's just like, as it is with athletes, very few of the athletes that you like also share all of your off-court or off-field opinions.
That's
Yeah. And you can't get too hung up on it.
True.
So, boy, it's weird. Cuban, I don't know. Cuban, I kind of have just put in a compartment in my brain as a guy, just try not to think about all that much.
Yeah.
So I'm not. No, I won't. They're not the leader of the pack for me right now.
Okay. So Minnesota doesn't really annoy you as much. Cuban and Irving, that tag team. All right, let's go to the East. Boston.
Bellhop, get Bill Simmons out of my face. There's a man harassing me in the lobby, trying to tell me that that Wilt Chamberlain wasn't actually that good.
Yes. Bill Simmons, nasal-voiced sports nerd, and Ben Affleck. Forlorn J-Lo lover and bad Brady roaster.
Wannabe Southie, Ben Affleck. Yeah.
Yes, wannabe Southie.
I'm to believe that Ben Affleck grew up in the slums of South Boston or something. Go die. Go die, Bill Simmons, Ben Affleck. This is a goal thing. This is the thing. I am convinced that there's nobody in Boston that likes either of those two. That's the only thing the Celtics have going for them right now in terms of me rooting for them, is that I think they hate Bill Simmons and Ben Affleck as much as Bill Simmons. I just every now and then I hear little clips of him here and there because I try to stay away from him. But like him debating over whether the chosen son should return to Boston from L.A. to go watch these games. No.
Hold up. He's debating whether he should go back to Boston to go see these games.
Well, it's tough with my schedule and everything. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't need to hear that. That's a good leader in the club. So if Boston wins, it means that we get a happy Bill Simmons and a happy, at least as happy as he can be since his marriage is falling apart, Ben Affleck. Yeah.
Less morose Ben Affleck.
Less morose. Good way to put it. If I can't be a Southie, I'm going to be one in every movie that I make.
A lot about going back to, it's one thing to, a lot of times people go back and get remarried a second time and it works out. Sometimes they both worked on each other and everything.
Yeah.
But like Ben Affleck's plan to salvage his life was to go back to his ex-wife who cannot stay in a relationship.
Right.
It's demonstrated, man.
That's true.
She ain't the staying married type. You idiot.
God, that's crazy. Two of the 6 people that I've named so far in this exercise have been with Jennifer Lopez, Alex Rodriguez, and Ben Affleck.
Yeah, she's a low-key,
She hops around.
Wait, who?
Alex Rodriguez was a J-Lo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, bro. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Last team, Indiana. If Indiana wins, in addition to all the people that Seth takes a run at in his inbreeding jokes, these 2 people will also be happy. Reggie Miller, awful NBA announcer, and Jim Irsay, Indianapolis resident.
I have a hard time with Jim Irsay. With each passing year, I get a little less comfortable making fun of Jim Irsay because he's a tortured soul in a lot of ways. And then the Pacers themselves, they haven't won a playoff game they had not won a playoff game since 2018.
Yeah.
And it's Indiana. Yeah. There's something about basketball in Indiana that I've never really been able to hate on the Pacers all that much.
Yeah, that was the hardest. This is the hardest one. This is the hardest one to come up with a pair for the Pacers.
Yeah, Reggie Miller. The one thing with Reggie Miller too is, it's so hard to reconcile what he was as a basketball player with what he's been as an announcer. And I know that he's way smarter than sometimes he comes off as an announcer. So I think it's more like I don't hate Reggie Miller the person. It's just that I don't understand why he says some of the things he says as an announcer. Yep. I wonder if sometimes he's just trying too hard and it gets in the way of his basketball opinions or something. But he doesn't. I have a hard time hating both those guys.
Yeah, that's the hardest one for me. I guess if I have to root for a team, it'll be Indiana. Unfortunately, they're playing the best team still left in the postseason, and that's Boston, who has the 2 most annoying super fans in Bill Simmons and Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Big problem.
I was happy to find out that Jim Irsay is healthy and doing well now, because that means you can go back to doing your Jim Irsay impression.
Yes.
I did find it odd that it took a full 4 or 5 months for him to come out and clarify that it was not a drug overdose 4 or 5 months ago.
Maybe
when they showed up his place and he was blue and what have you. I'm like, okay.
Maybe it took that long to find out. Maybe they're waiting for the test to come back.
Listen, on any other night it could have been,
right?
But it wasn't that night. Okay,
it took a long time. For the test to come back. Yeah,
like when like when a serial liar tells the truth. Like, no, this time I'm telling the truth.
Right. Yeah. Text message. Cuban is no longer the Mavs' majority owner. He sold 73% of the team to Miriam Adelson for $3.5 billion late last year. I know all this stuff. And pointing out who the control person is. Sir or ma'am, 1171, you're missing the point of the exercise. I don't give a crap that he's the part owner of the team, the whole owner of the team, I don't care. I don't want these people to be happy. That's the exercise.
This sounds like one of Mark Cuban's goons.
Yeah.
It sounds like one of his front office workers who couldn't stop sexually harassing people.
Right.
All right? So get off my text line, goon.
Stop textually harassing me, okay?
I'll never. The best, honestly, my favorite thing that ever happened in life was when Mark Cuban preened about stealing away Chandler Parsons from the Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
And then was an absolute zero for the Dallas Mavericks.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite things.
Chandler's knees.
Now, Mark Cuban's still doing all right. It didn't destroy him or anything, but still.
Is he? Someone tell me on the text page, how good is Mark Cuban doing? Sean, he's still a billionaire. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. And I know he wants the Mavericks to win this playoff, and I don't. All right?
Yeah, but still the Celtics by far based on just those two notable fans.
Yes, I'm glad we workshopped this because I'm on the same page with you on that one. All right, let's get back to the Astros. Good night last night. But we've got some big things coming up here. After they get done with this game today, there's a few big things coming up this weekend with this A's series that are going to that may have a big impact on the season moving forward here. We'll tell you what they are coming up next. But, Prize Picks. I came within a Jeremy Peña base hit.
D&M.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This one cranked to center field and deep. Going back, and that ball is gone. Dead central for John Singleton, and the Astros have tied it at 4.
You know, he's been really good, man. Like he's give you some quality at bats. He walks. You always feel like he's going to compete and give you a chance. And you don't see many people going straight center in this ballpark. And he hit it. He knew he pimped it. So I'm like, oh, you better be sure that ball leaves the yard, but it was a great swing.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Spada just listed 4 things there that do not fit the Jose Abreu description. You know, competitive at bats. He walks. Hits it to dead straight center field, like all these things. So, so that's we'll get into
at least the current version of Jose Abreu.
Current version, yeah. Back in the day, it was great, but it's not great anymore. So that was Singleton, big home run last night. Man, he's hit like 5 or 6 this year. It feels like they've all come in crucial situations. Like he's hit some big home runs at points in games to give the team the lead, or in this case last night, tie the game. But big one today. You get the W today, and you're 8-2 on the homestand, which was what we were hoping for before the homestand. 8-2 was what I was hoping for. You can take 2 out of 3 from the Brewers, and you get 1 mulligan against the 2 bad teams that you play. So 1:00 start today. Right now, Seth, they are 5 games back of the Mariners, and play them 3 times a week from now. So this is a big week coming up. They're 2 back, as a texter pointed out, of the Rangers. And we should point out, too, that over the next couple days, the Mariners are finishing up a 4-game series in New York against the Yankees, so we should be rooting for the Yankees here, right, I think? And then I know that's hard to say. That's why I say I think. But just purely from a practical standpoint, we should be rooting for the Yankees against the Mariners. And then the Rangers have 2 more left against the Philadelphia Phillies, who are a really good baseball team. I mean, the Astros could head into the weekend against the A's just a half a game back of the Texas Rangers for second place in the division, which when you consider where they were 2-3 weeks ago, the Astros, 10-20, 12-25, kind of now lurking back closer to 500. You could be playing on Friday this week to possibly overtake the Rangers when you take on the A's this weekend. You're right there. So
yeah, that John Singleton home run that we bumped in with, it's I was glad to hear Espada say that about, man, you better be sure pimping that center field home run, because we can remember Yordan Alvarez pimping a run to center field once. It ended up being short of the wall. I was a little bit nervous at that. I was a little bit nervous in that moment, but I think it speaks to maybe a lot of where John Singleton is just genuinely, for the first time in his entire Major League Baseball career, coming into his own. Now, that means that he's been about average as a Major League hitter. He's got a OPS plus, which is 97, which is right about smack dab in the middle of all Major League hitters. But when you combine the fact that he's got that power and that he has good at-bats, competitive at-bats, and then you add on to that the fact that he's made some really nice plays defensively since Jose Abreu left. All 3 of those things, like, you don't get with Jose Abreu unless he has genuinely gotten fixed when he's been down at West Palm Beach.
Yeah,
which might be, would that be the first time anybody in Major League Baseball has said, well, yes, this former perennial All-Star and MVP got himself right by going down to play rookie ball, but now he's back to himself.
Only one I can remember. It's the only one I can remember is this one. Yeah, if Abreu were to come back and actually turn into something, it would be quite the redemption story. I'm just not confident that it's going to happen. But yeah, like your point is a good one. Like, forget about what the numbers say. And the numbers say Singleton is way better than Jose Abreu. Like, light years better. And Jonathan Singleton is not even average by big league standards. But you look at their 2.
Every Major League Baseball players, yeah.
You look at their 2 Just watch them both bat. Watch them both hit. There's nothing about Singleton's at-bats that resemble Jose Abreu's at-bats. You know, like there's like Jose Abreu looks lost up there. He's chasing and he's waving. Jonathan Singleton doesn't have a great batting average or a great OPS. He's average. You know, he's OPS plus, like you said, Seth, of 97. So he's right there smack dab in the middle. But it's not because he's chasing balls or looking silly up there. It's just, you know, when he swings, sometimes he makes great contact and sometimes he doesn't. But his eye is spot on, you know?
Yeah. So the Jose Abreu thing really is going to be a huge test for Espada. If, you know, I don't think Espada is the guy who's clamoring to get Jose Abreu back and, we got to get him up here and we absolutely have to work with him. I think he's being a good soldier and doing what he has to do. But his test is going to be, okay, exactly how do you get him these at-bats without, first and foremost, I think maybe destroying the confidence of John Singleton or taking him out of any kind of groove, but also just like how are you gonna pinch hit him? He's pinch hit like 2 or 3 times in his entire career, and yet that might be the best, especially now that you're winning baseball games again, and there might be some opportunities even to pinch hit him when you have a lead or whatever it might be. Like it's got to be a smorgasbord, I think, of different ways to bring him back into the game, but I don't think it needs to be that he has to start at first base every other game to see whether he's back for real or not.
Here's Joe Espada, Astros manager, talking about how they plan to mix Jose Abreu back into the fold here.
For us to see the adjustment he's made and get him back going, he's going to have to play. You know, if he agreed to go down there and make those adjustments and agree going down there, we're going to have to play him to get the results. Once he gets up here, we'll talk and we'll figure out what's the best way for him to help us win games, because there's all the guys that I've produced and they're playing really well. So it's important for us everyone to contribute and for us to get where we want to get to. We all got to continue to play together as a team.
All right, so that's Joe Espada. So he's going to play. Like they're not going to bring him back up and then sit there and then use him every 3 days as a pinch hitter late in games. I don't know who you would pinch hit him for at this point. That's the thing. Like if you brought him up just as a bat like a bat on the bench, every other player right now that plays for the Astros every day is a better hitter than Jose Abreu is. Every single one, even the ones that were struggling at times this year, like Jake Myers isn't struggling anymore. Mauricio Dubon is a consistent bat for you when he's in the lineup there. Both your catchers can hit, Right. Yeah, I mean, like you're trying to figure out exactly how you're going to rotate all these outfielders in that you can. Then you need to get, like, Chas McCormick. Like, who needs to get more at-bats at this point for the long term of this team? Chas McCormick or Jose Abreu? Chas McCormick, yes.
Right.
Chas McCormick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good problem to have when you've got all these other guys who are playing well and you got to try to figure out who the at-bats, how you're going to get all these at-bats. I'd rather see Trey Cabbage, who's not on the Major League roster anymore. I'd rather have him try to figure out how to get Trey Cabbage's at-bats. But, yeah, there's going to be a time where there's going to be so many times now where all of a sudden Abreu's the DH instead of somebody that genuinely deserves the at-bats.
I mean, if he starts DHing him, I mean, he would be the first ever DH. He got to be one of the first ever DHs whose batting average this deep into the season is barely 100.
Well, on a good team, at least.
On a good team, yeah, you're right.
The Astros technically aren't a good team right now, but they've been playing like a good team as of late.
A non-tanking team. How's that?
I'll go back to the home run hitter there for the Astros back in 2014, and so
Chris Carter.
Yeah, Chris Carter. Chris Carter may have been. Remember
he was fun.
I know he was fun when
all or nothing.
But he wasn't fun as often as he should have been.
No, he was fun on a bad team. He would not be as fun on a good team. The person who was pointing out the percentage ownership of Mark Cuban on the text page 1171, who I got a little snarky with, turns out he knows you, Seth. He is Scott the window cleaner. He said, "Tell Seth this is Scott the window cleaner," and he points out multiple times with multiple exclamation points how much he hates Dallas, and that's all the point that he was making. I just don't want Cuban to get credit. That's all.
Scott the window cleaner has offered me many times in the last decade to go out and shadow him. Just go out and spend a day with the window cleaners.
So he's on those high-rise window cleaners. He's like a legit window. Oh boy. Oh no.
He caught me on a day back when I used to drink a lot, I think, and I agreed to it, and then I realized afterwards, oh no, I don't want to be on that. I don't want to be on that platform. When I was over at your apartment at the draft, and they had the window cleaner cables out by, and I was looking. It was a windy. It's always windy on the 15th floor.
Yeah.
And I was looking down at the window cleaner platform, and oh god, there's no, I can't do it. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry.
Those guys,
I can't do it.
Those guys at our building aren't even cleaning windows; they're replacing windows. Would be.
They're maneuvering heavy slabs of glass into place.
Yes. Yeah.
150 feet above the air. Oh no.
No.
God bless you, Scott. I'm sorry that I may have before I realized it was you, Scott. I think I may have said to go die. I retract my wish that you go die.
Right. Well, yes, I gotta tell. Especially someone who's in a vocation like that, who's 1,000 feet in the air every day. Yeah. So someone.
Yeah, it's like saying break a leg to a theater person.
Same exact
I
thing.
say to the window cleaners, go die.
Go die. Yeah.
Go die today. Yeah.
And then pat him on the butt and say, go get him. Yeah. Go die. Yeah. You're the man.
Maybe that's one of those professions that's actually safer than you'd expect because they have all the safety precautions and everything.
I don't want to find out.
Maybe the actual accident rate and everything isn't all that high.
Heights. I do not do heights, man, at all. John Lopez is here. Are you afraid of heights, John?
You can have that job.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily afraid of heights. Although when you get to those super duper high rise in Chicago, New York, or wherever, here.
Yeah.
And you look down.
Yeah.
That's a little freaky.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do it, but I don't know if I'm afraid of heights, but it's just a little freaky.
Oh, man.
But window cleaning?
No.
Hell no.
Yeah.
There's a building in New York City now that I went to a few years ago where they've got a glass floor.
Yes.
On a platform that's cantilevered out
Ooh.
over.
Oh.
So, this platform is cantilevered out over however 100 plus stories down below, and you can stand on the glass floor.
Oh, my legs are getting jelly just hearing you say that. No.
They serve alcohol, which is nice.
Okay.
That's how I got my courage.
that makes it better.
Yeah.
It gives you the courage, John.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It does. So how excited were you guys to hear Tank Dell was practicing yesterday?
Oh, man.
That was big news to me, I think.
It made national news.
Yeah.
I mean, dude got shot no matter what, if it's flesh wound or anything in between. Got shot.
He got shot. Someone had a close-up picture of him. Not a close-up picture of him, but someone took a picture of him at practice yesterday, fairly close to him, probably from me to you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little further back, probably 10 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah.
And it was his right, his right leg was the one facing the camera. It was a side shot of him. And I was looking at his leg. I'm like, man, I wonder if you can see. And there was a little dot on his right thigh. And I'm like, I wonder if that was the wound right there.
Yeah.
Which, if so, is just a little tiny dot. It wasn't like that. That's pretty quick healing right there.
Yeah, that is. If it's just already looking
just
like
dot,
that.
I mean, he's running around.
Like an old scar.
Yeah, he didn't have a suture on it or anything like that. He looked good, man.
He looked
and
good.
this is not a David Johnson he looked good.
No,
I can assure you he looked like himself.
No, he looked good.
I know you guys are a little. I know you're a little nervous about when I give my evaluation on these things.
I actually was just giddy about looking at all those receivers running routes.
Yeah, it was cool.
And catching balls from CJ.
It felt great.
I meant to look this up earlier. I was curious to see if Tank Dell could have bragging rights over Joey Porter Sr., who was shot in the buttocks back in 2000.
What'd you find out?
He got shot. It was reported on August 31st. He missed the first 2 games of the season and ended up playing on September 21st that year. So from now on, when anybody gets shot in the leg, I'm gonna give him 3 weeks to come back.
That's it.
And yeah.
Don't care.
All right, if you're not as tough as Tank Dell or Joey Porter, then I don't need you on this football team.
I want tough guys on this team.
You can hear people like overbearing dads. I know you got shot. Look at Tank Dell. He was back in 3 weeks.
Rub some dirt on it, man. All right. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, I will see you tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and so forth to you.
Thank you very much. We are out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
What's the right way to lose? If you're gonna have to handle a loss, what's the right way to lose?
Not like the Indiana Pacers last night.
That was one of the most pathetic
it's your guy.
ways to lose. It wasn't. I don't think it was his fault.
Well, he told him not to foul. That was the problem.
Well, that's idiotic.
Yeah,
I don't know why any coach would not foul up 3.
Yeah,
that's idiotic.
That's the only part. The timeout, you can argue either way.
Well, the timeout,
and the guy had his hands on the ball.
Just turn the ball over in the middle of the court.
Yes.
Like you throw it out, it goes out of bounds, and then they get to set up a play. If you're going to turn it over, just turn it over in the middle of the court.
Just throw it. No, that was I actually thought of you, and I'm not picking on you because I'm a big fan as well, but I'm like, ooh.
I mean, you outcoach for 47 minutes, and then you go out there and
do that. Like you could tell, he told him not to foul because the guy was just like standing straight up, and I was like, no, man, that's the oldest thing in the book right there. When you're up 3, with that few and 7 seconds was the dicey part.
Like, I'm fouling with 7. I'm fouling with 20. I mean, I'm not that. I'm sticking to the philosophy. Like it's just, we're fouling, brother. Yeah. Like that is not even hesitating whether or not to foul.
I thought that was just a bad decision by a great coach.
Yeah, and I mean that one's got to hurt. Mm-hmm. We haven't experienced high pressure basketball in a long time, but that one, of all the ways to lose, that one has got to hurt. Astros back in the win column. They get the dub. Are we just kind of setting ourselves up to have to realize what we realized a while ago about this baseball team?
You know what I take away?
Are you starting to buy in?
No, but I do think this is the life we're going to live with. This is the life we're going to live with the Astros this year. Like, oh, hey man, they might be back. Hey man, they might make a run. Maybe not. I mean, I think last night gave us signs of both of those things. Like, oh, okay. Clutch win, the clutch gene is still there. Some dude named Taylor Scott, who's having a really good season, picked up the slack. They're like, okay, maybe these are the Astros, and then you still have some questions as well. This is going to be it. You're up, you're down. You're confident, you're not confident. This is the life we have with the Astros.
What are the signs that you're seeing? Because you say they're up, they're down. Like what you described yesterday's game as kind of a roller coaster. What made you what got you on that high and what got you on that low?
I'm gonna give you one of my favorite analogies. I know it's one of your favorites as well. It was a rum and coke game. You're up, you're down. You're out. You don't know which one you are. Okay, so here are the signs that the Astros are like, okay, all right, maybe they got something going on here. I mentioned Taylor Scott. That was huge. That was huge that he could bridge all the way to the final 3, even though Abreu gave it up a little bit, but still. So you're feeling good. They didn't have a good starting effort. Another sign, Josh Hader. That was really big. He's starting to come back a little bit. Another good sign that maybe they're on their way up. Jordan and Tucker. I mean, they're just so crucial. They're just so crucial to this team every game. I mean, like you can talk about other guys, etc. And then I mentioned the clutch gene. That looked like an old-fashioned Astros late inning. Everybody pile on. Caratini or whomever it was, I forget. With the big hit. You're thinking, all right, there's something there. Then there's the signs. That, okay, are we seeing something that's not really there? What's the latest with Alex Bregman?
What do you mean?
Well, he was back, right?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, now he's 2 for his last 15, batting 133.
Well, yesterday was the last day of the Trillburger Taco, I think. I saw that, so maybe his mind's in other places.
Yeah. Another sign that maybe we're being...
The Breggy Bomb Taco?
Yeah.
Did you try that, Figgy?
Nah, I didn't.
It actually sounds not too bad, but anyway... Another sign that we might be getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit. Starting pitching. What is starting pitching right now with the Astros?
You don't know what you're going to get, even with the best guys.
You don't, and you don't have a lot of confidence. And then there was this one. And, boy, I was giving Joe Espada the benefit of the doubt so many times for so long this season. He went for it in the bottom of the 9th inning, and I'm thinking, all right, this is good. Runner on second base, no outs. Good job. I liked it. He pinch ran for Diaz with Dubon, and then he pinch hit Caratini for McCormick, and I'm thinking Landry Locker is at the edge of his seat right now. Bunt the guy to third.
Always bunt.
1 out. Somebody's going to bring that some gun in, right? He didn't bunt. You got Caratini up there, can handle the bat. You got a runner on second, nobody out, bottom of the ninth. Instead, he let him hit, and we know how that ended. Dubon ended up stranded on second base. So what are they?
I mean, they're a good team. They're not a great team.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at with the Astros.
I think you're right. We can get ahead of ourselves and know that they're they got something going, and then all of a sudden you're like, this isn't the squad that we thought it was.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're not a great team. That's where I would be. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. DeMeco Ryans. Now, we haven't heard from Stephon Diggs. He hasn't spoken. But DeMeco Ryans did speak about Stephon Diggs. This is what DeMeco had to say about Stephon Diggs. And I want to answer the question on the follow-up. What the hell does this mean? Here was DeMeco Ryans first talking about acquiring Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
All right, and why did you acquire him? And this is where I'm trying to figure out what does DeMeco mean here?
I think it's just Diggs. It's no, for sure, man. Diggs is, as I always said, man. Everybody sees what he can do in the plays that he's able to make. So yeah, I'm fired up to add him because he's such a dynamic playmaker. He has many different skill sets, but you put on the tape, this guy is a playmaker.
It's just Diggs, huh?
You know what I think that is? I think that's DeMeco's way of saying what I've been saying all along. What the hell are you talking about? He's our number one guy. I mean, he's Diggs. It's like,
you think he's the number one guy?
Yes.
I don't know. There's some nice cameos yesterday by Tank Dell and Nico Collins.
Hey, that would be great. That would be great if you get a couple 1,000-yard receivers in the mix. But like he kind of put it very succinctly. Like I've been saying, they're paying him like a number one. He's been a number one. His stats say he's a number one. He's the number one guy. DeMeco just said it very succinctly. He's Diggs. What the heck you think is going on? Why the heck you think we got him? He's Diggs. I mean, he's a stud. I don't think there's a lot of mystery here. I really don't. Like, why'd you get him? Do you realize who we're talking about?
Are you disappointed he wasn't there yesterday?
A little bit, but I kind of get it. He's a veteran. He's a real veteran, not like Titus Howard. And he kind of can go at his own pace or whatever. But he has been Now, he did say he's been in the building. Yeah, he's been doing stuff.
He's done some Insta posts.
Yeah, so that's good. He just didn't want to go do all that stuff.
I mean, what about Tunsil not showing up? Well, how do we feel about that? Is that just like whatever?
Same as always.
Okay, but I mean, when does that get old?
Well, when he doesn't produce. When it starts, because like for all the things that he's
when
done,
he's trying to make a team.
Well, also when you start seeing it on the field in the regular season, because the guy, we can talk about his run blocking, all that, of course, but I mean he's never taken a step back. It's how he does it.
I just don't. I guess I know Clint wants the guys there. He's talked about it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of thirsty for football, thirsty for guys to be there, all bought in, whatever. But they got their own routines. I was a little surprised Diggs wasn't there. We haven't heard from Diggs either, but we did hear DeMeco speak on him. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So I don't know. Yesterday, I actually ended up calling Figgy at about 10 o'clock. I was in a hotel, and there's some dude at the end of the table, and I don't really know what to make of it, but it was an older fella, and he was trying to find some action around here.
Oh God!
And I was like, he's like, where the party at? He's probably like, he had to have been close to 50. OG dude, looked a little bit young.
Oh man,
he was a brother.
Yeah.
So I called Figgy to ask him where it's popping for a 50-year-old brother, because I don't know.
That's not a race card.
No, I mean, there's different ideas.
Different
of popping.
vibes.
Yeah,
man.
That's not a race card.
There's different
vibes.
There's different ideas of popping. So I mean, I don't think he wanted to go to Kirby Ice House or anything like
He
that.
didn't want to go to the Rustic.
Yeah,
he didn't want to go to Rustic or anything like that.
That's a good example.
So Figgy didn't answer. So I called Leroy at the front desk.
Oh, boy. We're starting to get into a gray area here.
Well, Leroy told me where the guy should go.
Yeah.
And he said Urban Social right there. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I used to walk across the street because I lived there. And it is always popping, and there's older brothers there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Urban Social. So the more I talk to the guy, the more I'm like, all right, there's something weird about this dude. Because first he's saying that he came in town for his son's graduation, and the story's just not really lining up. So he's saying he went to the graduation, but then he's saying he was driving yesterday, and it's not really, the story is not really adding up. He asked me multiple times, so how are the police out here? And I was like, what? He's like, well, the police. He's like, I don't want to get arrested on my son's graduation. And I'm like, what do you mean? He asked me it literally 6 times, how are the police out here? I'm like, I don't know, just go chill. He's like, well, I don't want to get drunk and mess around and get arrested. And I'm like,
well, don't drive when you're drunk.
No, I don't know. He was talking about like
just being
getting
drunk.
a ride and all that.
You got to do a lot to get arrested for being drunk.
Yeah.
Dude, he said it like probably 7 times. What about the cops? What about the cops? And I was like, okay, is this guy like wanted or something like that? Like what exactly are we doing here? Because he said it probably 6 times. So I sent him to Urban Social. Got off the elevator at the hotel today. That son of a gun is walking on the elevator looking in the same damn clothes.
Oh, man.
Rough as I'll try not to make eye contact, man. And sure enough, I did.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it was popping there, man. It was popping, man. Appreciate it. I was like, yes, sir. Just kept it moving.
That sounds like a guy that's got some things going on.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
But I just know he said it multiple times, and the story wasn't really adding up, because on one hand he's saying that he was in town for his son's graduation last week.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, he's saying he was driving from Georgia yesterday, and he keeps asking about the cops getting arrested at Urban Social and all this.
He's got something going on. It could be pretty simple, like he doesn't have insurance, car insurance, whatever. He doesn't want to get stopped and go to jail. But it could be something more.
But he was getting an Oob.
Oh, well, that changes things.
So I don't know. Like, does he just get nuts?
He must be a wild drunk.
What if he's like a wanted or something like that?
Or maybe he's wanted. He didn't tell you his name?
I didn't ask.
Yeah.
I just told him where to go.
Dude. Yeah, no, there's definitely something going on with this cat. That's for sure.
He came in.
So you're talking like 7 or 8 this morning he's walking in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nobody that age does that very often. Now, I get if you're out of town, you might cut loose or something, but man, I can't tell you the last time I can't remember the last time I stayed up all night.
Well, he wanted to find something.
Yeah.
Let him know what the deal was and went about my business.
Good gracious. And still no power?
This morning it came on.
Atta baby.
Yeah, so I got I'm gonna go to the grocery store. We got the daughter's 9-month appointment, and then I'm gonna go to the grocery store and then
to the house.
Hopefully get the air circulating and go to the house.
You know what's weird?
115 hours strong with no power.
You know what's weird? And I guess it's understandable. A lot of people, when your kids get older, go through this. Like, I love my children, like, dearly, more than I love life itself, just like you're supposed to. And they've been spending, the night at our house, and both of them got their power. My daughter ended up getting hers yesterday evening. So both of them got their power last night, or yesterday. I was so happy that they left. I was so happy that they finally left. And it wasn't for them. It was like, whew, okay.
It's always like that. Whenever we get visitors coming in from out of town, it's
These
like,
are my kids.
It's fun. But once they leave, whew.
I'm like, oh, I love you, but there's the door. You better go check on your place. I didn't even feel that guilty about it.
No, you don't
got to, man.
No, you want your own spot, man. Even like living in a hotel, which whatever. I mean, it's not. Yeah. It could be a lot worse. So shout out to all the people that got it worse. I'm not. Yeah. But you wake up, you don't want to turn the lights on because you don't want to wake up the baby.
And then their dog starts barking.
My dog's there too. So the dog's sitting there. You go. The restroom's like literally 3 feet away.
Yeah.
So you go in the restroom. You're tiptoeing in the restroom. Yeah. You're coming out. I grabbed the wrong key, so I just drove her whip here.
Yeah.
It's just get me back to the house, please.
It's nothing better than your own bed, man.
I'm just telling you, man.
No,
hotel beds are good, too.
I think there is, though. I think there is something better than your own bed. I'm not disagreeing, and I'm not saying it's not a one seat. I think your own bathtub and own shower. I think that's the real difference maker, because no matter how nice the hotel shower is, you just don't get the same feel of getting
routine.
Freshened up in
Yeah,
bathroom.
you don't have the routine.
So I would say it's a battle between your own bathroom and your own bed.
And
you combine the two, you got an elite duo.
Even when you go on vacation, you might enjoy that vacation, but when you're on your way home, it's like, oh, I can't wait to get in my bed.
Oh yeah, you don't want vacation to end, but then when you're home, you're like, ah. Yeah. And the funny thing about like how I felt last night is like all three of my kids, when they left for college, I mean, I bawled. Like I cried like a baby.
You cried the most when the middle son left?
No, all three of them. Like, because it's like, oh, I mean, I just did not want them to leave. And now I'm like, yeah, it looks like your power's back on. Let me help you with some of that stuff.
Did y'all get y'all power back? Let me make a call and let me see what's going on.
Yeah, I turned into a Karen.
Let me send them an email.
Yeah. On the text line, we got some theories here on the brother that I sent to Urban Social that was worried about the 5-0. 0061, hit the race card. 0061, you're out of control, son.
Race car!
He asked if he had a Bluetooth headset. He actually did. He actually did. So you kind of nailed it there. 713 says that was code for where can I find some drugs. Someone else says he was soliciting a hooker. That's what he's asking about. Why wouldn't he have just said that?
Yeah, you can ask that.
I would have said I don't know where to help you there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what
I mean, that could be a thing. He probably trying to fill you out too, because he don't know what you do.
Well,
he might be trying to fill you out.
Guide you in the right
Maybe
direction,
that's a code.
While we're on this topic, I meant to bring this up yesterday and I forgot. I might have had the worst race card in the history of race cards on the elevator yesterday.
Why is that?
I'm embarrassed to even say. So I get on the elevator behind this. I let this woman get on the elevator in front of me. It's an African-American woman.
Oh, God.
She's standing behind me. Another guy gets on.
You asked her what she thought about Diddy.
No. Another guy gets on. So I have my back to her.
Yeah.
And she says, well, the good news is it's already Tuesday. The week is moving by. And I completely ignored her. You know why? Because I thought she was talking on her Bluetooth. She was talking to me.
Race car!
Oh, man.
She was talking to me. And I finally snapped and went, oh, yeah, it's moving right along.
Why do the brothers like Bluetooth so much? Especially the OGs. The OGs love the Bluetooth.
I think the older people love the Bluetooth so much because remember when the Bluetooth dropped? That was something amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, wow, you don't have a headset? You could just, a nice little Bluetooth? And I think they just stuck to it, man.
I know I turned red. Like, because it was like a good 3 or 4 seconds before I snapped. Like, maybe she's talking to me. And I turned around and she was. And I went, oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Bluetooth strong in the community, man.
Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans, You've Changed. And the change didn't take too long. We'll tell you what we're talking about next.
Yep, Low T Center right now, lowtcenter.com.
in big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick him up and call you God.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your chap, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Damn, DeMeco, you've changed. What happened, man? What happened?
DeMeco's changed.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. He's changed his tune a little bit. This was DeMeco Ryans before the schedule came out, talking about prime time games.
And when the schedule is released, whatever it is, we're excited to go play ball. I don't care where it is, when it is. Like, our team will be ready to go. We're excited about every game. There's not one game that's that I look at more so than the other. Every game is important. We're trying to stack more in the win columns, right? That's what it's all about. for me. Schedule release is a part of it. It's a lot of hoopla about and speculation about who's playing where, prime time. When the ball is kicked off, we don't care how many cameras are on us. We don't care what network has the game. Like, we're trying to be the best football team on the field that day. All the outside stuff, it really doesn't matter to us. It's just noise.
Okay, well, let's hear what he said yesterday. Now that we know that the Texans have 6 primetime games, DeMeco, let's hear what you think about this now, sir.
With the schedule release, we of course everyone's excited about the schedule and what we have in store. I think for us, the guys have earned the right to really have the nationally televised games. For me, I know it's a big deal for everybody with the national televised games. More people get to see, what we're about. For me, it's all about, our team going out and playing great football. Whatever day we're scheduled to play, whoever we're scheduled to play, we just have to go out and be the best team that day. But, I know our fans are fired up and excited about all of the games that we get on national television. It's good. It's good for the organization. It's a good spot to be in. The most national televised games we've had, as an organization. So it is a credit to everyone around this building, not just the team, but everyone for the work that they put in.
He was not talking like that just 2 minutes ago.
So he's a little bit more fired up now, DeMeco. A little bit. Still got the little bit of coaching hardo there, but DeMeco's a little bit more fired up about this primetime games. Is this just as simple as until you know it's happening, you don't want to fully embrace it and fully buy in? Or...
I think it's simple. I think, we always tell people, read the room, man. No, he read the room. He realized this might be a little bit more important to people in this building and outside than I thought. I still think he believes. He said it again. You just referenced it. Like, we just want to be the best team on the field that day. But he was a little more, I guess, welcoming of the attention and all the excitement around it. I think he read the room properly. Like, okay, yeah, this is a kind of a big deal,
It's big deal. 6 primetime games, man.
Yes, very, very big deal.
And I think CJ likes it. Like, I think there are probably some quarterbacks that don't. I think that the most important thing for this, and I do think it's a disadvantage to not have the routine that you become used to with all the noon games. But I think the one thing that they do have going for them is I think CJ likes this. I think CJ likes to perform. I think the lights are the brightest.
No, you're right.
Cliche. I think CJ Stroud truly enjoys those types of games, those types of moments. I know Seth and Sean played Cade Stover saying he prefers the noon because he doesn't like to be all cooped up in a hotel and whatnot. But I think CJ prefers the primetime games. I think that is his jam. That is what he likes.
No, it is a cliche, but I often say that the cliches are there because they're true. And I think CJ Stroud is one of those guys. Hell, go back to college, and the big games he had at the end of his career there, where he performed the best outside of that Michigan game. But it's still
that was a nooner.
Oh, that's right.
That was an 11.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think he likes those moments.
I think he lives
thrives
for it.
on them.
I think he lives for it.
He thrives on them.
And I think DeMeco's eventually going to live for it too. And I do wonder, is this going to be something? Because right now, like, Indianapolis has less primetime games. I do wonder, is that a little bit more, like, do they have a scheduling advantage? Does Indianapolis have a scheduling advantage because they're not playing on Christmas? Because I keep hearing it, and it's actually kind of driving me nuts. I think we got the promo even running with it. I can't understand how the final few games of the season, the 10-game stretch with Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore, I don't get why that's being discussed as like some sort of bad break. I think it's a good break. I think it's a good break to have. And I heard Clint and Ron talking about it yesterday. I was like, well, would you want to sprinkle New England in that instead? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to have the advantage over New England no matter what, right?
Yes.
Your opponents are already decided. So you already knew you were going to play these teams. You're going to have the advantage over New England, whether it's a regular week, whether it's a short week, whatever. You're going to have the advantage. You should expect to beat New England.
Mm-hmm.
You should expect to beat the bad teams that you're going to play. You should expect that.
Totally agree.
Vikings, you should expect that.
Totally agree.
So you don't need an extra advantage with them. If you come off a bye week against Miami, because there's a case to be made that no matter what, like in most cases in a normal week, Miami's going to have the advantage over you.
Yes.
There's a case to be made. Maybe not. But if you're coming off the bye week and you're facing Miami instead of facing them in a normal week, you have an advantage over the good squad.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore. Don't even think a case needs to be made. Until proven otherwise, Baltimore's a better football team than you, right?
Yeah.
So in a normal week, they're going to be a better football team than you.
Mm-hmm.
If you get to face them on a short week and they're coming to your place on a Wednesday on Christmas, then you have an advantage over Baltimore. So two of the really good teams that you're facing, although it's a 10-day stretch, although they're playing the same stretch you are. Kansas City's going to be playing as many games in as many days as you are.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore's going to be on as much rest as you are. You're going to have more rest than Miami. Two of the teams that might be better football teams than you have a significant advantage against those squads. That's why I just don't understand, unless we were just drawing out of a hat and saying, okay, you're going to draw your opponents. Of course I wouldn't want to draw Miami and Baltimore. I would rather draw the Panthers.
Yeah.
But the Panthers aren't on the schedule. We already knew who the opponents were. That 10-game stretch is actually a break. It's not tough. You don't spread it out. You all that. Like, if you're going to beat New England, you're going to beat New England.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter if you're doing it in that 10-day stretch, unless you just subscribe to some sort of theory that this is like you're going to fight Mike Tyson or something like that. Like, I don't know if you're any more worn out after you play the Chiefs than you are after you play the Patriots. Like, there's some teams that stink. They're very physical and you're more sore. So I just don't understand this notion that is actually a break. That is not a tough stretch.
And I'm going to add this to that because I think it's very important. If these were all noon games, Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, and then at Tennessee, if they were all noon games, I'd take 2 wins out of that 4, right? 2 out of those 4?
Sure, yeah.
Miami at Kansas City, Baltimore, and at Tennessee.
2-2 December would be nice.
No, I'm saying, but let's say they were all noon games.
Yeah.
I would take it. Well, you have a better chance at least 2 wins in this schedule because Miami is coming off a bye.
You got a bye.
And Baltimore's coming to your place on a short week.
On Christmas.
Yes.
Yes.
And Baltimore, oh, by the way, also plays 3 games in 10 days.
Yes. So these teams are doing the same thing that you're doing, except they're having to get on a plane and come to your spot, and except they're not coming off a bye week.
Yeah.
If I tell you, hey, all right, you're gonna have to take Lopez, you're gonna have to take 17 tests.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them are gonna be easy. 3 of them are gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Now, would you rather have an extra week to prepare for the hard test, or would you rather have an extra week to prepare for the easy test?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Would you rather have to travel to take the hard test, or would you rather do it in your backyard and have that advantage?
Exactly.
It's very easy.
Exactly. Again.
We're not drawing names out of a hat for the opponent. We knew who the opponents were.
Yeah. I just think it's simple addition and subtraction math. I'll take Miami coming off a bye week to start that streak. So you're going to be fresh. And then I'll take Baltimore at home on a short week. By the way, they're playing 3 games in 10 days as well, every day of the week. And I'll take 2 wins out of those 4.
Yeah.
I'm not greedy.
Yeah.
I'll take 2. And then we'll see what happens at KC and at Tennessee.
That's just...
It's simple.
It lays out
It's
well.
simple.
But do it depends how the team is actually doing that season, though, because it could be a thing where the Texans might be trying to fight to get in the playoffs or something like that. And now we're looking at that stretch like, damn, we got to win. We got to win the 3 out of 4 or something like that.
Now, that's different. If you have to win 3 out of 4 to whatever, get the playoffs, that's different. And yes, you're right. But the math isn't going to change whether you need those games or not.
Because let's just say you lose to Baltimore week 2.
Yeah.
Instead of or week 3, instead of playing New England, you play Baltimore. It's going to even out, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't like it just.
You got to play the teams.
Yeah.
So there's no easy way to set it.
Coming up next, baseball spo. Jose Abreu is coming back. Why? Next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. Orchard never left. They're there for you when you need them.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
All right, Adam Spillane joins us every Wednesday. Talk a little Astros. 1040. Spo, what are we doing with Abreu? Why is he coming back? I don't even want to bury the lead. What are we doing here? What's going on?
He thinks he's ready, and I think they think that he is getting close to being ready, and I don't think that they would bring him back if both sides didn't feel that way. Remember in April in Mexico City, he said that he was embarrassed by the way that he was playing. So I don't think that he would want to put himself through that again if he didn't feel like he could contribute at least, close to the level that they expected from him when they signed him. Now, will that happen? Who knows? It's one of those things we have to wait and see, but he's going to come at some point. They weren't going to just leave him in South Florida for the rest of the season and then for the remainder of the contract. So at some point they were going to have to see, well, they paid him too much money. And that's what this is. If he were on a 1-year deal for $5 million, he probably would have been DFA'd long ago. But because they gave him $58.5 million and because they've got more than a season, they got more than half of that left, they've got to try and make sure that they go through every single avenue to make sure that he is as cooked as maybe we all feel he is. Because the only thing worse than burning that money is burning that money and then having him come back with another team and figure it out.
Well, what happens if he does the same stuff that we've seen him do for a long time? Then what? Then are we done? Like, is this a last ditch effort, or is it just we're going to have to, for better or worse, have him here? Like, what happens if we see more of the same?
I think that this is a make or break scenario now. If he plays at the level that he was playing at before he left, then I think that they probably will move on, or at least they will have to move on, because then it's just not fixable, and he's hurting the team. He is hurting their ability to win games. But they believe that he is a ceiling raiser for them if they get the Abreu they thought they were signing 18 months ago.
But is he even going to play? I mean, because I know Dana Brown said today that he's not even sure if he would be starting.
There have been mixed signals from both the manager and the general manager in the last couple of days about this. Dana Brown said Sunday that he thought he might be a platoon situation. I will tell you, Joe Espada had no idea that Dana Brown was going to go on the team's pregame show on Sunday and say that they were close to bringing Abreu back. And then Espada on Monday said that he's probably going to play every day. So it's just one of those things. I think they're going to play it by ear. It might be based on matchups. But they need to see what he can do just so that they have a clearer picture of what he is.
If he doesn't play, then I know they can afford it. I mean, they're spending a lot of money and they want to bring him back. But can this roster afford to have him if he's not playing when the margins are so small?
Yeah, I think it can, John, just because you've seen Espada really use his bench a lot this season. He loves to go to pinch hitters in late inning situations. So there will be times where they might want to pinch hit for one of their left-handed hitters, and they can bring Abreu off the bench and do that.
Oh, great!
It's not something that he's done a lot of over the course of his career, but he can. But I'm sure that he can do it. But it really doesn't matter, because if he starts games and he's not hitting, then he's not gonna play anyways, and he's probably not gonna be on the roster. So I think that they will probably give him opportunities to start at first base, probably against left-handed pitching, and then they'll go from there. And if he is crushing left-handed pitchers, then they'll give him a chance to hit against righties. And if he crushes the righties, then hey, you've got your everyday first baseman. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not, but they've got to make sure they know what they have in him before they make any final decisions on him just because of the money.
So Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Astros heating up a little bit, got the dub last night. So who's making the lineup? That's my question. Like, who's making the lineup? Is Joe Espada
making the lineup? Is Dana Brown making the lineup? I mean, who's making this decision? Because I would think, and I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if he's a good manager. I would think Joe Espada probably likes the way that the vibe is right now and how they're playing. And now we're bringing Abreu here. Whose decision is this?
I mean, I think ultimately the 26-man roster decision is up to Dana Brown. What happens with how that 26-man roster is deployed is going to be up to Joe Espada. But just listening to Espada talk on Monday, like, he seems to be all in on wanting to get Abreu back as well. And you heard him, I'm sure you guys have played it, where Espada talked about how important he is to this team. And Espada was asked, flat out, are you worried at all about, kind of rocking the boat with the way that the team is playing? And he says, Jose Abreu is part of this team. And I think that Dana Brown and Espada both believe that Jose Abreu raises their ceiling if it's the Jose Abreu they thought they were getting when they signed him back in whenever it was, December of 2022.
How would you describe the state of starting pitching right now, given recent events? I know they won last night thanks to Taylor Scott, but and the bullpen, but starting pitching has not shown itself very much lately.
Well, this turn through the rotation has not been a good one. Verlander was okay against Milwaukee the other day on Saturday. Kind of ran into a tough inning and a couple of tough at-bats. Then you have Framber kind of blows up on Monday. Javier wasn't very good on last night, but the turn before that, they were great. So, it's everything can be a little inconsistent, and I think that's what they're looking at right now. They have had inconsistent starting pitching now for a good portion of the season, and I think that this last week has shown that, but the bullpen has stepped up, and this bullpen was supposed to be really good, and I think some guys have maybe overperformed. Like, I didn't expect Taylor Scott to have a 1.80 ERA at this point of the year, but he does. He's been really reliable for them. And now you're seeing the guys at the back end really start to pitch well. I know Brian Abreu gave up the homer last night. That's the cheapest home run you're ever going to allow. Presley has come back and pitched well the last couple of days. And then Josh Hader's basically been unhittable for the last, 11 outings or so.
Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Final question, Spo. You're up 3 with 11 seconds left. Are you fouling?
Every single time.
Thank you.
Every single time. I don't understand. And listen, sometimes the circumstances are tough. Like I saw the play yesterday, and it wasn't real easy for Siakam to give the foul on that spot. But I've been amazed this season at how bad teams are at executing that. It cost the Rockets at least the Rockets had 3 games this season where they failed to execute that play, and they wound up losing 2 of the games in overtime. So it's pretty baffling how bad teams are at this.
Yeah, it is amazing. And then you hear people explain it. They're like, well, if they get the offensive rebound on the free throw, and I'm like,
okay, come on.
All right, dude. Yeah. Like, what are we doing?
Especially when their team has no timeouts. It's automatic when the other team has no timeouts.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't understand.
Thank you, Spo. Appreciate you, man.
See y'all later.
There you go. Thank you. I'm glad you didn't disappoint me there.
Jose
Abreu is – they can't quit him, man.
I don't think you can play him.
Well, he's going to play.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to be right in the lineup. He's going to be in that 5-hole, too. Watch.
Oh, no, God.
Yeah, he's going to be in the 5-hole. How much you want to bet? He's going right back to the 5-hole.
I think you're probably right. I don't want to make that bet.
He's going right back to the 5-hole.
Yeah.
Zero doubt.
You can't play him. I mean, what did Singleton do last night?
Drop bombs on him,
yes.
baby. Bat flips on him.
Yeah, another one. He's good at that. I don't see how you can play him. So why is he taking up a roster spot then?
Money.
Yeah, then we know why.
Moolah.
It just it's frustrating.
Young moolah, baby.
Yeah.
By the way, I heard something that I'm going to tell you about in confessions involving an old friend of ours.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This ain't right. This ain't right. 1220 in confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1220.
Huh.
I need to give my man a hug.
Oh, yeah. He needs a hug.
There ain't no doubt serious? About it. I'm dead serious, sir. Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans is a believer. And it makes me more nervous than ever. Is he telling the truth? That's next.
Coach DeMeco's got high praise and high hopes for Damian Pierce heading into OTAs.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. He has everything it takes. Having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch will be very beneficial for us all.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bill Furniture Unbeatable Bill Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
DeMeco Ryans is a believer. How does that make you feel? 713-572-4610. Damian Pierce, disappointing year last year. We expected big things. He wasn't even playable at the season. Let's just be honest. He wasn't playable. Matter of fact, you make a case his biggest contribution was on special teams. The kick return touchdown that got them back in the Cleveland game before.
I think that's a given.
It fell apart.
Yeah.
However, DeMeco Ryans yesterday, when he met with the media types, he was talking about a 1-2 punch, and he seems to have a certain amount of confidence in Damian Pierce. Here is what DeMeco had to say.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
I said it right there.
How does that make you feel?
Not great, if we're being honest. Remember last year when Damian Pierce was struggling, and I just kept saying, somebody over there loves Damian Pierce.
Yeah.
I think we know who that somebody is.
You guess DeMeco?
Yeah. I mean, listen to him. Changed his body, better headspace, a complete man, really productive. He's expecting a really productive year. I don't know. Like, nobody's told me, you know, I'm just saying, I speculated during the season when he was struggling, and they kept him in. Remember, they were almost
Keep doing it.
Yeah, they were almost hard-headed about it.
Keep doing it.
Now, here's the other part of that. He may be right. He could be right.
He needs to be.
He has to be right.
Yeah, you have to be.
Yeah, because if this is the 1-2 punch, and he used that exact phrase, a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
If this is the 1-2 punch, he's one play away from the majority of carries. Damian Pierce is. Again, that's a relatively big thing for this offense. If Mixon gets hurt or something and Pierce is carrying the load, that's really important that he's right. It's really, really, really important that DeMeco is right.
The one thing about Damian Pierce, though, he's very easy to root for, and whether it's the mental or the physical, I think he is at least. He's going to give himself the best chance possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not. I don't think we're not going to get a situation where a guy's moping around and a guy feels like a victim or anything like that. He got his degree at Florida this week, and I think we go back to when Damian Pierce talked to Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner after that Browns game. This makeup right here, whether it works out or not, it's not going to be because Damian Pierce didn't give himself every opportunity possible. I thought this was some really good stuff from Damian Pierce amidst his struggles and amidst really not even being playable on the offensive side of the rock.
To be honest with you, bro, in my long time, bro, I think about stuff like this. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, do I come in gear down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And, I'm surrounded by, I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident, coaches and players, everybody just keeping me calm, composed and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And I appreciate Slow, man. Slow take his time with him, bro. He ain't giving up on me. And my way to, pay him back for that is me, just playing how I'm playing, making plays when I can, making the best of my opportunity when I'm out there. And, I've gotten better gradually. It's a gradual thing, but Coach DB, he was my coach last year. He kind of knows how to approach it with me. Motor, great asset in the running back room. He keeps me motivated. Just at the end of the day, bro, this year too really has been my best year I guess, as a football player, you know, in terms of developing as a football player and developing that, you know, okay, this is why we're doing this is why we're doing that. Because, you know, last year was, I wouldn't say simpler, but it was like we was in completely different scenarios. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of stuff was different than last year to this year. So, like I said, it might not be the best year, you know, stat-wise, but to me, mentally, physically, and like where I'm at as a football player, this is definitely one of my best years in recent memory.
That's incredible, and that's not reflective. That's in the moment.
Yeah,
like a lot of times, like when you're in the moment, maybe you react wrong, and then you're able to reflect. But I think it says a lot about Damian Pierce's character that he was able. And I'm not saying I expect this. I'm not saying this is the right way to do it. I mean, he's in his early 20s. I mean, God knows I would not have had the maturity to do that. But the fact that he admitted that it's been easy for him. And it's not even reflective. It's in the moment, amidst that struggle, to have that type of perspective. I'm rooting for the guy. I'm 100% rooting for the guy, and I think he's gonna lay all the right chips on the table. But I'll be honest with you, I might be rooting for him, but I'm not gonna bet on it. I would not bet on Damian Pierce just being a really, really productive backup for Joe Mixon.
Yeah. It's impossible not to root for this guy. Just everything about him. I mean, DeMeco is right. You know, just a complete man, a good dude. You heard him right there. You know, being introspective and really understanding. You know how things have changed and how he's changed and needs to change more. It's impossible not to root for him. But I think we've underplayed just how important a factor Damian Pierce is for the entire season. Like I'm not trying to overstate here, get dramatic. But like we know they've added the receiver room. We like what we've seen from Cade Stover, and the tight end room might get better, and the offensive line is going to be complete after missing so many games with injuries. C.J. Stroud is C.J. Stroud. Joe Mixon, hallelujah and amen. We got Joe Mixon here, got a real big time running back. But you know what? You need two running backs, and if anything happens to Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce is going to have to be the guy. I think we're kind of underplaying, like he has to have an improvement or a step back to what he was.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Radio 610. Then there's Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green, he's got a new jersey number, he's got a new body, and he has the support of DeMeco Ryans. This is what DeMeco had to say, and I'm going to ask a question. I want to pose a question to all the people on YouTube, Twitch in a second about Kenyon Green versus Damian Pierce. But first, let's hear DeMeco on Kenyon Green.
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. You know, he had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger. And it's really good to see him back, being able to play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you this, and I'm going to ask Figgy this, and I'm going to ask all the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. I'm going to ask y'all this. Which would you, if you had to select one of the following scenarios, which would you select? Would you select Kenyon Green being, and I'm not saying great, but Kenyon Green being the starting guard for this team, an starting guard for this team, starting left guard, or Damian Pierce being a solid number 2 running back? Which one of those scenarios would you select?
For me, it's pretty easy. I don't know about anybody else. I would say Damian Pierce. And he mentioned something there
that's hilarious. The funniest thing about this is you're not even that confident in it, but you don't even hesitate to say that.
I wouldn't hesitate. but partly because Kenyon Green has, whether it was injuries or not injuries, shown that he can't quite take that next step. Yeah. Damian Pierce has.
Yeah.
Damian Pierce has showed that he can play here. It's just a matter of fitting in. And I thought something that Damian Pierce said there was really important. They got Bobby Slowick back, and he knows what Slowick expects from him. And I don't think, that's a very important thing. Slowick, they've had communication, and they've talked, and they've been working on how he should run in this offense, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe there's that connection there. DeMeco clearly is going to have confidence in him. But Kenyon Green hasn't really showed what Damian Pierce has showed.
Yeah, we've never seen it. Which would you bet on?
I would bet on Pierce too because we actually seen it, man. We seen something, and I haven't seen anything from Kenyon Green right now, man.
For me, it's Pierce too, and it's no hesitation because of what you guys said, and quite frankly, the thing that Damian Pierce has on top of all this is say what you want about him, and we can question system and all that. He's better than Dare Agumbawale.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
Yes.
I don't know that Kenyon Green is better than Kendrick Green, Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs, whatever combination they make. Like the competition that he has, I think it could actually be better because the Texans haven't really added another running back that's a threat or that we know of. I don't think it's going to be as difficult for him to get on the field. The other thing is I think the makeup right there. Because Kenyon Green has shown up out of shape. Kenyon Green has had trouble being banged up.
Too.
We just heard Damian Pierce in the moment, having pretty good perspective. I just think the combination of everything, I would bet on Pierce.
Well, how about even DeMeco's words? On Damian Pierce, he said, I think he's going to be really productive. On Kenyon Green, he said, we'll see. No, I mean, flat out, though, he used those words. We'll see if he can play. Now that he doesn't have these injuries or when he doesn't have these injuries. But he flat out said on Damian Pierce, I think he's going to be really productive. So even the head coach is like much more confident in Pierce.
We're not in a situation like we just had Baseball Spo on. If you missed that, fire up the Odyssey app. We're not in a situation where the whole reason that Abreu is getting opportunity is because of the investment they made in him. We're past Kenyon Green was a first-round pick, so you got to figure something out, right? Like he could just as easily not even make the team, right? Like they would have no problem. I mean, we saw Ross Blacklock, who was a second-round pick. They cut him year 3 or got rid of him. Like they're not going to be trying. Like Nick Caserio is not going to be chasing his tail because DeMeco wasn't here, but he's not going to be chasing his tail trying to find opportunity for Kenyon Green if he's not the better guy.
Yeah, and DeMeco wouldn't allow it. I mean, the dynamic is equal footing there, and DeMeco would have all the control on that as well, But I mean, Nick Caserio clearly would probably favor him if he had his druthers. But I think DeMeco's going to just put the best guy out there.
Text line 314 Landry. The Green if Green is average or okay at left guard. He's still considered a bust. All caps on the bust. 15th overall pick. You got to have someone better. I don't disagree with that. I mean, and I mean, obviously, especially at that position.
Yeah.
Like if you draft a wide receiver, he ends up being a bust, a quarterback, whatever. That's fine. But if you're going to draft, when we talk about, I know I love these words, positional value, and you're going to take a guard, he's got to be. In most positions, your top 15 guy, you want him to be a player, but at that position, that's a plug and play.
I mean, you have to. But you know what? If he's just a starter and productive and not a net negative, that's still a little bit of a win, because you wanted him to be a starter and he would be a starter.
At this point, you're just kind of trying to salvage the loan.
Whatever you can get.
Yeah, you're just salvaging the loan. You already took the L.
Yeah.
Like, if they had a time machine, there's a 0% chance they make that pick again. There's a 0% chance.
Yeah. Especially looking at who you could have got right there.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Hamilton. He went before. Jameson Williams, he went before. The guys that were on the board, George Karlaftis, Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep.
Linderbaum. Yeah,
man.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Pretty good center.
He's pretty good,
I would say. But yeah, I do agree. Like if you're still, let me put it this way: if you can either adjust or not, I think we can all agree that the selection of Kenyon Green it does not look good, and it will not look good no matter what. We can agree with that.
Well, yes, except let's say he's just a serviceable, good left guard for 10 years. That's a good pick.
Wow, you giving him 10?
No, I'm saying
give me 10 games.
I don't expect
Hell, give me
that.
10 minutes.
Trust me.
Give me a quarter.
Like when you say he would still be a bust, I do agree with that. But what if he's just there? He's consistently.
I think if
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think if the offensive line is good,
and
then
he stays
that would get covered up.
Yeah.
Even if he do move on and you plug somebody, Jared Patterson, somebody like that there.
Yeah.
I think it won't be as bad because the offensive line is good. Who cares?
Yeah.
But if the offensive line is still struggling, that's going to look worse.
Yeah.
The weird thing for me, though, is we look at, John Metchie. He's heading into his 3rd year, and obviously he missed year 1 with the chemo. And last year,
kind of up and down. There were some good stretches, and then there were some stretches where you didn't even notice he was on the field,
or he wasn't playing.
I think that I almost wonder in some instances, because we were talking about Trevor Lawrence, and Orlovsky said, okay, year one doesn't mean anything. That's basically a wash. But I do think it's at least valuable experience. Do you think Kenyon Green's even had valuable experience at this point? Like, does the time that he's been on the field, whether it's playing his rookie season or in camp last year, is that valuable experience, or is that kind of traumatic experience? Because he wasn't necessarily in shape. He was getting kind of roughed up a little bit. Like, how do we approach that?
I think it's valuable experience. If you're playing in an NFL game, which he did, I don't know how much he's going to benefit from it, but yeah, I think it's good experience.
I think last year was more valuable because he actually got called up to the front and said, "Nah, you're not playing this year until you get yourself together."
That's part of it.
I think you can learn. Clearly, he learned a lot from it because his new body.
Yeah.
So
he is an easy. Like the other thing is you don't hear him a lot, but he is. I mean, I want to make this clear. You heard Damian Pierce, and obviously that's an easy guy to root for. Kenyon Green's the same way. Like, he hasn't run from the accountability.
No.
Like, he's not. He's really, really accountable when he struggles, and he's also easy to root for. So both of these guys, it's not like it's not going to be for lack of effort for either one of these guys. But I'm with you. I would bet on Pierce.
Yes. The thing about Green, though, that's the difference when you're drafted in the first round. Like if he were drafted in the second round, we'd be like, okay, let's see. He had this. He's had some maturing to do. He's had to work on his body. Had some injuries. This is going to be a pretty important year for him. We wouldn't be like, oh my God, bust or all this other stuff, man. When you're drafted in the first round, especially at that spot, makes a world of difference, man, in how people view you. Makes a world of difference.
Yeah, because if he was a fourth-round pick, we'd just be like, okay.
Well, let's see.
But I do like that they look at it as whether you're a first-round pick, whether you're a second, whether you're a seventh, you got to earn your spot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Houston Astros are going to bring Abreu back this weekend. Jeff Bagwell in those baseball pants. They must have done wonders. Putting on those baseball pants and going to work with Abreu must have done wonders. It must have been a hell of a hitting session by Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah. They might have been sweatpants.
Those were baseball pants. 100% baseball pants. You could see it. Jeff Bagwell put on baseball pants to go work with him.
Yeah.
Did he slide? Like, is there any instance, like, what percentage of baseball players, after they retire, put baseball pants back on?
0. Why do managers wear baseball pants?
Well, I don't know why they wear uniforms. We've just gotten used to it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's not any less weird. They should not be wearing full-on uniforms.
Yeah. I mean, imagine Stan Van Gundy.
In a basketball uniform?
Yeah. That'd be pretty sweet, actually. See him on the sideline in basketball shorts and a jersey.
Rick Carlisle. Big socks.
Yeah. He'd have him pulled all the way up.
Rocking the colored LeBrons.
And a headband.
Or Don Nelson.
Dude, he's a pothead.
Nelson? Yeah.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
He's lit. He's smoking right now.
Oh, yeah.
Every minute. That dude used to walk to the podium with beers. 3 beers. Not one, 3 beers.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
Nelly ball. Coming up next, the NFL. Some think this is a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. Out with the old, in with the new. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Keep the chains. Next.
All right.
the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, I'm sorry. A lot of people excited about this. I'm not. The NFL, potential big change. The NFL plans to trial an electronic system for measuring first downs during preseason games. If the trial's successful and receives approval, the tracking system will be fully implemented for the 2024 regular season. So the traditional sticks and chain method would be a backup. I need the chains, man.
Why do you need the chains?
I need the chains. I know that it might be dated, but it's part of the experience, man. I like when they go out there and they stretch out the chain and then the first down, the theater. Got to keep the chains, man. I do not want this. Maybe this is me holding on to something that's unnecessary, but I enjoy the chain experience.
All right, so a couple things. The first time they get a spot wrong, you're going to change your mind, aren't you? Like, because it happens. We've seen bad spots. They look at that last link, and the referee says first down, and you're like, no, man, there's an inch and a half there. The first time that they get it wrong, I think you're going to change your mind. Second thing is related. You have it's about being accurate because so much is on the line. Like, this could be a playoff game, and they get something wrong or controversial, So or a game that is meaningful to the playoffs. I like the chains. Don't get me wrong; it's kind of cool.
It's awesome, dude.
Watching them run out there, and the players are hopping over the
celebrating.
chain. They're hopping over the chain, and they're trying to get all the knots out of it. And everything,
or the suspense,
and the suspense of just stretching it out.
Everybody's pointing. Everybody's
pointing both directions.
Pointing both directions.
That's
Bring
right.
it out there. We're not going to have that anymore.
No, it's cool, but I'd rather be 100% accurate.
No, give me the chains. Give me some air.
I like the chains.
Yeah.
I like the suspense of it.
Old school, man.
I think the other part should be like a backup. If the change is still not like accurate, then go to the backup.
You got the guys sitting on the sidelines holding the chains.
Almost like a review.
It's legit, man.
I might be down for that.
I mean, just think about it. You go back to some of the biggest games in football history, not just NFL history. Like, you go back to we all remember the Rose Bowl, Vince Young running into the end zone, but before that,
yes,
they hand it to Lindell White. He's short. You got to wait. The measurements going on. You got the players pointing, and then as soon as it's short, the crowd erupts. Players run off the field. The momentum, you can just sometimes, whenever they bring out the chains on fourth down, it's just you can just feel the energy in the crowd. Whether it's the cheer, whether it's the cheer, whether it's the boo. Just like replay, like some people say, well, they need to speed it up. There is a certain level of suspense. There's a certain level of dialogue. There's a certain level of getting to catch your breath and speed up to
I feel like
it's okay.
And I feel like they do it on purpose too, especially when the coach challenged something and it's clear as day it was a touchdown, but it's just like that suspense. Let's egg it on a little bit.
I think there's something cool about the chains, but give me accuracy. I'm just trying to put myself in a place where, like, the Texans, have a bad spot if they didn't have this other thing that they're going to try out in the preseason, and we'll see if it goes into the regular season, where we'd be like, man, blew it. They're not going to win because of that.
Here's a couple of old things I miss. I'm going to throw these things at you, and I want you to tell me if it was better or worse when it was replaced. Blockbuster Video. The uncertainty of going to the movie store, really 9 times out of 10, not even knowing about all the movies, reading the back of the movie, seeing if the movie was there. Now you just, turn on the TV and you can on demand or whatever. Blockbuster Video, yay or nay? Better then or better now?
I miss that, man. I miss going to Blockbuster on a Thursday night, Friday night, whatever, and let's see what they have. Do they have blah blah blah? And then the box is empty, or whatever. Or then if the rack is empty, you go to the front desk and ask if anybody just turned it in.
Turned it in?
Yeah, turn that one in. I do miss Blockbuster. I'm good with that. Yeah.
GameStop.
Never really was a GameStop guy.
GameStop, Figgy. You miss GameStop or no?
I hate GameStop.
What?
I hate GameStop.
Why?
Man. Because they always try to get people over. They try to screw people over whenever you try to trade a game in, man. It's a scam, man. GameStop is a scam.
And you can find some good stuff there, man.
Man, I don't care. They a scam, man. When you try to trade those games in, man, it could be a brand new game. And you're like, oh, this only worth $5. You're like, $5? I just paid for this game. I just paid $50 for this. And then once they buy that game back, they're gonna sell it for like $40. They are a scam, man.
Traditional umpires. Traditional.
What do you mean
umpires.
traditional?
Damn,
What? He's still going. He's still going.
Traditional umpires.
What do you mean?
Calling balls and strikes. Some people say that there should be some robot umps. Traditional umpires calling balls and strikes.
I wouldn't miss the home plate umpire. No, obviously
you wouldn't.
Nah. Yeah, let's get it accurate.
You gotta see him, man.
Man, we see it every day now.
Yeah, but you gotta see him.
No, you don't.
You don't think it would be weird to watch baseball without the umpire behind the catcher?
There would still be an umpire behind the catcher, according to how they're testing this stuff. He just wouldn't be calling balls and strikes. Like, he'd be making plays at the plate, other decisions. He'd be the crew chief that day, whatever. But balls and strikes, we see it every day. Angel Hernandez missed 17 calls last night. And, well, don't miss them. Get them right, you know?
And I'm with the text line. Midnight releases at GameStop. You didn't like those fees?
No, I didn't.
What?
Like it was cool buying a game from there because it was no other place to buy a game.
Yeah.
But it's a slimy place.
My gosh.
Man, he got scarred.
Nah, I don't like it.
I have never seen you hate something like you hate GameStop.
No, I felt better once I knew somebody that worked there that said the same thing, that GameStop is a little slimy. So I'm comfortable with saying that.
Good Lord.
Nah, I'm cool, man.
What about the traditional scroll through the channels? In other words, I was thinking about this the other day.
I still do that.
Do you not like the days before the guide where you actually had to channel surf? So you would have to go from like channel 1 to like 60 or whatever. Do you miss the traditional channel surf, or are you more of a guide guy?
Give me the guide. For God's sakes, give me. Because I was the youngest in my house growing up, so I would have to literally
you had to turn it,
sit
right?
by the TV.
You had to turn it and
yeah.
get the
click,
antenna,
click,
right?
click, click, click. Then click, 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 click. Then we got the boxes with the punch buttons that had 3 different levels of channels. Okay, now go to the next level. Click. Okay, next. Click. Oh, God, I hated that. I just hated that. I was a human remote control.
I used to like the guys that I forgot what channel it used to be on, like channel 11 or something, and the guys used to actually scroll down where you just kind of watch the guy, and then it had some type of infomercial.
Oh yeah. And then the TV guide days.
And be like, oh look, Bad Boy's on.
What about the teacher reveal? Back in the day, kids, you used to have to go to the school. They would have the paper with the names of the teachers. Now, I'm sure you just go online and you figure out who it is.
You know before the season.
Maybe you would cross paths with someone.
You know next year's teachers at the end of this year.
Do you miss that?
Yeah. They used to paste it or post it on the wall, and everybody's all crowded around.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I got Mrs. So-and-so, or I got Mr. So-and-so.
Like, oh, you got Mr. Eckert. Oh, you about to be salty.
And then you'd go talk to your friends in the next grade up. Hey, how was Mr. Eckert?
Yeah.
How was Mr. What'd you?
Yeah.
Nobody wants Miss Ludwig.
Is Miss Ludwig nice?
Oh no.
Oh God, no.
Oh God, you got Ludwig.
Hey Jimmy, Landry got Mr. Eckert, man.
Oh, poor
man.
bastard.
Oh, he about to hate you. Hey, it's about to be a long school year for you.
Yeah. Now I do miss that.
How about the days of no DVR where you had to be posted up to watch a show? Like, and the reruns were very, very few and far between, where whether it was Monday night, Tuesday night, Friday night, you had to be posted up watching that show.
Don't miss it. Because you would miss, like, key stuff. Like, you'd have whatever. You had Little League practice or something. Oh, man, I missed blah, blah, blah. And everybody's talking about it the next day. You're like, well, I'm a loser. You know?
Nah, see, I missed that. Because it was times where I ain't never going to forget this, how I missed the very first SmackDown that ever happened.
Mm-hmm. I was there. I was in Dallas.
Yeah, I missed that.
New Age Outlaws came back, won the tag team titles.
See, I missed that very first one because I was at church.
Yeah.
On UPN 21?
Yes. And so today, all the kids saw it but me. So I'm just sitting there
On
glued.
Friday?
Yeah, they explaining the whole show to me.
Oh, no,
I missed them days, man.
I don't miss that at all.
Those is good days where people can actually tell a story and be like, oh, yeah, this happened. And then the music came on and he came down. He beat him up and he pinned him down 1, 2, 3. Man, it was crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that talking at school on a Tuesday or a Friday was elite.
Yeah, nowadays, everybody like, oh, yeah, I'm going to watch. I ain't watch it yet. I'll watch it later.
What would Raw be rated? Now, how did that not get rated? How is that allowed on TV? Some of the stuff they used
It
to
need
do.
to be rated something higher than R.
Yeah.
To be honest.
The stuff they used to get away with, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm so
craziness.
glad my mama ain't sit there and watch it with me.
Well, my dad used to take me to it, and he enjoyed it, and now I understand why.
Yeah.
Like, because if like in the old school days, if he had to watch that, he'd be like, this is stupid. But now, like with the Attitude Era, like when you see it, I say, okay, I can see why a parent would be kind of entertained by this because it's so raunchy.
There's a lot of things that kids in school these days miss out on, man. Stuff like that, talk about, and of course the shows and all that stuff. I was thinking when y'all were talking, I remember just the first day of school. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, man, have you seen Denise? You haven't seen.
You hadn't seen him because there's no social media. You're literally just seeing him, unless you hung out in the summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like you go 3 months.
You can't stalk him out online.
Or sometimes some of the kids that you grew up with, they transfer to another school.
Yeah, they're not here anymore.
Like, dang, I ain't going to see them no more.
Yeah, but you're like, man, have you seen blah, 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 or, this and that? That was exciting.
Sick.
That was exciting.
You're sitting in the cafeteria waiting for school to start, and they walk in. Hey,
try to see who all in your class and all that.
What you been doing? No, nothing, man.
Someone says MapQuest. Nothing to miss about that. Hell no.
No, I don't miss.
Hell no.
Yeah, I remember having to go to the library to print out a MapQuest.
Yeah,
we're talking about this because the chains are gone. R.I.P. to them chains. Damn shame what they did to them chains. Coming up next, Tank Dell is a full go. A former athlete seems to think that he's a popular topic, and the Astros, they're going to do it. We'll tell you what it is next. Hits are lit.
Yep, D&M Auto Leasing right now. It's DM Auto Leasing.
6898. 800-700-6898.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tank Dell, good to go. He was on the field. He was moving around well. Here's what DeMeco Ryans had to say about Tank Dell.
Happy for Tank to get back out there. We know went through a very tragic situation. Right, we're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right, being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right, being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out.
Yeah, everyone is, and I mean, full go. Like no ands ifs about it. He's a full go. That's. I don't even I wouldn't have expected this, but it's good to see. Nothing to see here, nothing to worry about.
I absolutely wouldn't have expected it. And I know, we didn't know any. They said immediately that it was going to be a full recovery and all that stuff, not as serious. And nevertheless, dude got shot. I mean, I don't know. I don't care if it's a flesh wound. That would not only, necessitate some rehab, but you kind of wonder how he would be reacting. He looked amazing. I mean, it's just OTAs, but still, the video we're watching, obviously the report we got from Cody, pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that he was out there and he looked amazing.
Yeah, Nico looked good too.
Yeah,
Robert Woods, he might be alive on this roster.
You said that yesterday, and I'm starting to kind of buy in, because why else would he not? Why else would he not be out there right now doing things that we know he's God. He's not really that old, and he was contributing more so than some other guys.
Well, the other thing is, CJ trusted him in some very, very important times last year, and I go back to the first game of the year against Baltimore, where it didn't seem like CJ had as strong a command of the huddle as he eventually got. And he would look to Robert Woods, and it was almost like Robert Woods. We talked to him about it. It was almost like Robert Woods was lining guys up. And I just wonder if perhaps that kind of factors in that CJ wants to keep him around. It's just $5 million, so you keep him around because, I don't want to say they're going to do a favor for Robert Woods, but if they plan on moving on from him, you probably would have done it
out of respect, right?
Yeah, the post June cut or whatever.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a favor for Robert Woods as much as it might be a favor for C.J. Stroud. To have a guy there that's still been around a long time, played in some big games, and could help.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Abreu, he's going to be AAA. He's going to be doing a little AAA in Sugarland this weekend. You going to make the trip up there?
No, I'm going to have to pass on that. I think there has been an update on that. If I'm reading Adam Spillane's tweets correctly, he might end up staying in Florida
until the weekend. Yeah, and then he's going to be in Suge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to Florida, then he's going to be in Sugarland, according to Spillane and Chandler Rome.
Okay.
So that's great.
Okay. Still not going to go.
Do you see any scenario where he comes back and is just raking?
I guess raking? What's raking?
My question is how long is the leash? Because if this is a last-ditch effort and you're bringing him back, let's say he's a 250 hitter.
Mm-hmm.
How long... If it's the same old, how long is the leash? Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? Is it a month?
I think it's going to be longer than we think.
Okay, 2 months?
So longer than we think, at least a month.
So is there going to be a platoon? Are they going to put Singleton and then Abreu? What are we doing? Are we putting him in there every day? Is there an expectation? Is there something they need to see? What are we doing? What's the exact plan here?
I think Espada, this is where he's going to really kind of show what kind of power he has. Because I don't think Espada wants to play him as much.
Why would he?
Yeah. Well, why would he? And I think Dana Brown does. Dana Brown does want him to play every day. He said as much. So this is where you might maybe a butting of the heads a little bit, but also, all right, Espada, are you the manager or not? You know, are you going to be – because Dusty – what would Dusty do?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah.
That was exactly what I was about to ask. What would Dusty do?
I don't think Dusty would play him. With Singleton playing the way
You sure?
Yes. He liked Singleton. I mean, he would play him some.
But he also likes vets.
He likes veterans, but Singleton, he also likes the hot bat.
I mean, Dusty played him last year.
He played him last year, but
he grinded it out. So maybe Dusty would be attached to that.
I don't think so. I think Dusty.
So you think Dusty would sit him down
with Singleton having a pretty hot bat? I think he would sit him down.
All on Dusty.
I really do.
You think Dusty enjoys watching the Astros lose? You think he roots against him or roots for him?
Nah, I think he roots for him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a little part of
he
it.
root for the players.
Yeah, that's why. There's a little part of him.
I mean, there was no beef, right?
No, but he heard a lot of the noise that us and others had talked about.
Too much.
Yeah, he heard it. So he might be saying, "Oh, you miss me now." Part of him would be doing that.
He rooting against Rome. That's what he rooting against. Chandler Rome.
He's rooting against.
I
the
hope they
Athletic.
lose just because of Chandler Rome.
He's rooting against the Athletic. He's rooting for like 5-hour games.
Mm-hmm.
Chandler Rome has to mope around the press box.
You wanting me gone, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Rome ever wanted him gone either. That's kind of weird.
No, Rome is doing his job,
which is good to see.
Yes.
Very good to see.
Who's the best beat writer on any team in this town?
Rome.
I think you're right.
Not close.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's Chandler Rome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it's close. I don't even think anyone's in the conversation. No disrespect, but I mean, if we're trading our media trading cards, I think it's Rome.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, and then maybe McTaggart. But is he?
But he's MLB. He's also
MLB.
So he does a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, Chandler Rome, no doubt.
Yeah, it's got to be Chandler Rome for fairness on both sides and all that.
Yeah,
asking the tougher questions that need to be asked. Yeah, I think it is.
Following the squad there all the time. Plus, there's just a natural grind with baseball beat.
Yeah.
Wears you down, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is a miserable ass place to be an MLB press box.
I never would have done that. Ever. I love the NBA.
No, yeah.
I love covering the NBA.
Yeah, NBA, you get a break.
Yeah.
But yeah, MLB, and especially if you're on, I'm not talking about the people that show up that like it's optional whether or not you put out a story. I'm talking about you have to put out a story. You got to put it out. You have to follow all that. That Chandler Rome is elite.
I don't know how McTaggart does it. He's done it for 20-something years now. Because when I was going to Astros games regularly, probably 2 or 3 a week back in the day, when I was writing columns, every beat writer I saw, not only here but from visiting teams that had been on it for more than 6 or 8 years, they just look completely beaten down. They look completely gassed.
Dude, have you ever met some of these old dudes?
They look like alcoholics. They look like they were unhealthy. They look completely washed.
R.I.P. Jerry
physically.
Fraley.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Like all these dudes.
They look completely just the life sucked
miserable.
Out of them. Yeah.
Miserable. And understandably.
No, I'm not passing
Understandably.
judgment. But that's why I said no.
I would grind out every ball game.
I would never do that.
Yeah, I'd say Rome. And then on the Texans beat, I'm not being biased. I think as far as like the last year, I think Cody Stutes covers it better than anybody.
I think he does.
It's daily. I mean, it's daily. It's worth the script. It's developing content, developing talking points. I would say he's up there too.
Yeah. Now to be fair,
Cabina was elite.
Cabina was very good.
Cabina was elite. Letting him get out of town was a big mistake.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
And to be fair, it's just so much harder to cover now.
Yeah.
You know, because they try to control everything, and if you don't do this, you're not going to get that.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And then you got DJ Alexander. They're on the beat as well. Shout out to them for doing their thing as well. That's the media trading cards portion of In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
NBA Rockets.
Fagan, right?
I don't know. I mean, he does a good job, but he doesn't break
Kelly,
a lot.
Probably Kelly.
There you go.
Yeah, Kelly, I would say.
There you go.
Yeah, Kelly does.
No, I'm nothing against Fagan, but
that was a hell of a breath right there.
No. I'm saying he does a good job, but you got to break stories.
Yeah, I would say Kelly.
Yeah.
But some of the YouTubers do a good job. I thought Gatlin did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
I lost a lot of the love for some of these guys. Which, speaking of, KJ Martin.
Yes.
Did you see what he said yesterday?
Yes.
The son of Kenyon Martin?
Mm-hmm.
What world is he living in? He said this now. It was almost like he felt like he had to come out and say something. Quote, "I'm tired of seeing y'all say my dad forced me out of playing in Houston. He had nothing to do with it. He has his own opinion to say what he wants like everyone else does." Thanks, man. I know he has an opinion. Thank you. It was strictly NBA business on why I got traded. Nothing more, nothing less. Who's still talking about KJ Martin?
I don't know. I haven't thought of it. I haven't thought about
Who's
that.
talking about that?
Yeah.
I forgot he exists, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I forgot
Once
about
he got traded from here, I quit following him.
I think he's just what do you call it? Being drawn off sides.
He's being selective.
Yeah, and that too
by a couple
It
people.
sound like a straw man to me.
Yeah.
Your dad
Who was
forced you
sitting there
out?
talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I don't know what's going on there.
And now they're talking about it.
Yeah,
he brought it up.
Eastern Conference Finals yesterday. The Pacers 3-point lead, 12 seconds left. Well, they blew the game. Did not foul, up 3, turnover. All they had to do was inbound the ball. They fall to the Celtics. You got to wonder in series some efforts can't be wasted, and the margin for error is small. That kind of feels like the game that you could not let get away if you're Indiana.
No, you can't. You can't waste a win in the postseason, especially when you don't have home court advantage, and you're playing a pretty damn good team. That was a wasted game, and I'll be dog if it wasn't Rick Carlisle. Probably the best coach. Is he the best coach left?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But even if you want to argue that, a great coach did a great job. Down 14-2, by the way, early on. And then comes back to tie it at the half at 64. That's your over talking right there.
Yeah.
And then getting a lead, having the ball with a 3-point lead, and then somehow you turn that ball over without calling timeout.
Well, even if you turn it over in play,
yeah.
But everything
he made two mistakes. Call timeout. He said this one.
Yeah.
Afterward.
He always takes the blame.
Advance the ball, but then not fouling up 3. I was like, what is going on? It's not that difficult. Because let's say
it drives me nuts.
It's nuts.
It drives me nuts.
It's nuts. I mean, he clearly told them, do not foul. We're just standing up, with their hands up. That's one that's going to haunt them.
Now you have the Western Conference Finals tonight. Minnesota versus Dallas.
Let's go Wolves.
T-Wolves. This is going to be a good series.
I hope our boss doesn't hold that against us, by the way.
What's that?
Against me.
What's that? Because you're rooting against the
I
Mavs?
hate the Mavericks.
Yeah, I don't think he cares. Pacers blew it yesterday. The Mavs versus the Wolves today. This is going to be a good one. Shannon Sharp's turning into a guy that probably just needs to sit some conversations out. This has gone viral.
Mm-hmm.
This was Shannon Sharp trying to break down, because he is the hardest working man in media. This was him trying to break down the Mavs versus the T-Wolves and how the Mavs may approach the Minnesota Bigs.
The Mavericks don't really like to play Lively the second and Gafford together. Normally they're interchangeable. They go with PJ and the backcourt. Do you think they might really be switching up? If I'm not mistaken, I think JaVale McGee's on that side. There's also with the Mavericks.
No, he ain't on the team, brother. He ain't been on the team all year, my friend. Welcome to the Western Conference Finals, Shannon.
That hurts.
They ask you to do so much.
Yeah.
But also, you don't – if you're going to fake it, fake it.
Yeah. And look, we've both been in situations where you're working with ESPN. I've done some stuff with them over the years. They give you a book of stuff. Like it's not an excuse to be wrong on something.
JaVale McGee?
Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't include that.
What are you doing here, Shannon?
Yeah,
come on, man.
Yeah.
Those are the hits. Coming up, the Texans. It's going to be a lot more expensive to get out to NRG. Let's go inside the pockets and decide whether this is a good thing, whether this is a bad thing next.
In the Loop. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so it's going to be more expensive to get to a Texans game. The prices going up. And John Lopez might be encouraging something that is very frowned upon when it comes to fanhood.
It has been to me.
Very, very frowned upon to many.
Yeah.
But we start with the secondary market. It's gone up 146%. Texans games on the secondary market. So the days of, $5 ticket here, $10 ticket there, they appear to be gone. The secondary market jumping up for the Texans.
Some have gone up 99%. Some have gone up, as you mentioned, up to 146% to get into a Texans game. And my response is, what do you expect? I'm not trying to let them eat cake, the regular fans. But you weren't going to, a family of four on a budget was going to have a hard time getting into a game last year or the year before. And it's sad, and I can certainly sympathize, but that's the world we live in. The NFL is an expensive game to go to.
At what point is it worth it? Like if you're a family, and let's say you're a middle class family, and there's certain amount of it, if God willing, and if you're fortunate enough to have some disposable income, where does going to a Texans game rank? Like, let's say instead of maybe a trip to Austin or San Antonio or something like that. Let's just say a nice weekend giveaway. Mm-hmm. Where does it stack up? At what point is it worth it?
It's an event. It's like a special event. Like it's a birthday or a Christmas present or something like that. Trust me on this. I am very sympathetic to the plight of a working family with two kids. We've all been there. It's tough, man. But my point is this: it's going to be expensive. It was expensive 2 years ago. It's just more expensive now. So it's a rich man's game. And even if you want to get in, I looked HoustonTexans.com, just 600 level seats to Game X. I actually looked at the Bears game, just pulled one out of a hat. It's $205 a ticket, man. You're not going to be able to go on a budget, but you can go if you want to make it a special event or you happen to have some disposable income and all that. But you referenced this earlier, and I'm talking to the season ticket holders that have been around why this is a good thing, that have been around through Jack Easterby, Bill O'Brien, David Culley, Lovie Smith, the Deshaun escapade, Bill O'Brien. I'm telling you right now, cash in. Cash in for a couple of games.
Sell your tickets to road teams?
Dude, the secondary market has gone up 146%. You can go to 6 games, sell tickets for 2 games, and you're kind of mitigating that disaster of sitting there all those years through all that crap. And I'm not an advocate of this.
So you're encouraging sell it to opposing fans.
Well, whomever. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's an opposing fan or a home fan. But if you've gone through that, get a little bit of money back. This is your payoff. You can still go to 6 games, pick your 6. But secondary market up, like I said, that much, do it. Why not? And I've never been on that side, but man, the price has gone up and you can get a little bit of that back.
I just think that there's the NFL experience, I think, is worth it. If you can afford it, you got disposable income. I think it's something that you remember. It's an all day thing, especially if you go out there early, the build up, following the league and stuff. I think of all the leagues, like baseball. God, I mean sometimes it's worth it. An Astros playoff game is second to none.
Yeah.
But if you're just going on a random Wednesday, I don't know that it's worth it. Basketball, okay. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a pain, but football, if I'm giving advice to someone that wants to go to a game, don't buy them now. Wait till the week of.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday night or on Sunday morning, that's when you buy the tickets. You don't buy it now. It's going to be priced as high as it's going to be right now. And who knows what happens with the game, but for me, I just think you wait till then. But as far as people selling their tickets, I've never frowned upon someone
And whether it's in the playoffs, whether it's selling their tickets or selling their season tickets. I know it's kind of a polarizing topic, though. If you talk to like some diehards, and they know that there's season ticket holders that are selling their tickets to Steelers fans or Titans fans or Colts fans, pisses off a lot of fans.
And I've been against it in the past just because it's embarrassing. It has been embarrassing. But first of all, there's going to be a lot more Texans fans using their tickets and not selling them because the Texans are good and you have something to watch. And secondly, man, if you've been through all that and you want to sell a couple of games, let's go. Do it because you've earned that right. I mean, you've seen the worst of the worst. And it's not – I say it's not crazy expensive. It's expensive. It's always been expensive.
Yeah, it's high.
But it's not crazy expensive if you want to catch one game and make it, like I said, a Christmas present, birthday present, or whatever.
Is Christmas going to be expensive or is Christmas going to be cheap? Like, is that an opportunity because some people won't go? But like right now, it's probably
a good question.
Right now is not the time to buy it.
Yeah.
But I mean, last second, I would think Christmas, you could potentially get a steal. Because there's some people who might not be able to go, but they're not going to put their tickets up now.
Yes. That's a really good question. I'm looking right now just on a random site. So December 25th, Ravens at Texans. Well, you tell me. This to me doesn't seem that crazy. End zone seats, lower bowl, 272, 282, 302.
That's expensive as hell.
But it's not outrageous, is it?
$300
lower
to
level
go to a ball game?
Lower level, I'm saying.
To go to a regular season ball game? That's crazy.
Now, between the 20s.
Man, you are rich.
No, I'm just saying if you
How
want
much
to
you got in your wallet right now?
Nothing.
You got rid of your cash?
I don't have any cash right now. I spent a lot of cash yesterday.
That's a black card.
No.
Okay.
Now, you want to get between the 20s? Whew, 538, 685, 468.
I think that goes down.
It might.
I think that goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're trying to go to Monday night Cowboys Texans, that's going to be expensive.
Yes.
Very, very expensive.
And in fact, I can tell you how expensive at AT&T Stadium. $858, $1175. This is between the 20s.
That's not worth it.
No. $1582, $1318. Yeah, no, I don't do it. But if you're a season ticket holder that's been through the mud, you might get a little money back from all that trouble that you went through.
I think NFL, college football, and playoff atmospheres in all sports, they have a good enough TV product to where you can make a case, even if you're not factoring in money that are to watch on TV, then go. But I think the NFL experience, especially for like a big game when people are excited to be there, I do think that it can be a lasting memory. It can be something that you remember for a long, long time.
Well, you hit on the most important part. It's all day. Get there 3-4 hours before. Do what you do. Walk around, tailgate, go shop in the store, whatever. Hang out with
Check
people.
out the Astrodome with Lopez.
Oh God, man, I'm gonna get to that in a second. But
boy, you got drawn offsides yesterday.
No, I brought it up. I didn't get drawn offsides.
No,
but
you got drug into something. Yeah,
on the tweet.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, 20,000 people reacted to that thing. It's polarizing. I mean, it's a hot topic.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an all-day thing at the game. Enjoy it. Texan pride. Look what you're getting. You're getting a team that can compete, maybe contend, maybe be one of the best teams in the NFL. C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs. I mean, you get what you pay for a lot of times on these things. With the NFL.
New unis.
Although
the home unis suck.
Mm-hmm.
But you got the new uniforms. Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting to go there and to see people excited. I think the biggest shock for me, although it's not as much of a shock because we get there early as hell.
Yeah.
Especially Figgy out there in the parking lot.
With his staff.
It's going to be full staff. By the way, ran into his manager yesterday, man.
You did?
In the hotel, man. She's out of power. Figgy's manager.
Oh, man.
Yeah. She was there, posted up.
Mm-hmm.
The drive there is going to be a lot different. You remember when? I mean, just because there's going to be more traffic.
I think
more
it's
excitement.
Right. It's not crazy all the time. Rodeo's worse.
Why is that?
I don't know, but
is it because it's people that are out of town that don't know where the hell they're going, or
I think it's just more people going to the carnival. Like add 20,000 people.
Plus, it's cheaper. So anybody could go to the rodeo.
Yeah, add 20,000 people to a Texans game, then you got the rodeo. At least.
Yeah.
At
you
least
got a family of 5 or 6 going.
Now, on my Astrodome tweet yesterday, innocently, and I hate stupid people. Like, it's okay to disagree.
I don't know too many people that like stupid people.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree if we have a healthy conversation.
That's my opinion.
That's what we do here. You know?
My opinion.
But
well, that's just your opinion.
So the Frank Irwin Center, the drum at Texas, was demolished. And I said during our show, and I tweeted, it's another historic stadium with great memories, great moments that's being
taken down,
destroyed,
like Yankee Stadium, like Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, is the word
like every stadium in the history of ever.
And I said, talking about both sides of the aisle, just like Ed Emmett, Lena Hidalgo is just doing nothing about a decrepit Astrodome, et cetera, et cetera. It's just dumb. It's frustrating, and by and large, people were, largely in agreement. But then there's some dummies.
Yeah, I can't deal with the have to generalize and make it more than it is,
or just being wrong.
Yeah,
like this one dude said, that's a terrible take. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. Can't be demolished, and the asbestos installation makes it $500 million to demolish it.
That's not true.
Everything he said is not true.
It does not cost $500 million to demolish that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, actually.
Everything he said was wrong. Yes, it's on the national. Okay, I'll give him that. Yes, it's on the National Register of Historic Places, but it's not a national landmark. Buildings on that registry.
Dude, you can change it.
Yeah. Buildings on that registry have been demolished. He thought it was like on a national landmark. No, it's so easy to get the Astrodome demolished. It's not even funny. That's what you're talking.
$500 million to demolish. What are we talking about?
Million.
I mean, what?
Asbestos, Landry. The hell out of here.
You attached me to some weasel too in that whole thing.
Oh, the one guy I didn't know. Well, he did it.
Well, yeah, he's just one of those guys that scrolls through and argues with everything political. I blocked him.
Yes.
I don't need your existence. I benefit nothing from your existence. He's just going through on politics, and then you look at his timeline. All he's doing is scrolling through everything and arguing with everyone about politics the whole time on there.
Oh, I see which one it is now.
Yeah, your existence means nothing to me, sir.
Yes.
I benefit nothing.
How the hell is it her fault? You weirdos blame her for everything. I blame her and Ed Emmett. I don't think they're in the same party. I don't think they're in the same party. We had Ed Emmett on the show, and I was challenging him on air. Some of our longtime loopholes will remember that. Lena Hidalgo has not accepted an invitation.
It's just a bad look for the city. Like, that's my thing. Like, as the Texans get more exciting and as more people are excited about the Texans, as the buzz creeps up, and you heard Nance yesterday talk about how it's a football town, and you have all this excitement, like, it's embarrassing. Like, all right, let me put it this way. Have you ever had, like, a relative who was just completely badass, like, the majority of your time, and then, and God bless everyone who's gone through this or go through it, but you see them in their later state, and it's almost kind of sad and embarrassing when someone's meeting them for the first time.
Yeah,
because it's like, all right, there's not a filter.
This dude was a
there.
badass.
Like this is the best dude I know, and now he's a great, like. You see that?
Yeah.
That's what the Astrodome is, because like people, well, you just don't understand the Love You Blue. I don't need to understand what the Love You Blue is. I do understand it.
Yeah.
But that thing's a piece of crap now.
Yeah.
Like that's what the Astrodome is, one of the most historic monuments ever, and just the word of mouth of it is much more than seeing that piece of crap.
Yes. The memory is better than...
There should be like a silver alert on that thing.
Or how about this?
That it has escaped. It is a piece of crap. And when people come here and see it, that's the Astrodome?
Yeah.
You're putting it in a bad spot.
It's that favorite uncle, to use your analogy. It's that favorite uncle that when he dies, you don't want to see him in that state or even in his coffin. You want to remember him as you remember him. That's the Astrodome. I want to remember it. When the first NFL game I ever saw in the Astrodome is an historic game. It was the Earl Campbell caving in Isaiah Robertson's chest. You still see highlights of that. That was the first game I ever went to. I want to remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember this crap.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look impressive anymore.
No.
That was the largest stadium in the world. That was the attraction.
Mm-hmm. Eighth wonder of the world.
And now it's just taking up space.
And now it's a wart.
It's like junk.
Yeah. First baseball game. Larry Dierker against the Montreal Expos. Pitching. I want to remember that. I don't want to remember rats coming out of the holes in the side of this building. You know?
Yeah. It happens everywhere.
Everywhere.
Happens everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to New York? You want to go check out Yankee Stadium? Like the
It's
the
not
original?
there anymore.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's not there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Not there.
Let's go check out, let's just go up 45 and check out Texas Stadium. Cowboys. They won some Super Bowls there.
Yeah, it was big time. I saw some games there.
Let's go check it out.
It's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not there anymore.
And it opened up the road big time there. Like right there on that.
Yeah,
like
they're developing some stuff.
The whole road, like it's still there.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And then the other thing that kind of set me off, and keep in mind, this is the Aggie talking. Oh, how dare you compare Frank Irwin Center, call Frank Irwin Center a historic place.
Oh, come on.
It is. It is. I mean, it's not the Astrodome, I'll give you that. But it is.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. Did I put a criminal on the streets yesterday? There is a discussion to be had. Time to confess next.
The Texans are back on. 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Remember all those times last year they kept going back to Damian Pierce, and I was like, someone over there really likes him. Someone over there wants to be right so bad, to the point where, like, they were using him even when they were starting him, even when Singletary was
better,
playing better. Yeah, I think we found out yesterday who that someone is. I'm not saying it's wrong because he knows a lot more about it than I do, but I think that someone is DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
Dang, man, 1-2 punch.
1-2, huh?
1-2 punch. I could be right. We hope he's right because it's very important. But I think it's DeMeco loves him some Damian Pierce.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I woke up a little bit uneasy today because I was staying in a hotel yesterday, and there was a dude at the end of the bar. Nice enough guy.
Mm-hmm.
Said that 50 years old, said he was in town for his son's graduation, although the story was kind of all over the place. Don't know, like 1 minute it was last week, then he was on the road yesterday. Couldn't quite figure it out. Asked where he could go hang out, where he could, somewhere crowded or whatever.
Yeah, where it was popping.
Directed him to Urban Social. He ended up going, but he kept asking me, you know, what are the police like here? I don't want to get arrested at my for my son's graduation. Don't want to get arrested. He asked it like probably 10 times. I just kind of dismissed it. Whatever. Urban Social. Bye. See ya. Gotta go. Yada yada yada. When I went to bed last night, I just kept thinking like, what is up with this guy? Like, is he wanted? Is there something going on? It's an older dude. The story didn't line up. Whatever. And as I got out of the elevator today, I walked right by that guy. Same clothes and everything.
Like 7 in the morning or
7 in the morning. Same clothes and everything. He said he didn't want to go to a strip club. So I was like, you looking for a strip? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
He said, no, not that. So something else. And I was like, okay.
Well, there was something going on with that cat.
Whatever, sir.
Yeah, he had something. There was a story there that he didn't tell you. That's for sure.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, he was very aware of the popo.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So if I set the over/under on Texans assistant coaches who will become head coaches next year after this season at 1.5, would you take the over or the under? Because I saw something on the NFL Network. This is my confession. I think I would take the over, and I think it would be a good bet.
Probably an over.
Bobby Slowick is the one that we would be the lock.
Yeah.
Gerard Johnson's getting a lot of love, man. They featured him for about 5 minutes on the NFL Network talking about, he actually was excused from OTAs because he was at this accelerator program that the NFL puts on. You've heard about it.
Yeah.
For potential head coaches. And, I mean, he's my guy, and I'm biased, but they were gushing. He's getting a lot of run already before the season even starts as a potential head coach. And then that's not even to say maybe Frank Ross, someone like that becomes a head coach candidate. I think I'd take the over.
This offseason.
This coming offseason.
Okay. Yeah, I think Gerard is he's going to get a lot of consideration. I just don't know how many jobs are going to be open.
Yeah. But he's got it written all over him, and he's getting a lot of publicity.
Yeah,
as a candidate.
And I don't think you need to be an offensive coordinator to get a head coaching gig.
Yeah, that's kind of my confession.
Like, it's nothing.
That's kind of like, I don't think it's not necessarily that important. He's already done some interviews, and stuff like that. So, and
then
like
call plays.
Yeah, man, who knows? I mean, Frank Ross. I've said this for about a year now. I think he should get some consideration.
But the did he call plays? I think is just about. I think it's more so like when people bring that up, because they said it with McDaniel too.
Yeah,
it's about what do you bring to the table. I think Gerard he works with quarterback.
Yeah,
so he does that. The call plays. I know that was talked about with. It was a big talking point with Bijani. Yeah. It's a big talking point with McDaniel.
Yeah,
I think it's like, okay, if you're saying this guy's an offensive innovator, then and he's not calling plays, then he's not an offensive innovator.
Yeah,
but I don't necessarily think that's important.
Mm-hmm.
To be to be a head coach.
I agree.
Whether or not that goes down or not.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I felt bad yesterday because there was some chatter in the among the media types that John McClain, the great
I want to hear
McClain,
this.
Our friend John McClain, my guy, your guy, everybody's guy, the legend. He was at the press conference yesterday. And I heard through the grapevine that John McClain had to hold down the fort at his crib during the power outages because there was a fear that the cat might get too hot.
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Not when there's no power. Was there no power?
I do not know all that information, but I believe not.
Because he was kind of in your hood. Isn't he in Spring Branch? Branch? Yeah.
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 Ish.
And that didn't have power.
Yeah. So I heard that he had to hold it down without power potentially because
and where was,
the cat might get
where
too
was
hot.
Carol?
No idea.
But not home.
I don't think so. Not sure.
Dude, put the cats in a box and go to a hotel. I mean, this is not a hard
But
problem.
remember, we kind of pressured Carol into getting him the big screen TV, and a big reason why she wouldn't let him have a big screen TV and he had the 13-inch TV was because
the cat toy or something like that.
The cat like crawling on the
the little climbing thing.
Yeah, the cat like crawling.
Well, you got to prioritize. You got to prioritize.
So I heard I'm gonna talk to him about this. I heard that McClain had to hold it down because of the cat.
Yeah,
come on.
Man, that's a weird situation going on over there.
Come on.
That's a weird situation going on over there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Color me shocked.
Okay.
Shocked.
Okay.
And this is a facetious confession. Saw a headline this morning. Competitive eating legend Kobayashi retires, citing health reasons.
Oh, wow.
No kidding. So eating 80 hot dogs in, 15 minutes or whatever it is not good for you? Kobayashi retires, citing health reasons.
What? Didn't he get blackballed or something like that? Or
there's a story. I don't remember.
I know
exactly
that Chestnut fella took over.
Yeah, Joey Chestnut. But Kobayashi was his big rival.
Yeah.
And it was actually on TMZ. You might have seen it as well.
Yeah.
He retires. He's citing health reasons.
Yeah, you can't hold in that much food anymore?
Yeah. 80 hot dogs will do that to you in 15 minutes. You think?
There is nothing more disgusting than that hot dog eating
contest. They dip them in water,
It is nasty.
They dip them in water.
It's disgusting. You imagine what it smells like there?
They're just like
Sean Judge did.
Yeah, I know. He was in the front row.
That is disgusting.
He was in the splash zone.
The worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
That Joey Chestnut fella.
Mm-hmm. He hadn't retired yet.
He's trying to be a hardo last year. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
What was there, like a storm or something?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I actually tune in occasionally. I didn't last year. I just saw it. But
why?
I don't know.
Guilty pleasure?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little bit flabbergasted by what they're doing in New York or what they're talking about doing in New York. And my confession is I just don't understand some of these people. Apparently the mayor is really, really considering, and they're having conversations about revoking Diddy's key to the city. What the hell is that going to do? Like, what is that even? What is the
nothing?
What is the payout? But what is even the thought process there for doing this? What are we doing?
Just grandstanding,
but
just making a statement. Look, I care. He's a politician.
Who are you grandstanding for? Like this
voters.
Panda.
Yeah,
but I just
pandering.
But to who?
Voters. Look, I'm standing up for what's right. I'm taking away his key to the city.
And there's a portion of people that get satisfied by this because I think what's happened in society, I'm not trying to get too deep or on my soapbox, is I think there's a bunch of losers that complain about stuff that they don't even participate in
or care about
like,
that much.
Like I'm going back. Like I'm going back to and I'll take like any controversy, whether it's let's say this recent Harrison Butker thing, or let's take the Butker and Kaepernick thing. And let's just put them together.
Yeah,
I think a lot of these losers that are complaining online don't even watch football.
No.
Like you look at it and it's like you are saying, you want this guy out of the league. I don't even think you watch football.
No.
And I think that these politicians, they listen to these idiots. And I think that's why the NBA is where it is, because they a large portion of what they do, I think, is listening to these idiots.
Yeah.
And they pander towards it. But you're doing stuff and you're basically doing it for a bunch of losers who don't even watch are participate in your sport. Like, what person is really going to sit there and say, I'm not a big fan of this mayor. You know what, though? He took away Diddy's key to the city.
Yeah.
He's not such a bad guy after all. I really like this guy.
That's what they're counting on.
It's so stupid.
Of course it is.
They just trying to
stupid.
They pandering for social media. So,
but why? But the social media is
so
not.
Is that people talking, get his name in there, and all that stuff?
But what portion of those people are even going to vote for you? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's no payoff for that.
But they believe that's something they need to do what's right, damn it.
Yeah,
to do what's right.
Yeah, what you like to say, Lopez? Spell the name right?
Spell the name right.
Yeah, that's that philosophy.
Look what the mayor did. Good for him.
Oh, he took away Diddy's key to the city.
He took away Diddy's key.
He's a great guy right there.
Baby.
It's kind of similar to, I think it was a mayor in Dallas talking about
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
We want the Chiefs.
That's exactly
Come
what
on,
it
brother.
is.
And that's the idiot who got caught cheating on his wife by his own Ring camera at his house.
Yeah. That's right.
That idiot in Dallas sitting there doing that. And here's how stupid he is. He's first of all, that right there is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
You have a Ring camera and you took your mistress, who by the way worked for you.
Mm-hmm.
He should lose a vote for that.
And this is according to his wife's divorce settlement. So this is kind of, I'm not like breaking news, but that's idiotic enough. The other thing is, like, do you really think, like, you're in Dallas? Do you really think there's a portion of people in Dallas that want to bring another football team to Dallas? Do you know how much of a cowboy town that is? Like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. These people are just so stupid.
That is stupid.
What are you doing? Like, you think cowboy fans are like, yeah, bring us another NFL team.
Another team, huh?
Have you seen like how popular they are there? Like, could you imagine if the mayor here came out and said, we really need another baseball team here. We don't. Hey, Boston Red Sox, we want you here. We can afford. How stupid are you? That's idiotic. Which is dumber? Like, really, which is dumber? Being in Dallas and saying we want another NFL team, or getting caught on your Ring camera cheating on your wife?
The NFL team. Yeah. The NFL team.
Like, are you trying to lose?
Yeah. Exactly.
That is so dumb.
Like, this guy wants another football team. We got the Cowboys. See, that's what the opponent's going to do. I'm all about the Cowboys. That's my platform.
Protect the Cowboys.
Protect the Cowboys.
They're going to run like an imaginary the Chiefs moving to Dallas thing.
That's a really thin limb you're standing on out there.
Coming up, sleeping. What are we sleeping on when it comes to the Texans? At the most important position, could we be sleeping on a few guys that the Texans are going to face next?
The Drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, are we sleeping on 713-572-4610? Are we sleeping on some Texans opponents? John Lopez has some questions.
I do.
Following the Texans schedule release here on Sports Radio 610.
Let me ask you this, because you just heard the promo Clint talking. I'm standing firm at 9. Hell, I'm at 11. Am I that dumb?
11 dubs?
I'm at 11. Am I that dumb about this? Maybe I'm just blinded or whatever. So it got me thinking a little bit. Aaron Rodgers got me thinking a little bit, to be honest. And then I started going through the schedule. There's some games out there that I'm just chalking up as dubs.
Okay.
Just chalking them up on the way to 11.
Which ones?
Because there's questions at the quarterback position.
Patriots
didn't even make the list, but I guess you could do a shout-out to Drake May. Vikings didn't make my list. Because here's my...
Because those are my two dubs.
Those are among the dubs that I have. But I've got some that you're going to have to win that are maybe a little bit questionable. So are we sleeping on these things? Because watching Aaron Rodgers, listening to I think it was the defensive coordinator talking about him that I saw the clip, and then realizing that they've really bolstered his offensive line.
They got a good-ass defense, too.
And a really good defense. Are we sleeping on Aaron Rodgers staying healthy?
I am.
And looking young?
I'm staying asleep. You're coming off a torn Achilles. You're in your 40s. I know Tom Brady was Tom Brady. Drew Brees kind of fell off, too. It's going to be a grind. You're playing on that. You talk about some Texans fans are scared about playing on that field one time.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to play on that field 8-9 times.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping on Aaron Rodgers, admittedly. As far as being an elite quarterback, and we're talking about a guy who won back-to-back MVPs 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping on that big time.
I am expecting a Texans win, not easy by any stretch, but expecting a Texans. That's one that I'm counting on. But what if he stays healthy and he continues to play as if they're talking about right now?
Good for him. But I'm sleeping on it.
All right.
I think he'll be good. I think they could be good. I don't think he has to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
They got a good squad, man.
Yeah.
I mean, when healthy, they got a good squad. They addressed the offensive line. They got Hall. They got Garrett Wilson. They're adding weapons. The defense is good. They got a good squad, man. It's a physical team. And DeMeco versus his mentor. But I'm sleeping on Aaron Rodgers being like an MVP discussion.
Yeah, I'm sleeping on that too. I think the Jets going to be pretty good, but I just don't know about Aaron Rodgers, man. I don't think we're going to get that same MVP Aaron Rodgers.
I chalked it up as a dub too, if we're being honest, and that's why I put it on here. Are we just sleeping on that? Let me ask you this one. Are we sleeping on if Jordan Love becomes a C.J. Stroud clone? Keep this in mind. Over his last 7 games last year, he threw 16 touchdowns, 1 interception, and completed 70% of his passes. And just disclosure here, because they're playing him in October, and I think the Texans are better, even though the Packers are good, I chalked that one up as a dub. Are we sleeping on that?
I don't know why you're chalking that up as a dub.
I did.
Man, if you're chalking the Green Bay game, I think it's going to be tough, and I think Jordan Love's going to be great. I think he's going to be
16
fantastic.
16 TDs, 1 pick in his last 7 games.
I think he's going to be fantastic, and there's value right now. I think CJ's 9-1 MVP. I think Jordan Love's even higher than that. Like that's value. I am not. As a matter of fact, that's one of the games I'm most nervous for. By the way, Jim Nantz on the call there. So you're going to get Nantz and Roma. I think that's the one CBS game.
Yeah.
I am not. I can't believe you're chalking that up as a dub.
I did.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping on that game at all, man.
I am not sleeping.
I'm a little bit jealous of Green Bay, too, man, because it seems like they just draft these quarterbacks.
Yep.
And they just keep passing the torch, man.
Yep.
As far as I can remember, they've been passing the torch.
Yeah, and they just let them sit.
And they be there for about 12, 15 years and then pass the torch.
20. Yeah. 20 years.
Man.
What if Trevor Lawrence does take a step?
Come on.
Are we sleeping on him living up to the contract?
I'm deep sleep, man. I'm deep sleep.
So that one was easy.
I took a Benadryl on that one, man.
I took a Benadryl.
Tylenol PM.
So I think we're unanimous there. But what if he does take a step and live up to his contract?
I think the other game that is going to be crazy is September 15th, little Sunday Night Football, Caleb Williams.
That's on my list.
Yeah, Caleb Williams.
Are we sleeping on Caleb Williams?
I'm not.
Like, does he take the league by storm like some people think he might?
I mean, much crazier things have happened. And look, I know that what you think a quarterback situation isn't always the case. See C.J. Stroud last year and see Bryce Young. But on paper, which doesn't mean everything in the NFL, that is one of the best situations that I've seen a rookie quarterback go into in Chicago.
I take it a step further. I think it's a possibility he could have a better year than CJ did last year. I think he just got.
You just lost a listener.
Hey, look.
I'm switching to music.
Hey, let's be real. CJ didn't have a lot around him last year. We know the Texans was going to make the playoffs like that. But
he had Nico and Tank.
Yeah, we didn't know it was going to be like that, though. But this team is set up to plug in the quarterback and win, man.
Shots fired, man.
Yeah.
Shots fired from Figgy.
I got one more. I got one more here.
I'll just kidding.
Are we sleeping on? And
I think Caleb's going to ball.
I think he might.
He got the pieces around him, man.
I think he's going to ball.
I think he might. Here's one that I don't think. I think you're dead asleep on this one. I'm not. I'm a little worried. Are we sleeping on Tua?
Yes, absolutely. I'm asleep.
Dude threw for 4,600 yards last year.
Good for him. Look who he's throwing to.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, he's still got weapons.
I'm sleeping.
And he lost 20 pounds, Landry.
Was he fat?
I don't know, but I guess he was thicker. I'm a little worried about Tua and then Miami.
Why do they?
Now they have an off week before the Texans.
Yeah. He lost 20 pounds, 15.
That's the report.
I didn't think he needed to lose weight.
I didn't think he was fat.
Well,
is that good though?
Lamar Jackson lost some weight too.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson's down to like 202.
He's been all over the place. Man.
Yeah, he has.
I damn sure didn't know he needed to lose weight.
Yeah, no, for sure.
If anything, I would have thought he needed to gain a little more weight.
Yeah. What about Tua?
I'm sleeping.
I'm not sleeping on Tua.
I'm not either.
All right, good for y'all.
I think
snoozing.
I think that could be.
I think that could be one of the most disappointing teams in the league this year.
Really,
I think Miami could be a very big disappointment. I like Mike McDaniel. It just, I'm just. There's always one. I think Miami might be that disappointing team this year.
Mm-hmm. Now, earlier I said maybe a hat tip to Drake May. Third game of the season, September 22nd, in Minneapolis. Hell,
sleeping.
It might be his first start.
Sleeping.
J.J. McCarthy and then McCarthy Magic.
Snooze button. Sleeping.
Yeah, I'm sleeping on him.
Yeah,
snoozing.
I'm dead asleep.
Night.
I'm dead asleep on that one.
Night.
Been a drill.
But yeah, I'm very nervous about this Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
Be hyped too, man.
Guy can move around. I saw your tweet, your post.
Under the lights.
Yeah.
Bears.
Mm-hmm.
CJ, Caleb. They're gonna be on that Sunday Night Football poster. Mm-hmm. You know the one that they have, the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Where CJ's holding his shoulder pads.
They have the
Caleb's holding his shoulder pads.
Yeah.
Maybe Will Anderson will get on there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe DJ Moore. By the way, very underrated receiving core in Chicago too. DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
They low key loaded, man.
Yeah.
So is Green Bay. That division's stacked.
Yeah.
Between Detroit, who I'm sleeping on,
Mm-hmm.
they're coming down to earth.
You think?
They're coming down to earth. This division, they're coming down.
Bears and Packers going to have something to say about it.
I think it's possible that Detroit has the third best quarterback in the division by the end of the year.
Wow.
I think it's possible the highest paid quarterback is the third best in his division by the end of the year.
It's going to be a hell of a good division. Hell, Minnesota. You don't know what they're going to end up being, but
quarterback,
but yeah,
quarterback's a problem though.
Yeah, but they got some stuff going on.
On the text line 214, I don't get the Jordan Love hype. Was he really that incredible last year, or is he a just gets it done guy? I thought he was pretty damn good.
I just said 16 touchdowns, 1 interception, and completed 70% of his passes over his last 7 games.
They thrashed the Cowboys in the playoffs.
Yes.
And then they had the 49ers backs very much against the wall, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they got Josh Jacobs, don't they?
Yeah, they got Josh Jacobs. They kept A.J. Dillon. They drafted another running back. They got some under the radar weapons. They got a defense. Yeah. It's crazy. Screw Green Bay, by the way. I'm with you on that, Figgy.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute joke.
Just passing the torch to another franchise quarterback.
It's ridiculous.
Since I can remember.
It's like the Colts.
Well,
for the most part.
At least they came
for
down
the most
to
part.
earth. Yeah, at least they came down.
Yeah,
to
at least their quarterback quit. At least their quarterback quit in the preseason.
Yeah, this is true.
It's not happening in
These
Green Bay.
dudes draft a quarterback, let them sit for like 5 years, and they play for another 15 years.
Text line 346 says Keenan Allen's washed. Did you welcome back from your hibernation? I guess you were in a 1-year coma. He had the best year of his career last year.
He did.
Yeah, I know that he's had trouble staying healthy, but I'm glad you're alive.
Yeah,
I know it was. I'm sure it was traumatic for you and your family.
1-year coma.
Way to wake up from your 1-year coma. By the way, the
Did
Texans
you get deployed? Where were you like where there was no signal in a war zone or something?
The Texans tried to trade for him for a reason. That was their first.
My man was in a third world country, man.
Man, dude, I'm glad wifey was by your side through it all, man. Yeah. Keenan Allen last year. Keenan Allen being washed. Let me look at this real quick. 108 catches. That's a career high. 150 targets. That is the second most of his career. 1,243 yards. That is the second most of his career. 7 touchdowns. That is the second most of his career. And he only played in 13 games. They set him out a little bit. Yeah, washed.
My man has a 49ers Super Bowl champions shirt because that's where he was. They took him to where he was. He got the third world championship shirt.
Wait, Taylor Swift's dating who? She's not still with John Mayer?
Hey, my man got deployed.
The Niners won the Super Bowl, y'all. I got that shirt.
He was in Somalia.
I got the shirt to prove it.
Niners won it.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. C.J. Stroud. There's a theory about C.J. Stroud that it might be the biggest piece of revisionist history that we've ever seen. Let's go around the league next.
Amen Thompson is getting some well-deserved. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud. This is kind of crazy how one historic rookie season can just completely change the way in which not just the player, but the entire system in which the player comes from is looked at. This is Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. I want to know, are we going from one extreme to the other when it comes to C.J. Stroud? Here's Dan Orlovsky talking about an advantage. Yes, an advantage that C.J. Stroud had on other rookies.
C.J., in part, had that year last year, at least in my belief, because of the way that Ryan Day coaches those quarterbacks at Ohio State. Like, they huddle. They have long play calls. C.J.'s got to make sure that there's different levels to his communication within the huddle. I think that, really was like a huge foundation for him and his success.
CJ on our show actually said that. I think he said because of Ohio State and because of Ryan Day is why he had such a jump start on everything mentally. He thought, and then he also complimented, I think, the Big Ten for the defenses that you play against. He gives the perfect answer for everything. Obviously, everybody is hoping that they have a quarterback like that.
So the system's an advantage now. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying I thought the large portion of the dialogue, again, perhaps incorrect. Yeah. Like, I didn't hear Dan Orlovsky heading into the draft, or I didn't hear anyone heading into the draft saying, he comes from that Ohio State system, and that gets NFL quarterbacks ready to play. It almost seems like we've gone from one extreme to the other. And you and I and Figgy, we all rolled our eyes when it's like, well, you can't draft Ohio State quarterbacks. You can't draft this school's quarterback.
Gimmicky offense.
Yeah. I never heard C.J. Stroud coming in and it being an advantage that he came from Ryan Day's offense. Never heard that one time.
Never, but
I never heard nobody say that about Ohio State offense.
No, hell no. But what I think
gimmicky offense.
I think what he's on to here is just the fact that it's things you're going to do in the NFL. It's not like the system. It's like, it's not Ryan Day. Now, that part I don't buy. Ryan Day, I mean,
yeah,
I don't think he's that good a coach, first of all. Am I wrong, Figgy?
Oh, you 100% right.
and so the play calling and all that is not what he's talking about. I think he's like
Chip Kelly looking over his
pro style
at his shoulder.
Yeah, pro style.
Man, they're gonna run that
things you do in that offense. And he mentioned them. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not the system. It's the fact that he did things that you do in the NFL.
So that's where we've gone now?
No, I'm not saying that's why he was successful, but it helped. It helped that those are things that he was already used to. Like if you're running a Cliff Kingsbury offense in college,
like Caleb Williams did,
Caleb Williams, there's going to be an adjustment.
There's exceptions to everything, though, right?
Sure, absolutely. But there's still going to be an adjustment. Like maybe the old Mike Leach offenses, would be the biggest adjustment. But yeah, no, I think it's just the habits that he did, the things, the play-to-play things that he did. It wasn't like, oh, what a great system Ryan Day had. I've never heard those words spoken.
Somebody need to hire Ryan Day.
Yeah.
Bring him to the NFL.
It's just crazy what 1 year can do. I mean, just 1 year, and now it's, that narrative. By the way, we talked about being thankful to not be out of the quarterback business this year, not be in the quarterback business in the draft this year. Man, could you imagine if you need one in the draft next year?
Sanders, he's going to be mentioned, and I don't want to be in that business.
Shedeur Sanders, no thank you.
Yeah. And who's the other one?
Quinn Ewers.
Oh, yeah, Ewers.
How long he been playing in college, man?
Him? It's his third year.
But he was at Ohio State,
fourth,
too.
It's his fourth.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it, he got $1 million to skip his senior year of high school.
Yeah.
So when he went to Ohio State, he was
still a high school.
He was a senior in high school making $1 million.
Yeah.
And now he's a junior at Texas. So it's technically 4 years.
Yeah.
But 3 years on the field. But I couldn't imagine saying, all right, let's get Quinn Ewers. Give me Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
That's awful. If you're giving your franchise, there's been a lot of criticism of him. The other thing is he can't stay healthy.
Yes.
But, yeah, I'm just glad we don't really have
That's
to worry
probably
about
why
this.
everybody took a quarterback in the first round this year.
I'm sure
it's loaded up now.
Been a factor.
From quarterback to cornerback, DeMeco Ryans, there's some competition opposite Derek Stingley in the form of two former top 10 picks, now both with their third team. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about that cornerback competition.
What stood out most to me about Jeff and CJ is you see elite movers, right? You see why these guys were top 5 picks, right? They have the movement skills. They're big, fast, long corners that can run with anybody, right? And they've, had some ups and downs in their careers. This is their third team, right? And short careers. But as I told those guys, man, I don't care what happened in the past. You can wipe the slate clean. It really doesn't matter. Like, how can you come out and help us? And they've both they've been here every day of the all-season program, and they've done a great job of being dialed in the meetings and on the field as well. So I'm super excited to work with both guys.
That's about the 5th time that DeMeco Ryans has mentioned that guys have been there every day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not think maybe in the back of his mind, I know different guys move at different speeds, like he's a little bit disappointed that Tunsil isn't there, or that Shaq isn't there, or that Titus Howard's there, because he sure as hell mentions, and I know there's a difference between a Kenyon Green and 2 guys trying to make the roster, but he sure as hell mentions quite often, they've been here every day. Nick Caserio says he's been here every day. He's been in the building every day.
Yeah. I think when he says that, he's talking to the other players. No, I've never met a head coach yet that doesn't want every player there every day. But I think he gets it. He understands it. He's been a player. That's one of the things that he gets. Tunsil and maybe Diggs. I think it's really going to it's got to bother him a lot that Titus Howard's not there at OTAs. Now, maybe Titus Howard is in the building as well, like Diggs. Otherwise,
maybe he's rehabbing.
Yeah, maybe he's doing stuff like that. But no, every coach wants those guys every day, every single hour of every day that they could possibly do it. On this cornerback thing, though, and I've said this a couple of times, I still have some skepticism about it because it is their third team, because they've underachieved.
You should.
Yeah, I think I should too. I think anyone should. But I'll tell you what, if he makes this work, there's no more doubt about any DeMeco pixie dust, because it's real. If he can make one or both of these guys work, and all of a sudden that becomes a plus at that opposite corner, he's a legend. He becomes a legend.
Do you think it starts up front? Like, do you think the fact that they have 2 guys coming off the edge, elite-ish guys, maybe they are, maybe Will Anderson becomes elite as a pass rusher, that kind of helps you at corner?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a given, right?
Yeah. Because I think that's
throw Denico
another
Autry
element
in
of it.
there, throw J.J. Watt in there, maybe.
What?
Maybe.
The NFL is looking to get rid of Chains, perhaps, and Chains would be a backup. You all have watched a football game and had the moment where you don't know if they got the first down or not. The chain gang comes out there. They stretch out the chain. You either got it or you don't. That moment could be dead, and it could be done electronically if things work out in the preseason with the NFL. Me personally, I'm going to miss the chains. I like the suspense. I enjoy the chains.
I like the whole vibe of it all. They stop the game, they bring those guys in the striped shirts, and then the players are jumping over the chain to make sure they don't get tripped, and then they stretch it. They take a little knot out of the chain, and the referee gets down real low, and oh no, man, that's a link short. No, I like the
theater,
the theater of it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it,
but I would rather have the accuracy.
Come on,
yeah. Just imagine if the
accuracy should be the backup.
No, man.
So if it's like
chains,
questions,
bro.
like if the chain ain't working, let's go to the booth.
Nah, y'all remember you say that if the Texans missed the playoffs because of a bad mark.
I don't adjust my mindset based on that. I miss the chain. I love the chain.
The spectacle of it is what I was worried, but also
they hold
theater.
their hands up like short,
and then players are pointing in each direction.
I feel like I should be on the rules committee.
I feel like you shouldn't.
6 timeouts, no matter what, or 5. We'll lower it to 5. You got 5 timeouts, but you can use them anytime.
Yeah,
anytime. 1st to 4th. They're not doing the reset 3. If you save them, you save them. You get rewarded for saving them.
Or to waste the time at the end of the first half.
You know what they're.
Let me just use this timeout.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You can save them because you know the line that you hear. I think this might be
Can't take him with you.
It's one of the five. It's one of the 5 most used lines. You can't take it with you to the locker room. Can't take the timeout with you.
What if you could?
Oh, you just gonna ice the kicker?
But wait,
what if you could?
With Landry Locker as head of the rules committee, you can, because now you get 5 timeouts throughout the course of the entire game.
How badass would that be if nobody used a timeout until the end of the towards the end of the fourth quarter with 2-minute mark,
and then you go 4 in a row?
Yeah.
That would be brutal.
That's 6 timeouts right there.
That would be brutal.
You got the 2-minute warning, and then you got 5 timeouts left.
Yeah, I mean, that would be long.
That would be a long game.
Hey, but it would cancel out, right?
Perhaps? Yeah, because the first half they'd be in hurry up.
Yeah.
They'd be throwing it out of bounds and all this other stuff. But yeah, that last 2 minutes of the game took an hour and a half.
Yeah, the game would be over.
And you can trade, I'm also going to create, as long as I'm head of the rules committee, I'm going to create a situation where for the price of 2 timeouts, you can have 10 yards.
No, see, now you're getting.
No, for the price of 2 timeouts, you can have 10 yards on 4th down.
Yeah.
So if it's 4th and 1 and you have 2 timeouts, then you can use 2 of those timeouts and trade them to where it's 4th and 11. If they're kicking a 50-yard field goal on a 4th down and you have 2 timeouts, it could become a 60-yard field goal.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
And you can move them back. 2 timeouts get you 10 yards. That'll speed up the game right there.
That would absolutely speed up the game.
That'll speed up the game. There's strategy right there.
Yeah.
They got to call me. I got to be on this rules committee.
They've
stay.
They've taken my advice on some of these rules. The kickoff rule I've been saying for 2 years.
Yeah, and you always hear, you have been talking about the kickoff. The XFL. I get a lot of loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. I get people saying to me, when I'm talking about these new things, like the chains or the kickoff, they're like, well, don't you watch the AFL or the XFL and see it? No, I don't.
Yeah, no.
I do not. No, honestly, don't. I cannot.
But I loved the XFL kickoffs, and they've adopted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I star for football, college and pro. But I don't. I can't make myself watch the XFL and the AFL.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the XFL team in town. Whatever.
Yeah,
but I just don't.
No, I get it. I mean,
it's basketball and baseball season right now.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And draft and NFL offseason.
And OTAs.
Transfer portal.
All that stuff.
All that type of stuff. I'll take that. DeMeco Ryans talking about the what people insist is a tough stretch for the Texans, the 3 games in 10 days against Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore. DeMeco asked about that. Here's what he had to say.
I appreciate the question about the 3 games in 10 days. That's so far away that's not even we can't do anything about that right now. We don't schedule the games. However, they schedule. Other teams have, that's been done before. So it's not like it's something that's never been done before. We'll figure out a way to make it work.
I'm with you on this with a different reason why. I think both of our reasons fit together. My thing is that, and we both agreed on this early on as soon as we saw the schedule. You're going to play them anyway. I like my thing is I'm not greedy on that 4-game stretch. Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, at Tennessee. I want 2 wins. I think if you get 2 wins there, you're going to be in really, really good shape, and that's probably to be expected. If we're just being honest about the opponents you're playing and all that stuff. So if you want 2 wins, how about you get the first win after a bye week against Miami at home? That's a good advantage. And how about the second win? You kind of get that revenge win over Baltimore on a short week when they're coming to your place on a short week, and they're playing 3 games in 10 days just like you. And then see what happens in the other 2. That's preferred.
I don't look at this as a rough stretch.
Yeah.
Because you have to play them no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And you're coming off the bye and you got the Christmas. I don't look at it that way.
Yeah.
What, is it physicality? Do you think playing the Dolphins is different than playing the Titans or something? Is it, what is it? Just hard? You don't want to lose 3 games in a row?
It comes down to 3 games in 10 days. But that's what it comes down to. And I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
But the opponents you want them to be more difficult because of those advantages you have. And they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, and that's why I go back to yes, 3 games in 10 days. You are 100% right if that's what you're saying. But I'd rather have the first of those 3 games coming off a bye week, which you do, and I'd rather have the last of those 3 games coming at home when they're playing 3 and 10 days as well. I'd much rather have that than 3 straight noon games, on any given Sunday. Yeah, I'd much rather have that.
DeMeco was asked about it. I don't know. Is that something you proactively prepare for? Like, are they?
I don't think any different.
Is it just on the go? You got to figure out the situation you're in. Like, did they get together? Like, do you think Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans got together with the schedule and said, "We got to do this,
because we have 3 games and 10 days later"?
Yeah.
Nah, I think they're always preparing to keep these guys as fresh as they can.
So how do as far as travel, the Texans travel people, they just already call and book the hotel like in advance?
I think that's probably already done, right? The NFL blocks off rooms at all these cities anyway. I know that for a fact. I mean, they're blocked out well in advance at the hotels they're going to be using.
So they just call up and say,
because you're going to Dallas as an example, so they already have that blocked off. It's just a matter of which day.
They're going to stay in Arlington, right? They're not going to stay in Dallas.
Well, I'm just using that as an example. Yeah.
No, that's what I wonder.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You would think, right?
I don't know.
Fort Worth, easy drive.
How far is it from like Dallas?
Arlington from Dallas? Probably
Yeah.
like 25.
Oh, okay.
Probably 15 from
depending on what happens.
From Fort Worth, right?
Yeah, but Fort Worth's hard to drive through, man.
Yeah.
God. Some of those exits, good God. I'll mess with that, to say the very, very least. Damian Pierce, DeMeco does seem to be a big believer in Damian Pierce. And you brought this up. You feel that DeMeco has a special place in his heart for the third-year running back out of Florida. By the way, Florida graduate.
Yeah, how about
and a trimmer, Damian Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
Here was DeMeco talking about Damian Pierce.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
Man, he loves him some Damian Pierce. He loves him some Damian Pierce. And by the way, in DeMeco we trust. So, hopefully he's got this, locked down. He's got it dialed in. He knows exactly what he's talking about. But, like, when you compare what he said about Damian Pierce and showing up and all that stuff and the all-around man that he is and all that, to Kenyon Green, which he wasn't critical of Kenyon Green. He was very complimentary of how he's looked and transformed and working on, but it didn't sound anything like this. He just said, we'll see.
He's easy to like, though.
Oh, Damian Pierce, yeah.
Yeah, very easy to like.
Yeah. He's got a good headspace.
Name the captains. How many captains? They're going to have 3 or 4 captains,
Probably
right?
4, right?
Yeah, name the captains, because last year, obviously, they've added some guys. I ask this because Joe Mixon was a captain in Cincy.
Mm-hmm.
Stephon Diggs was a captain in Buffalo. Do you think that either one of those guys are captains?
Well, that's possible, isn't it? I hadn't even thought about that. So C.J. Stroud's one, of course.
Yes. I don't think Diggs will be a captain because it's kind of like a one-year thing.
Mixon might. So let's say offensively, Stroud and Mixon, Will Anderson Jr.
I think Will Anderson's a captain.
Yeah. And then
Tunsil?
Nah.
I mean, he was.
He was last year,
he
right?
was.
That'd be kind of weird to take that away.
Danielle Hunter was a captain, too.
Danielle Hunter might be a captain.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter was a captain.
He might be a
Diggs was a captain. Mixon was a captain.
I could see Danielle Hunter for sure. Not Stingley, huh?
Will Anderson for sure, man.
Nah,
Yeah,
Stingley's quiet, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will Anderson's 100. I mean, you said he's
sure.
the example.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a captain.
He got
Follow
the
that
pictures on the
guy.
wall.
CJ's a captain.
Maybe Mixon.
Not Petrie.
No, not Petrie.
Nah.
Not after last year.
Yeah.
Hunter, man.
I think you could be right.
It could be Hunter and Anderson and
CJ and Mixon.
Yeah.
Or they might just keep it on Tunsil.
Could it be somebody like a smaller, somebody like a Autry?
You know
or
who
somebody
I think
like
might be
that?
a captain? I'm being 100% serious.
Oh, God.
Dare.
Come on, man.
Special teams.
Good Lord.
Special teams.
Oh, my gosh.
Special teams captain. I bet you they have one. I bet you it could be Dare. Yeah. I'm just saying I could see it happening.
What's the dark horse for captain for you?
Him.
Like Robert Woods or something.
Yeah.
I'm going to say DeMeco Autry.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
They was excited about him.
You think? I mean, if the team thinks it, then they might retire his damn number.
Yeah.
If it's up to Caserio. Coming up next, the internet goes nuts for a number of reasons. The most extreme weight loss I think I've ever seen from an athlete in a very short time. Next.
Coach DeMeco's got high praise.
got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker and John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that broke the internet. Do it every day at 125. I'm going to start with a little weight loss. DJ Burns, you might remember him from NC State. He was a big dude. Well, there's a before-after picture of him from March 31st to now, and he's lost 45 pounds. He has lost 45 pounds in about 6 weeks' time. Now, he had to come out and say that he was not on Ozempic, so he's not taking the weight loss drug, the weight loss drug that is sweeping the country. But he has lost 45 pounds in 6 weeks.
How can it not be something? I mean, by the way, why are people like, I don't know if it's ashamed or embarrassed or whatever, to not say that it was Ozempic that helped? Dude, you lost weight. Lady, you lost weight. It's good. You're probably healthier.
Well, I mean,
why does it matter? Like, oh, it's not Ozempic. I did it the old-fashioned way. I'd rather do it the easy way. I'd rather, if I lost 40 pounds and they say, "Did you take Ozempic?" You're damn right I did.
But I do think there's some admirable.
Who cares? You're healthier.
But if you lose it and you have all this discipline and stuff, I think there's just a pride thing there. But I'm with you.
I don't care.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm saying, hey, her hair is weave, right?
Oh, those aren't real.
Have you seen Kelly Clarkson lately? Have you seen Kelly Clarkson lately?
Have you seen Christina
Aguilera? Whew. Why did she need it?
She was just she just went like real thin. Like she went from looking good.
Have you seen Kelly Clarkson?
No, she
type in Kelly Clarkson.
Like real thin too?
Brother, you wouldn't recognize her.
Yeah.
She could walk down this hall right now. You would not know that's Kelly Clarkson.
Really?
Dude. I'm telling you.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
She looks younger.
That's her.
In the middle, look at her.
Yes.
She looks younger.
Yeah. Don't even know who that is.
Hey, I've always, how I feel about Christina, so I don't care how she did it. She was already obviously very attractive, but now she's like her 20-year-old self, She looks amazing. Look at this.
You're just showing her ass, John.
Well, yeah, happened to be the one that popped up.
He just showed a picture of her ass. You can't even see her.
Here's another one.
She looked good, don't she?
There's another picture of her ass.
You're
not even
showing
pictures of her.
Let me see if I can
tell that that's her.
How about this one?
There's her ass again.
Let me see if I can find one from the front. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
All right, finally. Okay, yeah, she does look like herself.
Yeah, she's like her 20-year-old self.
Yeah, she looks young.
Yeah, this has been amazing. I'm glad this came up because I'm like, well, they took Ozempic.
Good for them.
That's the weight version of.
Good for them.
They're not real.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Good for them.
They
good
look
for them.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for y'all.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the Ozempic people. Shout out to all the people who lose weight the natural way too.
Yeah,
Respect to both.
I'm not passing judgment on that.
Respect to both of you.
But don't be embarrassed like saying, was it Ozempic? Yeah. 30 pounds, baby.
Oprah lost her. Oprah had like a whole 4-hour convention the other day. I mean, she apologized for being part of the weight loss culture, and I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
And there was a panel.
I know. Figgy, hit it.
I got the internet going nuts.
Not a baby. NBC. Which, by the way, they're closing a $7 billion deal with different platforms for the NBA's new contract. NBC has contacted John Tesh about bringing back Round Ball Rock, this song.
They have it on Fox Sports 1, which is really weird.
How awesome is this, though? I can just take myself back, man.
Yeah, Pacers, Knicks.
I'm a little nervous about this though, man.
Yeah,
why?
I think it's gonna be.
Every time I
live up to it.
Every time I hear this theme song, I think about like Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Shaquille O'Neal,
Pistons,
Penny Hardaway, all these different names. Just imagine listening to this: Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Anthony Edwards.
Load management.
Kawhi Leonard.
Today on NBC, you might see LeBron.
By the way, inside the NBA, it looks like next year's going to be the final year of it, they're saying.
That's my other internet.
That's going to be a farewell tour if you've ever seen one. A lot of people upset by this.
They should be. It
was a good show, man.
It's oftentimes more entertaining than the game.
Well,
my wife was enjoying that show. She don't even
the best show in
watch sports.
Best show in the history. But here's my thing: where would the NBA? The NBA is not really in a good place right now when it comes to ratings and all that. Where would the NBA have been if they didn't have that?
Yes, because that's what's a saving grace.
But you know those guys. Charles says he thinks Ernie's going to retire sooner rather than later, so I would assume that he might retire next year, or he wouldn't leave TNT or whatever.
After this coming season.
Yeah, after this, the next season.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to think, Charles and Kenny are going to find a way, right?
I think maybe Charles, Kenny, and Shaq or Draymond, and then you can. And Ernie's pivotal. Don't get me wrong, but I think you can find a guy that could still get them going.
Really? Like that?
I think you could. Maybe not like that, but it'll take a while.
What is ESPN going to? Are they going to put Ramona Shelburne up there?
I don't know who they're going to put.
Mark Spears,
but somebody who can kind of poke and prod a little bit, and then reel them back in.
How is ESPN so terrible at NBA panels?
Yeah.
It is awful, man.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
It was somebody out there. I didn't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing?
Well, they're not hiring quality people.
They put Ramona Shelburne and Mark Spears up there.
Yeah.
Windhorse doesn't need to be up there either.
And J.J. Redick might be coaching the Lakers.
Okay. Really?
The Nets, Pat Riley.
That's what the rumor is. That's what the rumor is.
All right. LeBron James might be coaching the Lakers then.
Yeah, with J.J. Redick.
You start a podcast. You start a podcast with J.J. Redick, and then Remember when Steve Nash got all that crap for I think what was it, 2020 or 2021 for getting to be the Nets coach, and it was like, oh, this is a travesty. It's like, man, do y'all watch the NBA?
Yeah.
Magic Johnson, Jason Kidd, straight from being a player. Steve Kerr was in broadcast. He was in the front office with the Suns first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the front office with the Suns first, but like it happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. No, it happens all the time.
J.J. Redick, though,
yeah.
Man, LeBron, how many coaches are you going to play for, sir?
All of them.
I mean, is he not is he a coach killer at this point?
No, because he's won some championships in a lot of games.
The only one that survived was the guy from Miami. That was the only one that survived.
Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
P. Diddy might lose his key to the city. He was given the key to the city in New York, and now the mayor of New York is contemplating. Apparently, they're discussing whether or not they should take back P. Diddy's key to the city. What are we doing here?
We're politicking.
What are we doing?
This is an easy explanation. He's pandering.
Let's do it for the gram.
Politicking. Look what I did. I stood up to P. Diddy. Oh, that'll be in a commercial. What's his name?
Adams.
Eric Adams.
Eric Adams stood up to P. Diddy. He's now going to stand up to Big Pharma. Whatever it is. Get out and vote for Eric Adams.
All right. I'm going to ask you to use your imagination, and it's going to require you thinking of yourself as a slime ball.
It's a stretch.
What would you do right now if you were P. Diddy?
Like just with the other thing going on?
No, just like what would you like? Let's say
right now,
like you've done what you've done. There's probably more that's going to come out. What would you do? What would you just?
You pretty
live
much
it
go
up?
into hiding, right?
Do you just live it up for the rest of your life? Do you try to go Russell Simmons?
I think you got to go Russell Simmons, man.
Yeah, I think you just
dip out.
Can he fly out? Is he allowed right now?
I don't know.
I don't think he have any cases or nothing going on.
So he's got to just go post up with Russell Simmons.
Just go.
Yep.
And meditate.
Yeah.
Hey, Russell, let me get that other room.
Yeah. You got a guest house? Yeah, you just lay low, man.
Well, he was going out and about with his kids and stuff until this video came out. I don't know if he's been seen lately, but before this, I mean, he was just going out and about.
I don't think you do that.
I got the internet going nuts.
Rick Carlisle, if you are up 3 in the final seconds, foul. It's basic stuff. What a tough loss for the Pacers, and you can always come back from a lot, man. But that was a W. That was a dub. You had to win. You had to win. You had the ball, clock ticking away, brought it in, turnover. Well, that sucks. Maybe you should have called timeout, which you said afterwards. But then you do not foul on what would end up being the game-tying three-pointer. You lose in overtime. What a good coach to have that bad of a mistake.
I got the internet going nuts.
Let's talk racing.
Let's talk racing.
Let's talk racing. I know we don't talk. Don't look at me like that, Figgy.
We talking NASCAR?
Talking racing, man.
Okay.
He's like, why are we talking racing?
You talking NASCAR?
I'm like, all right.
We're talking Formula One.
Okay.
Michael Schumacher, who used to race Formula One, he received a substantial settlement from a German magazine recently, $217,000, as a result of the publication printing an AI-generated interview with the former Ferrari driver in which they tried to play it off like the real thing. They ran the controversial cover story back in April 2023, claiming it secured the first feature with a Schumacher following his 2013 ski accident that resulted in a serious head injury that left him in a coma. At the end of the article, the outlet fessed up to the interview being fake, but that didn't stop Schumacher from taking legal action. According to ESPN, the family confirmed the payouts from the media group following the backlash. The editor-in-chief also issued an apology, but Schumacher was awarded $217K.
I'm actually surprised that it wasn't more. That's pretty dirty. I don't care if you put the last line, paragraph, or whatever. Oh, yeah, we're kidding. This is AI. No, that horse is out of the barn, if you want to use another old expression.
Because a lot of people don't actually read to the end.
And they see the headline.
By the way, I'm proud of us as a show.
How's that?
I'm proud of us as a show, by the way. And I thought this was a good exercise.
How's that?
The boss came in, and yesterday we were all handed gift cards to Starbucks because the boss sent out a long-ass email, and at the end of the email, he said, just reply with the word something.
I forget.
And let me know that you read the email.
Yeah. All three of us did.
Did everybody get the
right
card?
away?
Did everybody get the card?
I don't know. But
he said everybody didn't get it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
He didn't tell me who.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He wouldn't say who.
Come on, Clint. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know who it was.
When they weren't awful, they were actually pretty good.
Good candidate, too. Pretty good candidate.
Sean read it.
Oh, for sure.
Sean read every word.
Yeah.
For sure.
We read every word.
Got to solve this mystery.
Yeah.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans had some encouraging things to say. Let's have a debate about who the number one receiver is going to be for the Texans. And let's hear what DeMeco Ryans had to say about Stephon Diggs next.
Payne and Pendergast.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
This was DeMeco Ryans talking about Stephon Diggs as Tank Dell and Nico Collins were on the field yesterday. Stephon Diggs was not. Here's what DeMeco had to say about the new Texans wide receiver.
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
Yeah, but why did y'all decide to acquire him? Obviously, they tried to acquire Eric Armstead. Then they tried to acquire Keenan Allen, ended up trading for Diggs. Why bring in Stephon Diggs, DeMeco?
I think it's just Diggs. It's no, for sure, man. Diggs is, as I always said, man. Everybody sees what he can do in the plays that he's able to make. So, yeah, I'm fired up to add him because he's such a dynamic playmaker. He has many different skill sets, but you put on the tape, this guy's a playmaker.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
I love that.
He's the number one receiver, you say.
I said it from day one, and I think it's silly for anybody to think otherwise. Now, you can also think he's going to be the number one, and maybe Tank Dell's a number 1A or becomes a number 1A or even surpasses him over the course of the season. Same thing with Nico. Maybe by the end of the year, Nico ends up with better numbers. But for the entirety of the season, the go-to guy, the best receiver on the team that you brought in to be the best receiver on the team is Stephon Diggs. So I was long-winded in it. I said you signed him like a number one. You wanted a number one. We talked about you needed a number one. He's been a number one. He's the number one wide receiver. Doesn't preclude the other guys from having great seasons, but Stephon Diggs is the number one receiver. He put it very succinctly, very easy. It's Diggs. What are we thinking here?
What's the ideal scenario for the Texans, though? Like if you took Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans and you asked them, what's the ideal scenario for how the wide receiver position plays out this year? I think there's an answer. I think in a perfect world, I'm talking a perfect world, I think Tank Dell's your number one guy and establishes himself as such. Because you have 2 more years of Tank Dell under contract on a rookie deal, a day 2 rookie deal, by the way, not even a first round pick rookie deal. Nico Collins is kind of in the same stratosphere as Stephon Diggs, both very productive, but the production drops down a little bit to where Nico Collins doesn't have just a huge amount of leverage heading into free agency for him. Now, I think that's the perfect scenario, because you ask this question to people, who's the number one receiver? You get 3 different answers, and you get them quite often.
Yeah, a lot of times you do. But I could see, now that is the perfect scenario, but I could see where Tank Dell might be the most dynamic receiver and maybe even have more touchdowns than Stephon Diggs. Because I've said it from day one that we saw him out of training camp. This guy in tight quarters is like a 6'6" receiver. He just gets open in the red zone. So I could see him scoring more touchdowns, maybe even having a couple more big plays and being a dynamic guy. But Stephon Diggs has more catches and is actually the number one guy, kind of the go-to on third down, et cetera,
You basically traded back 19 spots to get Diggs. And that's what's driving me crazy to talk about, you trade a second-round pick. It was basically a 3-way trade in which Buffalo got Minnesota's second-round pick. Minnesota traded up 19 spots. You traded back 19 spots, and you got Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
That's how the trade should be looked at, not, what could they have done with this second-round pick, because they never would have made the trade.
Exactly.
So I just wonder, is there the worst-case scenario for me is that, because if Nico balls out, Nico balls out.
Yeah, everybody's happy.
If Nico balls out, Nico balls out. And you charge it to the game and you give him the 25 whatever milli that he wants. That's fine. If Stephon Diggs is by far and away your best receiver, and you're talking about a guy coming into his 30s, and you're going to have to make a decision about him or Nico, that I don't want to say it's a nightmare. I mean, you could have much worse problems, but what do you do there? Because do you think there's any scenario where they decide that they're going to take Stephon Diggs and let Nico walk? Because I don't see that happening.
No, you don't. No, you don't let Nico walk if he has that kind of year. You're good with Tank for another year or two, but you don't let Nico walk. I think what it all depends on is I need to know how far they got in the postseason. That's pretty big. Like if they have a good year, win the division, maybe even have the exact same thing as last year, win a divisional game, and then, win a playoff game and then lose. Do you really want to bring back? But if they go to the AFC Championship game or beyond, you got to bring them both back.
That's expensive, man.
Yeah, it is. You got a rookie quarterback. We're talking about it this offseason.
You're talking about a guy trying to get his last contract in Diggs in his 30s. Doesn't that go back to where you have to start making tough decisions, though, where you have to say goodbye to one? Doesn't it have to be Diggs or Collins? And it's going to be Collins, right?
If it's Diggs or Collins, it's going to be Collins.
To get paid?
Yeah.
Because you don't have to bring both back. You can go find
Presuming
a receiver.
they have that kind of year, Figgy.
Yeah.
You can go find a receiver.
I think Nico going to get paid regardless, man. I think that's why they reworked that Diggs contract.
Yeah.
To give it a 1-year deal, and I think they're going to pay Nico.
Well, the Diggs thing, there was no guaranteed money, but I just don't – I don't see a scenario. I think Diggs is a 1-year thing.
I agree.
I think he could be. I don't know if he is. I got to know how good a year he has and how far they go.
The other thing is, what's he going to be worth? What if Diggs has a bad year?
Well, then that's an ezy decision, right?
You don't see any way that happens, though, right?
I really don't. I think it's vastly overstated how this decline that he had at the end of the 2023 season. I think it's definitely could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, but I think it's vastly overrated.
Tank Dell was the most popular choice, by the way, of number 1 receivers. Tank Dell was the most common answer of who the Texans number 1 receivers.
On your
poll? On the poll, yeah. It was Tank Dell. Which, all right.
Mm-hmm. What's the comparison? Maybe not a number 1 receiver, but a really dynamic guy that scores touchdowns, that gets big plays, but he might not be the number 1. I'm trying to go back on some Chiefs games. Tyler Lockett's a good one.
Yeah, that's who I would compare Tank to. Tyler Lockett.
Yeah.
Some people roll their eyes at that. He's a damn good player.
He's really
had
good.
some really, really
if you
good
play
years.
fantasy football, you know.
Yeah. He's had some good seasons.
Yeah.
Texans got perhaps the best trio of wide receivers in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they have a running back duo, though? That's the question that is being asked. Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce. If you ask DeMeco Ryans, he believes the answer to that question is yes. The wide receiver trio gets a lot of attention. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Damian Pierce and a potential 1-2 punch at the running back position.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damian, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damian for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. I'm rooting for it, but what say, sir?
In DeMeco we trust. And you better, because DeMeco likes him some Damian Pierce, and I think he's going to get every chance again to be at least the 2 in the 1-2 punch. But that said, anything happens to Joe Mixon, you're kind of if he's not that guy.
I do think they're on standby when it comes to corner, potentially number 2 corner and number 2 running back.
Yes.
There's a little bit of standby where maybe they approach that position or they attack that position during camp, after camp, whatever.
Oh, they have some ideas in mind.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're already kind of thinking the what ifs, the fallback plans, et cetera. I had to ask what Show did today, because I knew every time I have my back turned and he comes into the studio, I see y'all smiling. I hear Figgy giggling. I'm like, what is he making?
He's doing the LeBron
rabbit fingers on my head or something?
He's basically doing the LeBron.
He does the LeBron
on
the
powder toss with the trophy.
With the trophy we got.
He's paying homage to the award that.
Yeah,
we did it.
We did.
To the award that was won.
We did it.
Paying respect to it.
Yeah, well, good.
I got to put you guys on the spot. Did y'all get to the end of the email the other day?
Yeah.
With the boss
for the Starbucks cards?
No, but I got that damn Starbucks.
Oh, wow. You found a loophole?
Oh, wow.
I found a
What do you
loophole
mean,
in the
though?
system.
You had to. The only way you got the card was if you responded with the Callahan.
Callahan, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell you right now, I didn't respond.
And he's still got a Starbucks card?
Well, I think I should get yours. I mean, you should give me yours.
I feel like that's unfair. I feel cheated.
Yeah, man.
I read that whole
respond with
damn.
Callahan?
I read that whole damn
Turn that mic on.
email.
It's on over there. You didn't respond with Callahan? No, I didn't.
Ron,
And you still got the
we all
Starbucks?
read every word of that email.
We earned our Starbucks.
I'm glad you guys did, man.
Yeah. I'm a little offended.
I'll drink it for you. I think we're going to get it revoked, by the way. 'Cause I know he's listening. I'm sure he's going to come around here.
Yeah, we got a challenge flag on that.
I didn't even ask you.
I hope that card is empty.
I just assumed it happened.
I just assumed you knew I did.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you say something?
Maybe
when
he gave you an
Starbucks card came
I'm
your
glossing
way?
over the top of it. I got the info I needed. Let's go.
Yeah. I like Figgy's idea. Maybe he gave you an empty one.
Might be.
Yeah, what if there's nothing on it?
Well,
might be.
Be a good lesson.
It ain't like we've never been given a Twin Peaks card that had about 42 cents on it.
I'll tell you, if it's an empty, them people at Starbucks, I'm going to give them hell. On your behalf. I got to be honest with you. Now here comes the boss.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I'm just saying.
My
I'm
gosh.
just saying.
God, you went like full Callahan in the movie on me, too. You didn't say a word or anything. I accidentally slide you a gift card, and you don't go, oh, what's this for?
I wasn't going. I mean, I ain't going to lie. I mean, I wasn't going. I guess I could have held it down for you, but.
What do you mean you ain't going to lie? You didn't say a word when I handed it to you and said, hey, thanks for reading that email.
Hey. I didn't lie. I didn't say a word. I just sat there. I took my.
I'll take it.
My card. And
good
I got
to
it
know.
right here.
Good to know.
Good to
Thank
know.
you, gentlemen.
That's right. Good to know. I read most of them. Not then. Yeah, I missed that one. I mean, hey, you start handing me stuff. I'm like,
I'll take it.
I mean, I was sitting there to myself thinking.
But here's the thing. Did he say,
myself,
thanks for reading the email or something like that?
I was just sitting there thinking to myself, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah. Oh, so you did say something.
Oh, he did. He said, hey, guys, I almost forgot y'all. Because I asked, I didn't know what Callahan was. I didn't know the reference.
Yeah.
And then Clint started talking. I was like, well, hell, Clint seems like he knows what he's talking about. I'm just gonna ride this out and then get something out of it.
I'm going to be honest with you.
How much do you think we got on this thing?
I don't know, but I'm going to be honest with you. When he came in.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It reminded me because I meant to, I'm letting the cat out of the bag here, but I meant to text you and Tyler and say, hey, make sure y'all read that email. And I never did.
Yeah.
When he walked in, I was like.
Okay, they read it.
Well, I was like, oh, and he brought it up. I was like, damn, please tell me Ron read it. And he handed him the gift card.
You were proud.
I was like, my boy read it. He didn't need me texting him. And here we are.
You hand me gift card? I mean, I feel like I deserved it for something.
For what? For what?
For something. For something. Might not have been that email. But for something, I just thought, hell, you giving us.
You're listening to KILTAM, KILTHD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, baby. And you hear Clint. Tyler is in Hawaii, so he should be trust fund, baby. Yes.
It's got to be, right?
My wife says the same thing. Damn, boy, they stay on a nice vacation.
If I didn't know better, I'd think one of his folks had passed or something. He collected a nice little
or he got hit, or he got hit somewhere. Got that
I'm not sure that he didn't get hit somewhere and take advantage of some company somewhere, some corporate America, and take advantage of him, and he's living off that. I mean, I don't doubt that.
I'm trying to take a charge.
I wouldn't blame him if he did. I'm just saying, like there's something got to give here.
Yeah, Chris Santiago's in the building for him. He's out all week kicking it in Hawaii. Have yourself a good time. Why not? You deserve it. Have yourself a
Is
good
he out in
time.
that part of next week too?
I think he comes back Tuesday.
Yeah, he's out on Monday.
That's the other thing about Tyler. That's the other thing about OT, right? I mean, it is, and look, I'll be honest with you, and my wife got the short end of the stick in several ways, but it definitely in this one. Like I didn't grow up going on vacation. I mean, we went to Wimberley, 7-acre ranch in Wimberley. We stayed 10 days in the hill country, and we thought it was primo. Now we had never. My mom took us to Mobile, Alabama, one time, and it's the first time that we had left the state of Texas. And we drove all the way to Mobile, Alabama. We had a hookup on a beach house that was up on stilts. You know what I mean? It's right on the water. And we got there, and the tide had come up and gone down right before we got there, and there was jellyfish all over everything. And I was like, boy, I mean, if this is the case, hell, I don't need to leave Texas. The hell are we doing over here?
I just went on church trips. Those were our vacations. Church convention trips. One of them was to Mobile.
I probably could have used a few more of those.
Oh, I was a winner. Story time, 2-time state champion, 2-time national champion, and national story time.
I bet there was some pretty good were they co-ed trips?
Oh yeah.
I bet there was pretty good times I had on them church trips.
Oh. I was a little young when they were I was a little younger before the type of fun I think you're thinking of could happen.
Uh-huh.
But those older kids, they looked like they were having a blast.
But them counselors were getting after it now. But where I was going with that is we never, other than that trip to Wembley, like it wasn't, like we didn't grow up and go, okay, 2 or 3 times this year, man, we're going to schedule out, a vacation to Hawaii and a vacation to Florida and a vacation to Mexico or a vacation anywhere like that. We just didn't schedule it out. So now, I mean, I look up and I don't know that me and the wife, outside of our weekend trips to the Hill Country kind of sporadically, I don't know that me and the wife have done a whole hell of a lot since we've been married.
Really, I'm telling you talking about growing up, I can count how many like vacations we went on. We came here, we came to Dallas and Houston. I remember.
And look at here. You were laying the groundwork. Teresa was laying the groundwork.
I told you that's when they almost got me in that Six Flags, where we were going to buy $60 tickets. Some guy was walking around here. I got $25 tickets. And my homeboy saw it said Six Flags over Georgia, and not
wrong state.
But you know me, I was ready to
save a buck.
Oh man, I was going to give me some more food and some drink with that little money I was going to save. But no, we came here, and then all the other ones, like I said, were church trips, or she would take me to like sporting events. We would go to a Chiefs game on the road every year. That was
that's cool. Well done, T.
Oh yeah, well done. Yeah.
I just don't know. Like I don't know.
I never went to Disney World, Disneyland. I never did that.
Ron, I don't know that I could and I need to, but
no, you about to with the kids.
I'm talking about just the vacation in general. Like I don't care if it's with the kids or not, but like, I mean, how do you get to December and you look back and you've like taken 3 or 4 trips that are I'm talking 3, 4, 5 days a week at a time in that year. Like how do you? I've never been the one to even try to justify that.
Yeah. I don't blame you, man. Take your time.
I'd rather redo my wife. No, I don't either. Look,
Take your time, baby.
I mean, I'm sure my wife looks at me and like, God dang, man, how about you take me and the kids on vacation or something? I'm sure it's a flaw. Don't get me wrong.
My wife gets mad at as many like vacation like days we have paid off that I work.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's like, you just gonna work every one of these MLK days. You're gonna work every one of these Labor Days, aren't you? Like she get mad about that.
You're saving them up for something.
Yeah, I guess. I'm trying to get my time. But no, he's in Hawaii, having himself a good time and kicking it. All right, update here. The Astros are looking to win this series. They're right now currently tied, no score yet, 0-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Jose Altuve made a hell of a play to keep this game scoreless at throwing a runner out at the plate. That's the closest it seems like anybody has come to scoring in this game. We'll keep you updated on this thing, but the Astros, this is one you got to win these series. Got to win these series. Got to beat the Angels. You let the first one get away. They were able to come back yesterday and get that win late. For them to keep climbing, they gotta win these series. They've got to take care of business against the Angels. They got to take care of business against the A's coming up next, and that's big to finish this homestand out right here. Got to take care of it.
Monster game, no question. I mean, it's really, given the way that we saw the game that they lost, how that started and what was going on. You should have won that game. You had a real good chance to win that ball game, but you're sitting now. You got to win the division. Again, we've talked about it multiple times. You got the Rangers playing the Phillies and the Mariners playing the Yankees, and the Yankees have found some. I mean, the Mariners have found some way to take 2 so far from the Yankees, and so hopefully the Yankees can come through for us today, and the Astros can get a dub, and we can get back to within 4.5 of the of the Seattle
right
Mariners.
Now. Yeah, 5 right now. So we'll see. We'll keep you updated on that. But last night, big win, big W. Kyle Tucker showed out. Jeremy Peña with a big hit to get the win. And I know you got some thoughts about some stuff that happened last night. I got a couple of takeaways. I got to be honest. My number one takeaway, I'm disappointed in John Singleton.
That's your number one takeaway?
My number one.
All that went down last night, and you're disappointed in the guy that hit one about 500 feet.
My number one takeaway.
Hold on, so.
Like, I know all the other stuff happened, but the thing that really stuck with me the whole way, if you're going to be the bat flip guy, and I love it, you got to hit it every time. That bat flip he gave yesterday, that was piss poor.
I missed it in real time, and then they never replayed it.
I watched it 4 times. That was piss poor effort.
Well, give me what did he do? Show me right there. What did he do?
He swung, and you've seen how violent his bat flips are. He swung, and he just kind of flipped it. From John, like, you're going to do it, I want it. Bam, bam. And, John normally stands, takes a couple of steps before he gets to his strolls. Nah, man, this one you could tell, to me, it felt like his heart wasn't in it. And I don't like, if you're going to be the bat flip dude, which I love it. It's probably one of my favorite things on this team is John Singleton. When he finally gets a hold of one, he bat flips his ass off. And then yesterday, he just gave me I'd say a C- effort. And I need for him to he pushes the envelope like I think other teams want to hit him. His bat flips are so violent and over the top. I want him to continue with it.
Let me get this right.
I was hot.
5 home runs ago, you were mad because he hadn't earned the right to do it.
The first, I told you, the first one.
That was 4 or 5 ago.
Yeah, it's just like, man.
Now it ain't enough.
If we hooping, man, and you 0 for 11 from 3, and you finally hit one, you don't get to do the eye goggles on the first one. You don't get to. You don't get to do the 3. No, not on the first one. Second one, sure. The first one, man, you got to be more Jordan Shrug. Like you got to be not going down. But now you gonna do it. Let this thing.
I didn't see it.
Let it fly.
I'll be completely transparent. I did not see it.
It was soft. It was like
I would have been very disappointed as well, Ron, had I seen it. From your description, I would have been disappointed as well. It's becoming.
I'll show it to you.
The first home run he hit with the bat flip is when I said, "Hey, I'm bought in on this dude. I hope he's really good because it's going to be entertaining to watch him game in, game out," and it has been. So I literally was looking forward to what that looked like. But I missed it at the time in real time, and then they didn't replay it for me.
Yep. By the way, update here: the Astros just take a 1-0 lead as the hero last night, Jeremy Peña. He's gone deep here on a solo blast here in the 4th, so the Astros lead 1-0. But no, man, I love it. Like I want him to just take. For me, it is violent backswing, 4 to 7 steps, and then your trot. And I want him to really, really push the envelope on this.
Well, last night was one too where it was dead center. If you're ever going to super pimp
Chris
one,
said he didn't think he got it all. That's what Santiago said. He probably was unsure.
Yeah.
Like that's what that's what I want. I want him even 5 balls to center that he think may be gone. I want the bat flip there. A couple of them may get caught.
It's okay if he bat flips and there's somebody standing camped underneath it on the track.
Yeah, if he thinks. I want it all from him. I was disappointed. Like right now, he's up. I want to see him get after this thing. Give him one. Bat flip a double.
Well, the thing about John,
he's not shy.
He's going to get after it now. He is the polar opposite. I mean, literally in damn near every sense of the phrase than the guy he replaced. The guy he replaced had lost every bit of his power. To be honest with you, was broken and couldn't let loose and unleash a full swing on anything. And big boy here hadn't pissed a drop relative to what Abreu has. He is emptying the clip every cut he takes.
Time, right? 0-2.
He's from the left side.
He is not shortening up a swing. No, he's not. He's not.
Bro, when he got my favorite part about John is when he goes in that dugout. And he yanks that helmet off, and that damn headband's halfway up his head, and he's got that big ass grin on his face. He's got doesn't he have a little bit? He's got a little bit of a Strahan gap, doesn't he?
He's got a little bit.
Not quite Strahan, but a little bit of one.
And he wears that hard eye black, like he's got to catch punts.
The footage from the dugout after a bomb for Singleton is my favorite footage for him. As he gets more comfortable and he starts doing the strut, where they catch it on video and start doing the little strut down the dugout. John's got a chance to be real entertaining, boys.
By the way, update, they just reviewed the home run. They took it from him. Apparently, a Steve Bartman got in. No, I don't.
It clearly hit the yellow.
It hit the yellow.
The top of that yellow line is slanted. You can see it.
It's got to go over the yellow.
Yeah, but it's slanted and it's painted yellow, so that there's no way for it to bounce back the way it did.
Yeah.
If it hit anything but yellow. So that's just simply the case. And as we said, first pitch.
John just tore an oblique with that first swing right there. So it is zip with John Singleton up at the plate here for the Astros. I know yesterday, by the way, real quick also, to be honest, having some fun with the Singleton deal. But yesterday, man, that's why you say, man, we're going to take a chance to give Josh Hader 5 years, $95 million.
Come on, man.
I mean, he came out there, Jack, and there wasn't no moving nobody. There wasn't no bunt. There wasn't that man with that. They pinch run for that man with that long Jessica Spano hair, and he just stayed at second base the whole time because nobody could do nothing with Josh Hader. Went and gave you 2 innings, 4 Ks, nothing. And, I mean, he was dominant. Like, there's some, you see pictures, you're like, that's 97 right there on the black. There's nothing you could do with it. Nothing. He was absolutely dominant, the guy that I think Dana and company saw when they wanted to bring him in.
Yeah, it's wicked, too. And the fact that now, him going multiple innings – that's strong, man.
Yeah, and he's done it a lot.
I mean, he's done. Yeah, I think he did it this time for the first time since the COVID year. I think is what I read.
I was going to say because Tony has said Tony Gwynn, who had him in San Diego, we talked to every week, said he was so against going multiple innings, and he's probably done it 3 or 4 times here.
I never thought it would be a problem here. I never thought he would need to go multiple innings, but yeah, he's leaned into it. And again, I don't know what it means pitching-wise and Josh Hader and what it means for his arm and how much rest he needs. Forget all that. I just absolutely love the mentality of we're not going to let this one get away, and we're not just going to tell you after we either do or don't and lose the game and we're in the locker room, we're talking to the media, and we're going to tell you how we felt. No, we're going to run Hader back out there between the player and the manager making that decision. I just love the mindset when that is the case from Josh and the Astros overall.
Yeah, man, he was so dominant last night, man. That was special. Now I know for you were happy they got the W, you were happy they got the win, but you wanted to have a conversation. You wanted to meet Joe at the numbers.
Well, look, I'll tell you, yes, absolutely, baseline chalk. I want to meet him at chalk. Here's the deal. Hader should have never had to go 2 innings. I mean, the second that Diaz leads off the ninth with a double.
We normally don't at times agree on this one, but this scenario and situation, you were right on the money.
Well, Ron, that's what makes it worse, right? It's because it's hard to – I mean, you got Chas McCormick coming up. You pinch ran for Diaz with Dubon, who I mean, I don't know that if I was going to pinch hit, Dubon wouldn't have been the one pinch hitting, but you pinch run for Diaz with Dubon, and then you pinch for McCormick with Caratini, and you just swing away. Like you don't ever even try to lay a bunt down. If there's ever – I'm not saying you should bunt with Yordan Alvarez at the damn plate. But in that situation –
it was either Chaz or Vic coming to the plate.
It is whoever in the hell can lay a bunt down. Because for whatever reason, I keep getting told that small ball's a thing of the past and bunting's a thing of the past. But every night you turn on SportsCenter and there's a team using small ball. We've seen this team use small ball to win a game. We've seen them go up there and just bank on swinging away and be the worst team in Major League Baseball with a runner on second base to start an inning in extra innings. They are the worst team in baseball under those circumstances. And so, but we just small ball is a thing of the past. No, man, that was Bush League last night. That was flat-ass Bush League. Move the runner to third base. You got your 1, 2, 3 hitter coming up. All you need is a fly ball. All you need – and the thing is if you move the runner to third, everybody's, oh, well, it's not guaranteed anything. Look, the thing is you've already got one of the best hitters in baseball in Altuve at the plate. Now the infield has to come in. The outfield has to come in. So, I mean, the gaps across the outfield, how quickly something can get between one of these infielders. I mean, it just changes the dynamic of how the defense has to play the game.
If any of the top 3 hitters in the lineup, nobody else, any of the top 3 hitters in the lineup, like you gotta lay that down. Like you gotta lay, like to me, if it's with the exception of those guys, I think you've got to lay it down. But
I would lay it down without Tuve simply because I know he's comfortable doing it.
But I get your point. I would let him swing away with a runner in scoring position. But especially when it means your top 3 hitters are going to come up with a runner on third.
One out.
Like that, you have to, because as you said, man, you got to bring the infield in.
Boy, it makes me sick, man.
Yeah, that was.
It's Bush League baseball, Ron. Because I mean, it was set up to where you are pinch running and pinch hitting. It just makes too much damn sense to whoever your best bunter is on that bench. Somebody's got to be able to. If your backup catcher can't bunt, at this point in time, if your backup catcher can't bunt, then that's a wasted spot. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've seen Chaz bunt.
Yeah. I mean, well, I think that's. I mean, I understand that obviously in the mindset of Major League Baseball that small ball is the thing of the past, but the thought that these guys don't have a much better chance to move that runner by squaring around and bunting, even if they don't do it as much as they used to in the old days. That to me, that's crazy. All you got to do is not get it on the ground, and the runner's on third.
If you was just say it out loud, my 8-hole hitter in a tie game in the 9th just led off the inning with a double. My 9-hole hitter is coming up with the best player in franchise history behind him, and then an MVP candidate behind him who just hit 2 home runs in the game. Like you just say it out loud, and you say, "No, we let our 9-hole.
We pinch hit, swing away.
We pinch hit our backup catcher to swing away."
Yeah,
like, I get the thought is, hey,
and we pinch ran a 300 hitter. Who's been more clutch than anybody?
If he pulls it, to first or to the right side, that maybe, all right, he gets him over there, but I just don't even want to take the chance of that. Like, you got to get him over to the third.
Well, that's even the worst thing, and this is the Astros as a whole. I just watched Altuve do it already in this game with a runner on second, like not even attempting to push the ball to the right side of the infield or push the ball to right field to move the runner. Not even attempting, just swinging out of his shoes, pops up to left field. Like it's you end up getting 2 shallow left field pop flies, and I think a ground out is what Tucker ended up doing. It grounded out to first or second, but it's like you're not even. I mean, like you were just saying to hell with, like, I mean, anything other than just swinging out of your shoes with everybody. I mean, that's hard for me to watch, man.
Coming up, I found. Well, I didn't know if I would be. I found the current version of my partner, Clint Stoerner. The current NFL version of my partner, Clint Stoerner. And I'll be honest, I did not have this one on my bingo card. That's coming up next.
Coach DeMeco doesn't seem to be too concerned. and whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, keep you updated here. The Angels finally got to Hunter Brown for a 2-run homer. And if you were listening earlier, as I see some people text in, yes, it was not a home run from Jeremy Peña. Hit the top of the fence. They reviewed it and overturned it. So the Astros weren't able to get anything out of that. But 2-0 now as the Angels get to Hunter Brown. And I'll be honest with you, Hunter Brown, baby, you were in the 5th inning, hadn't given up nothing. You know, sometimes Hunter's downfall has been really early in innings in games, but looks like the Astros are going to have to do some coming back today as they are down 2-0 here in the 5th inning. All right, Clint, I'm the morning surfing everything, looking at everything, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I've heard a lot of Drake May. I watched a lot of North Carolina football. I've seen him some. I knew him. But I didn't know that Drake May found his inner Clint Stoerner. I didn't know that Drake was Clint Stoerner. Because I'm telling you what, I listened to him mic'd up at his first practice at OTAs with the Patriots, Clint.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, this had to be Clint. Rolling around.
I'll be honest. I ain't got Drake. I don't. I mean, I liked him in college, but I don't know. I think I've seen him in one or two interviews, sit down interviews.
I said if this was not Clint in Fayetteville, this was probably you over there in Dallas, just still letting it roll. I mean, if this wasn't you, and I would have never ever. I'm not saying I thought Drake was going to be Mac Jones or anything, and have that feel to him, but I didn't know it was this is. I listened to this. I said. This had to be Clint. Here's Drake May, his first OTA practice with the Patriots. This was not what I thought that he was going to be.
What up, fellas?
That's the first one right
good,
there.
Man.
Give me a pause right there. Right there, that's it. That when he opened it up right there, I said,
what up, fellas?
I said, that's Drake May?
That's a little surprising.
Chris, you couldn't hear Clint coming on the field. What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Hey, little pep in my step,
What's
baby.
up, baby?
Let's get right now.
That first one, that opening, I said, is that Drake May? All right, go ahead.
I feel good, man. Hey, baby. Yes, sir. Let's do it, baby. Let's go, Bo. Come on. Arm sleeve is how we feeling today? Every day, for real? Hey, I'm going to get there today. Y'all stay on that track. I'm going to get there today. One more. Let's go. Set. Nice catch, Heem. See you, Heem. Good ball, Joe. How'd y'all feel out there? Y'all good? Good job, fellas. Good round, JP. How'd you feel? Y'all feel all right out there? Yeah. Hey, that cadet, just keep working back down, you know. I got to miss outside, you know. So, what I want you to do, though. You know, what happened your side? I'm good. I'm working all the way back Hey, down.
it
may be a 5-yard catch, you know what I'm saying? It's good. Keep working. Hey, it's still completion or scramble throw. You know, and if I scramble, reset it. Yeah, work up from it. You already know. You already know. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm going to run, bro. You got to beat me, though, for real. All right. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to run, but you got to beat me.
Thought you guys came out here and worked hard. It was a good day, all right?
Man, if that wasn't your ass. If that wasn't, I wish I could have your teammates to come. If that wasn't you? And by the way, like you said, I did not have that as Drake May.
I
didn't know that he had. Now I didn't know he had that. I didn't know that.
I'm trying to place the word there when he uses it. That he used it multiple times, and that's the one that's got there's a slur there with it that I'm trying to place it. Is it Mississippi? I know he's Carolina, obviously, but I'm trying to place if it's Mississippi-like, or if I didn't know his family history and know he was from Carolina. I'm trying to figure out where I'd place it.
Boy, I'm telling you, he feels it. Well, I just was like,
and using the word baby like
hey baby, hey baby, that's what he do.
Yeah.
Hey baby, Hey, baby, that's what he do. No, man, I don't know if he can play worth a flip, but you've said it a lot. Like many times, the first deal for a quarterback is to be able to have certain connections with your teammates, being able to build. He seems to have that. Like that didn't look like a dude for the first day. Like that. I mean, he sounds like at least he's ready to take charge of this thing. Like I was. I was impressed that sounded like Clint, but then it was just like that's not a mild, meek guy just starting out.
Yeah, he's got there's a genuine, sincere confidence, swag, likability that I think is going to play really well in that locker room. I did not have that for Drake May. Obviously knew he was a big, tall drink of water and athletic as ever, could spin it, super raw, but can spin it. I didn't have him for that guy. I didn't have him for the guy that could pull that, because that's almost, there's a certain level of like, I don't want to use the term cheerleader because I'm referring to somebody you thought sounded like me, but like there's a certain level of, hey, meet me here. Like, get y'all's head up, get your attitude up, get your mind right, meet me up here at the top kind of approach. And, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. That's the first thing I've heard out of New England that I've been excited about since Brady.
Like I said, I don't know if he can play worth a flip, but like it's clearly like it's clear if he can, they ready to roll. Like but there is some level of belief in that cat, something where he seems to take in the reins, because. I mean, that was, I'm not saying he's CJ, but I'm just saying from the perspective of the dude coming in and everybody seemingly to kind of respect him and be down with what he's about. That jump.
It damn sure doesn't sound like the moment's too big for him. And the other thing, it sounds to me too, and I watched the video that came along with it, it looks and sounds like there's been a conversation had with him from Mayo,
Gerard Mayo,
the head coach, that, hey, this is your squad. Take this thing over. And he's probably told the rest of the team, hey, this is the dude, this is the guy, get in line, meet him at the top, and figure this thing out. It seems like he's awfully confident for a first-timer walking.
But even if you told that, everybody ain't able to just take it.
No question.
He sure as hell was.
No question.
Like, it seemed like he responded to Coach, baby, baby, I know. That's that's natural. He is a finisher with baby.
Yeah, he naturally.
Mine is boss. That's my crutch. I finish, hey, boss. I finish, his is baby.
I was always baby and chief.
Yeah,
those are the two. Those Chief came later. Baby was always part of it for some reason. I mean, it didn't matter if I was talking to the fellas on the field or my lady at the crib.
What's up, baby? We all babies. We all babies. All right.
Everybody is. It's how fond of y'all I am.
All right, DeMeco talks about the skill set and what things could look like to maybe the most exciting group for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. If you guys have
Yes. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros get back in this thing 2-1 as Mauricio Dubon gets another RBI hit, scoring Jake Myers. So it is 2-1 now here for your Astros as they look to try to come back. There you go. Try to come back and get back in this thing. All right, OTA's going on this week. First time we really get to see a lot of these guys on the field together, and then we've gotten to hear from DeMeco and some of the players. And I think, and I, this is certainly one of the things for me. Now, I think there's an argument maybe with the defensive line and the pass rushers, but I still think that the most exciting thing that people are going to be looking at, looking for, and excited about is to see what this wide receiving core is going to look like with C.J. Stroud. We saw what happened last year, and now it's like, heard Ryan Clark say the other day, they may have the best trio of receivers to see what it looks like with Nico Collins, to see what it looks like with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell and the rest of that bunch with C.J. in year two. Well, speaking of that group, here is DeMeco Ryans, the head coach. He was speaking about his new toys, this new wide receiver group that I think everybody's excited about.
And when you talk about receivers with multiple skill sets, that's what you want. You want different body types, different type of movers, right, to cause as many problems for a defense as possible, right? We want to put defenses in binds. I think with those three guys, it allows us to do that because they're so different, right, and they can all do different things. But at the end of the day, they are all explosive finishers with the football, right? And that's what makes those guys great players. They can win on third down, and they can finish and get in the end zone, and that's what we look for at all skill positions on offense. So having three receivers there, it definitely opens up the playbook for us, and it puts a lot of stress on the defense.
Opens up the playbook, a lot of stress on the defense. Yeah, I'm telling you, this looks like this can be a lot of fun this year to watch this group.
Oh, if it's not, it's going to be the biggest disappointment in the NFL. I mean, this trio is being talked about as one of the top 2 or 3 trios and arguably the best in the league, that which you just mentioned, Ron. What the part? There's two things that I like, and I wholeheartedly agree with what DeMeco just said with this particular group, because I think at first glance one might think, well, Diggs and Tank are the same guy, are similar guys, right? Smaller bodied players that win with twitch and you change the direction, yada yada yada, and that's true. They are there are some similarities, if you will, but I just think when you look at where these guys are in their career, you just can't ask Tank Dell to do nearly as much when we talk about movement before the ball, the different formations, being the guy that's always moving, that's being asked to read defenses, being asked to be the outlet versus pressure and settle in zones and always be right. You can't ask Tank to do those things. So I think right now, I think Tank is a better fit at a Z receiver, an outside receiver. I think Nico is the boundary receiver. We've talked about that, a bigger-bodied guy with great hands that's really tough to bring down. He uses that bigger body in a little bit of a way that has been eye-opening in terms of being hard to tackle, as hard as anybody to tackle after the catch last year, instead of the 50-50 ball guy. But it's still that big-bodied advantage that he brings to the table. Tank Dell is a tremendous route runner that again, I think right now the best place for him is the outside receiver. And then you got –
even though his body doesn't look like it, but he seems to play that spot better.
Ron, it's a lot like the kid for me in Philly, man, that won the Heisman coming out of Bama. His name
Devontae Smith.
There you go, Devontae Smith. Like, he's that dude. But then you got Diggs, right? And I think the key with Tank that we can't miss or we can't leave out is you can only give Tank as much as he can handle, because he's a player that you want him playing free and loose. You want all of them playing free and loose, but he's a guy that you want to make sure first and foremost you're allowing him. Don't overload him. Just let him play free and loose. You know, one position and you let it eat, man. And I think that's the best way to use him right now. Maybe different in 3 or 4 years when he's a veteran, right? And then you bring in Diggs, and now you got a guy that should know every position. There should not be a pre-snap movement or motion, a pre-snap shift or a motion that you can't just pile on Diggs and ask him to do it all. There shouldn't be a pressure that he hasn't seen. In other words, if we get a certain pressure, he's the guy that's got to make himself available to the quarterback. He's seen it all. When you look at the different zones and settling in zones, he's done it. He's seen it all. You just have every one of these guys brings something different to the table, and I got to believe that they're going to be on the field together a lot. And the way in which they complement each other, and DeMeco Ryans just said as much, the way in which they complement each other, I think I think it's much more real than at first glance, because I said, like, at first glance you go, well, I mean, Nico's really not a 50-50 ball guy, so he plays like a smaller possession receiver. And then you look at Tank and you go, well, he's smaller and Stefan's smaller, and the same way they play the game, they both be better in the slot. But if you really look at it, I just don't think that's the case. I think they're a lot more complementary than at first glance. It's easy to see how complementary DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett are up there. And then you can even add in the kid, what's the kid's name they drafted from Ohio State last year? Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like, it's easy to see how those guys are complementary because they're all built different. They all play the game completely different, right? You got to work a little harder to find it, but I think it's a reality in Houston as well. The other thing that Miko said right there to me was, which I don't know that I took into account at first, but you go back and watch some of Diggs' stuff. You don't have to watch much of it. It is true. All three of these guys, the explosive finisher, in today's game, it's becoming more and more rare to have a receiver that is truly an explosive finisher. A lot of guys are looking to get down damn near to a fault, which I don't blame them. You will argue Tank Dell and Stefan should probably do that anyway. But both of these guys, I mean, all three of these guys are explosive finishers in the NFL right now. And look, there's not a ton of them at the wide receiver position. Usually the explosive finishers are guys that get paid and guys that have a lot of success. And you got three of them here. Early for Tank, really early for Nico ultimately. But if they can do more of what we saw them do last year, complimentary and explosive finishers. DeMeco was he hit the nail on the head there.
See, Clint, that's one of the ones with me with like I am excited and really, really intrigued, just as a football fan, to see what this is going to look like and and how explosive this group can be. It's like with Tank. I am really not sure what the expectation should be for him this year. I'm just not sure what he's going to bring to the table, because I think if I were to pick somebody, we talk about, and Chris, I know you know this, and you as well, Clint, like we talk about in basketball when we've seen like big threes been put together.
Yeah.
Right? Like somebody had to change.
Somebody's role was minimized.
Somebody's role had to change. Somebody had to drop, a little bit. It feels like to me he would be the one that would be most affected in terms of his role changing, whether that means from the amount of times he gets the ball, the amount of times like that plays are going to him. Because remember, as you say, he was a move guy. He was a reverse guy. He was the guy on the outside. Hell, at times it seemed like he was a guy he trusted, CJ, in big moments. Like last year, through 11 games, he's had 47 catches, 700-plus yards, 7 touchdowns. And remember, that was with him coming on slow
start, yeah.
To start in terms of, when I say slow start, really how many snaps he was getting. Like the thought is, boy, Tank's about to come in here, and we saw what he did. He was going to have 1,000 yards. And I think he's absolutely very capable of that. And this isn't, to me, having anything to do with his injury or anything. We can clearly see that he's going to be good to go by the time the season starts. It's just how much does his change, his game, or at least his production of what he is going to bring to the table, going to change with those two guys.
That's a hell of a point, but I think it's Nico.
So you think it's Nico as the one? See, I looked at Nico as somebody that, like, Nico can come in and do exactly what he did last year.
Right. Well,
look, that same role.
I'll be honest with you. Like it's the season he had last year. I mean, there won't be. I mean, 5 guys do that. It's a rare. But when I look,
I mean, like what he did.
Right.
Like, not his numbers.
The way in which he did it. Yeah. To me, it's Nico simply. And give me a minute to explain. Like I think Nico last year, and I don't know what the advanced stats will tell you, but just me thinking back on the season and all the film that I watched, a lot of the times that Nico got the rock, he was the first read. I mean, I don't know why teams didn't respect him more and take it away and find a way to take it away, but they didn't. So I think teams this year with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, they're going to make him get deeper in progressions. And I think they are going to make him hold the football. It's not going to be as easy as it was last year in terms of how often he was right.
Adjustment for CJ.
Yeah, I just think that's going to be the case, and I think that is going to take away from what we saw Nico do last year. And on the flip side of that, I think that plays into what we saw Tank Dell do really well. Tank Dell, when it is a scramble drill or the quarterback gets off platform
he seemed to have the best relationship with CJ.
I mean, he is electric in those moments, man. And so I don't know. I would think, because the guy that caught the ball consistently in rhythm, early in progressions with space last year, all the damn time was Nico. I mean, you would think at some point somebody'd go, okay, we are not going to let Nico dominate us. And then they go against Cleveland, and the first damn play of the game is a 70-some-odd yard bomb over the top.
Colts,
It was Colts. I'm sorry, Colts. What in the hell are we doing? But teams kept doing it. So I think that's going to be the adjustment made this year.
My man Brandon here on YouTube and Twitch said his expectations for Tank's 100 catches in 1 yard and 1,000 yards. Do I think he's capable of that? Yes. In this offense and how things are geared, like as you talked about, the first reads, I think Diggs and Nico will probably be guys that they are putting in a lot of situations where they're the early read.
You would think so, yeah.
Right now, so that's why I just said that's one that is interesting that I can't really put my finger on exactly what we'll see from him, because. Yeah, I think he's absolutely what we saw week 1, Brandon. I think he is definitely capable of that. But I mean, things change. Things change big time for his role and what we're going to see from him. Like he's to me the Kevin Love, the Chris Bosh of the group, to where he's still really important and effective, but it may have to
he's going to be the third wheel,
the third one there, unless he does just come up and is like what you said. You said it from the jump. He's the best receiver on this team. Unless that comes to fruition next year. All right, coming up, we're going to update you, keep you updated right here as the Astros are looking to win this series. They're in the 7th. We'll get you updated on that and still look at last night, which was great for the Astros, and a lot of stars step up. And then what in the hell happened in Boston last night? A stunner for the Pacers. They may have blown the series potentially. We'll discuss that coming up next.
610. The Texans play here on Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first, as we get, well, I'll let you know, Tyler, he's out. Chris Santiago's in the building. Tyler is in Hawaii, and only God knows what he's doing. We have not gotten any photos from Tyler as of yet, as he is kicking it in Hawaii, but I am sure we will. I am sure he will. Tyler has never been shy of letting us all know exactly what he is doing on his trip.
We had a photo already.
Oh, we got the one, but he wasn't there yet. That was
2-hour flight delay.
Yeah, that was a flight delay. Had some drinks. Hopefully, he was able to stay seated and not fall out of his chair at the airport.
The one he posted on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, did he post it on the tweeter machine?
Yeah, he did. I think he had a mimosa or something like that. So.
Hey, that's that. He can't hide that money, man.
Hey, can't blame him though. Mimosa in the morning.
I thought he'd be a Bloody Mary guy.
Like the real extravagant ones.
Yeah, with bacon and shrimp and everything in it. Yeah.
I can see that.
Ron and I have been talking. We both of us have a little bit of an acid reflux situation. I had to give him up.
I've never liked them.
Oh,
I hate tomato juice.
Oh, I'm with you, man.
Hey, I'll get good and horny over them. The right kind of Bloody Mary, Zing Zang mix.
I've never.
Get me. I would drive. In fact, there's people in my family that do. I would drive from Baytown to a brunch spot in Houston and base it off of whether they had Bloody Marys or not.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never tried it, but I've never liked tomato juice.
Ooh, I love that stuff.
So I've never. I mean, all the stuff on the outside looks cool. Somebody had like chicken wings and bacon.
Yeah, I've seen them with chicken wings. I'm not a fan of them with chicken wings. I mean, I like my chicken wings in the afternoon from Popeyes. Not on my Bloody Mary.
So that's your spot. That's your go-to. Popeyes. That's where.
There was one in Little Rock that stayed open an hour late. And I knew right where it was, boy. And I'd drive clear across town to get it.
Get to there.
When I had that, when I was jonesing for fried chicken,
Had that itch.
ooh-wee. Louisiana Kitchen, boy.
Spicy, right?
Oh, yes, indeed. 3-piece, all drums. You kidding me? All spicy, large red beans and rice, large sweet tea.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Don't you forget my biscuit.
Well, Tyler, I'm sure is not eating Popeyes in Hawaii. Hell, I don't know.
I don't know. He was drinking old fashions in Cabos.
It might be. He may be in there eating that. All right. Update here: the Astros, they are in the 8th. They are trailing 2-1. The Angels got a 2-run homer. The Astros got an RBI extra base hit from Mauricio Dubon to score Jake Myers. It is 2-1. Hunter Brown, Clint, I think that's the story right now. He's on the hook for the loss, but Clint, I mean, if you look at it, you give him 2 runs in around 5 innings. That's what did he go, 5 or 6? That is a positive outing for him. He's usually gets touched up early this year. That's kind of been what has happened with Hunter. But today, he was rolling through, didn't give up those first runs until the 5th inning.
Yeah, look, I thought Hunter looked great. He was aggressive early on, didn't get in trouble early in the game. Made a mistake there with giving up the home run, and boy, it was a no doubter too. I mean, it was, I don't remember who it was, but he yanked it when it went off the bat. Look out, the old boy up in the train better duck.
You said that one gone.
Yeah, keep his head on a swivel, man. But yeah, no, I thought Hunter Brown had a good outing. And look, if 5 did he? I don't know if it lasted 6. I think he went 5 and gave up 2.
Yeah.
That's plenty. That's plenty versus this squad with this lineup behind you to get the win.
Yeah, that's big. And to be honest,
to get a win, obviously he's not going to get the win.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, right now he's saddled with the loss, and the Astros desperately need to make that change. Right, I mean. That it has been a really good run for the Astros. And I know you said it earlier this week. Baseball kind of happens. The Framber thing was weird, by the way. Dana Brown said it was addressed.
Dana did?
Yeah. Dana.
Well, look here. Somebody better start addressing some things.
It was addressed, is what Dana said.
I'm glad Dana did.
From reports.
I mean, that is definitely talking about meeting the spotter at the chalk. I mean, you got to meet Framber somewhere in that clubhouse and say, "Hey, partner, that ain't it."
Yeah,
I mean,
you got to stand in front of him.
I mean, you can't even keep your own emotions in check when mess hits the fan. We don't need you changing the game plan in the 5th. The hell's wrong with you?
But they can't afford to lose series to teams like this at home. It's been a really good run to end this 10-game homestand. You got to find a way to win these series. This team has the second worst record in the American League. The Angels do right now, and they've been struggling to score runs, and right now, if it finishes the way it is right now, you would lose this series at home to this Angels team 2-1. And I know we looked at the schedule and thought, oh, well, the Rangers, they got the Phillies, and the Mariners got the Yankees. Well, the Mariners have won the first 2 games of that series against the Yankees. Now, the Rangers are still struggling against the Phillies, but you had a chance to make up some ground. You want to win this series before they have to take on the A's. So this is really important. But before we get in to move on from last night was huge. Clint, they win 6-5. Peña walks off and scores. It gives a game-winning hit the other way as they win 6-5. Kyle Tucker had 2 home runs. He has the major league lead. Alvarez went deep. Singleton went deep. And then Josh Hader, he went off, finishing the game, pitching the last 2 innings in dominant fashion. They needed to have that W last night, and that was a huge win for them.
Hey, don't leave out the old South African now. Tay, your boy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, three shutdown innings, no runs, and they gave up a couple of singles. But, man, I mean, he's a guy to me, Ron, that is – I mean, the guys that you mentioned, I mean, those are guys that they need to be in this report more times than not. I mean, this bullpen has been lights out, the best in baseball for the last month is the graphic that I just saw thrown up there. Taylor Scott has been – now, I don't want to fall for the okie-doke.
He's been good.
He has been nails, man. I don't know how real it is down the stretch and when it matters the most, but he damn sure has been a guy that they could depend on out of the bullpen, and he did it again last night.
Yeah. No, you're right. Unsung heroes, we look at the other, but him keeping it keeping them in it right there and keeping it where it was for them to get that W. So huge win last night. And again, Josh Hader, man, that like Josh Hader has the ability, and you saw it last night. You can't do nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, you just not, there's nothing you can do with it. I mean, he had the slider working, 97 on the black, and he goes 2 innings, and Clint, it looked like he could have gone another 2 more, and they wouldn't have touched the ball right there. You saw the differences in Josh Hader goes out with the runner on second to kick things off. That guy doesn't move, does nothing.
Yeah.
And then the Astros go up against the reliever from the Angels.
Well, I mentioned earlier how pissed off I was about Espada not taking advantage of the leadoff double in the ninth and at least attempting to bunt at that point in time. That is a situation with Hader on the bump where I can probably understand where Major League Baseball has changed and small ball is kind of a thing of the past and guys don't work on it as much. I could see where it would be difficult as hell to square around there and get a ball on the ground against Josh Hader. I could see that. But the point being, I mean, it's just moving. All of his pitches are working. I mean, he was what all Astros fans hoped we would get chances to enjoy last night. Now, hopefully, he just keeps rolling with it.
Big here. We'll keep you updated again, 2-1 as the Astros. It would be huge for them to come back and get this win, as they're going to try to win this series 2-1 with the Angels. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest here in this game.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, the NBA playoffs, the Eastern Conference Finals kickoff, Clint, and the Celtics stunned the Pacers. They were trailing. It looked like this was going to be a Game 1 upset for the Pacers, and then the Pacers started to shoot themselves in the foot. Like, I think this is a obvious case to me of the Pacers lost this thing more than the Celtics won. Now, the Celtics got some big hit. I'm looking up at baseball and I see hits. They made some huge shots. Jaylen Brown hit that shot in the corner that was just nasty. But it's because of the mistakes that the Pacers made that allowed them to be able to be in position to do it. Clint, you see this in football, in certain things. We see it in all sports. It is crazy to me how often athletes, when you know they work on these things all the time, just go brain dead in moments. You know they sit there, all right, guys, we got one time. I know they go over this. We got one timeout. We're up 3. We got one timeout trying to inbound the ball here. All right, you got a timeout. Can't get it in the first 2 seconds. You don't see anything? Call timeout. Let's advance it. Pacers sitting over there, one timeout. Got a three-point lead. My man sits staring, and tries to hit somebody crossing the middle, completely guarded, instead of calling a timeout. It's crazy. I know they've gone over it. I know they have. And they get and they turn the ball over there, and bam, here comes the 3, and the Celtics get the W. I know you were going for the Pacers. We'll see how this affects them the rest of the way, because clearly they can play with them. We'll see how it affects them the rest of the way, but boy, you just can't lose games like that.
Well, they can play with them. They can score with them. I mean, to me, look, this was a game the Pacers gave away.
Gave away, absolutely.
But I'm gonna tell you, man, I listened to the post game presser with Tyrese Halliburton, man. I like that cat, man. I mean, he doesn't
seem to be. He seems like he's moved on past it. He can stop dribbling the ball off his foot out of bounds as well.
Siakam was also great in the post-game presser. Why didn't he foul? Why didn't he block? Why didn't he try to block that last 3-point shot that tied it up in regulation? But I expect him to be great. He's a champion, right? But you go down to Halliburton being a younger player, man. I don't know. I was just awfully impressed with his demeanor after the game, man.
His response and reaction.
Yeah.
Literally, we watched. What's Paul Wall? Fake Paul Wall. The coach of the Nuggets.
I ain't got his name.
Malone. What's
Mike?
Mike Malone. He did his post game, and somebody hit him with just a very fair question. You know, what was the feeling losing the 20-point lead in the second half? what was the feeling there as you saw that dwindling away, which ultimately had you lose the game? And I mean, this is a world champion. Has been around the league forever. His dad was a coach in the NBA forever. I mean, he just undressed the guy. Undressed the guy. Stupid ass questions. Dumb ass questions. That was his dismount at the end of it. And I'm watching Tyrese Halliburton, and there's some questions hit that he was asked that you could think to yourself, if I'm just 30 minutes removed off of that game, which you probably think to yourself, late in the fourth quarter when we had leads, I turned the ball off and just dribbled it off my foot 2 different times out of bounds.
Yeah.
I missed the game-winning shot.
He's first class,
but
man.
he kept coming with it. Kept coming with it.
Yeah.
I do wonder, is this the case? And Chris, I know you watch it too. Is this the case of, the Celtics kind of sleepwalked through the first game, and now they got their attention, and now this was the game to get them? Or is this no, the Pacers can play with them, and that this feels like it could be a 6 or 7 game series? I think we'll find out in game 2, especially with Porzingis out. We'll find out in game 2. He's going to miss the first 4 games, but I don't know. They had control of that thing the whole way.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the NFL announces in 2026 that the NFL draft will be in Pittsburgh. It will be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Steel Country, as the Pittsburgh Steelers in that city will host the draft. And this is one of the best things the NFL has done here of late, like turning the draft into a
traveling show
and huge party. And I mean, the money that comes into the city over those days, I'm not going to say it matches Super Bowl week, but it's in that realm. And they have made this a money maker. And I think it's cool because they send it to a lot of cities, Clint, that can't host the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like it was in Detroit here. It was in Cleveland. It was in Kansas City. Like none of those places, Pittsburgh, they're never going to host Super Bowls because of the weather, and they don't have a roof. And now they're getting that type of money for the city, that kind of drop in. So every team, every city that's associated with the NFL should have a huge kind of money influx event like this. Like I don't think Houston will ever get the NFL draft because they'll host the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, but I think this concept is huge, and it's fun. I went to the one in Nashville. I went to the one in Kansas City. They were both great events.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed the one in Kansas City. It's the only one I've ever been to. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I've never been to Pittsburgh other than playing.
I've never been to Pittsburgh.
I mean, I played there multiple times, but I've never been to just see the city. So that would be a solid trip. I wonder.
You would do to Pittsburgh? Well, their fans love it.
Yeah, I do. I'm a great football town, unbelievable history.
They got them big ass sandwiches.
And the cool thing about the draft too is like when you're at the draft or you're around draft events, it's not like you're in Pittsburgh. It's more like you're in an NFL community. There's I mean, I'm sure there'll be more Pittsburgh fans there as a whole, but when you're walking through there and when you're going to different events, I mean, you see fans from every damn team out there, so it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool experience.
And the amount of money that comes into a city, we were seeing restaurants, Clint, the lines were around the building, repeatedly around there. So Pittsburgh gets to host the the NFL draft coming up in 2026. All right, this is really happening, really happening. And I guess we are just going to have to accept it here in Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're looking to
Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, from the text line, Clint and Chris, if you're ever wondering, best Bloody Mary ever. Try
Grace's.
No, they said try a Japanese restaurant that uses sake instead of liquor. Thank me later, this person said.
I mean, I'll try it just because I don't want to dismiss you.
Your look on your face was like you're not even buying this. Like you wouldn't even buy or believe in this.
I mean,
look on your face.
That is a one. That's a drink that doesn't need any help. Two, that is a real stretch if you are going to alter it.
You're trying to in your mind imagine.
Now
that
you're
taste.
recreating it. I mean, I'll give it a shot just because you know the kind of guy I am. But now Bloody Maria, where same thing, you just do it with tequila instead of vodka. If you're not a vodka guy, see that. But Japanese spot with sake.
Yeah. Instead of liquor.
Thank you for the suggestion, but I'm gonna have to pass.
Something about the old rice wine.
It's the tomato juice. That's the portion of it. That's the one I can't get behind. That was, and I think a little bit of it is that was the first drink I had gin and V8. That was the first piece of liquor I've ever had. It was horrible, and I fought it down. Just the little cup I had. I fought it down, and I was hammered. But I mean, that was not, and it's crazy because I don't like either one of those. At this point, I'd never had gin before until then. I don't like gin. I don't like tomato juice. It's awful. Letting you know right now as an update, the Astros do lose 2-1 as Jake Myers ends this game in a ground out. They lose the series 2-1. Clint, and the Astros in this 10-game homestand, and we'll head to Oakland coming up next. But they do lose this disappointing series. When you think about this lineup and how it's been swinging the bat, they can only muster 2 runs today, and they had many opportunities, many chances. The Angels made a couple of mistakes where extra bases were given because balls were dropped in the outfield. They just couldn't get the big hit there, and it's hard to forget about Game 1 in this series as well, up 6-1 in the 5th with Framber Valdez going rogue on the mound. So this is a disappointment right now as the Astros will head to Oakland.
Disappointment is right. I said earlier the wheels coming off of Framber the other night was not bad baseball. It was just Framber making a bonehead mistake and
one dude,
one guy. And look, they give them credit. They teed off on his ass. I hated to watch it, but it is that to me. That's when we can say, well, it's just baseball, man. Long season, they get paid as well. It's not always your night. Okay, I can live with that. This here. Same thing, flip side though, right? The bats just never could wake up. Hunter Brown went out there. Seth Martinez went out there. Abreu went out there. And ultimately, when you look at what they were able to get done was they lose the ball game 2-1. And as you said, there were ducks on the pond a few times. They just couldn't move. They couldn't move the runners. You start looking back at some of the little things that happened. Dubon trying to stretch a double into a triple, gets thrown out at third. I mean, these are the games too where you look at the situations where you get a leadoff runner at second base, and you got guys still trying to come out of their cleats and pull them outside pitches, and instead of playing some level of small ball and moving the runner, I call it small ball. I think it's smart. I think it's good. I think it's good baseball. When the big ball doesn't hit like it has the last couple of games with Jordan and Singleton and Tucker, this is what you end up with. So the bats going dead were a problem today. Not being able to run, push runners across the base across the plate was obviously a problem today. And you end up losing a series to a team you ain't got no business losing a series to, especially if you're going to try to keep pace with the Rangers and the Mariners.
Yeah. All right, from the text line, I don't know why people say that we are a superior team to the Angels. We are not. This is not this year, not right now. We are neck and neck with them. You are what your record says you are. Listen, I'm not going to say that the Astros aren't what they are. They are better than the Angels. And especially if you are looking at trying to get back at it, especially when you are looking to try to gain some ground and to stop digging a hole. Like, these are the series that you got to get to. I mean, you go look at that Angels lineup, their pitching staff.
Oh, man.
It's not even close. They've got the second worst record in the American League.
The Astros were significantly better than these guys when they had Ohtani and Trout was healthy. And Rendon. I mean, they're clearly a better baseball team right now than the Angels. Look at how the Angels end up winning the series. You got a starting pitcher that the word ace has been thrown. We've thrown the word ace around. We've talked about him multiple times, deciding to call an audible on his own, and loses a 5-run lead in the 5th, I think it was.
Yep.
And then today your lineup goes out there and gives you 1 run. I mean, this was about the Astros to me. It wasn't much about the Angels.
And if you think the Astros, you're hoping that the Astros can make a run and come back, which they have been. I mean, they won 9 out of 11. This has been a good run that they've been on. They're a team that is better than the damn Angels, and you can't afford to lose series at home to the damn Angels. That's just where that is. All right. DeMeco talked about one of the most polarizing players that they have on their roster, and they don't have a lot of those. Talked about one of the most polarizing players in their roster, and that player still is the center point of what I think is a very serious and real conversation with the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
All right, every day you leave the house, you look in the mirror, and if you've got a hair loss issue, it's bothering the hell out of you. There's no doubt.
for details. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, if you are just joining us, you missed it, you're just getting in your cars or just getting to it. The Astros fall today. They lose to the Angels, lose the series. They lose 2-1 in a tight game. Hunter Brown, pretty good today. 6 innings, 2 hits. One of them being a 2-run homer, but 2 hits and 2 earned runs. And outside of that ball, it was tattooed. Outside of that, man, he pitched really, really well. And Clint, this is one you can win with. And I'll be honest, it makes it even more, frustrating and disappointing that you couldn't muster up, more than 2 runs in this game, especially with the opportunities you had when Hunter Brown pitches like this. Right? When Hunter Brown pitches like this, boy, you feel like you got to get this W.
Yeah, it's very promising for Hunter Brown. It's very promising moving forward for the Astros. Look, I'm going to bet that the Astros bats are going to give you more than 1 run more times than not.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that it fell in a game where you needed to grab this one to win the series against the Angels. Now I know it's early in the season. I get it, everybody, all my early folks out there. But with every series that goes by,
people are not as early.
Oh, I guarantee you. I guarantee you. There's some of them.
50 games.
Some of them know-it-all MLB fan baseball guys out there right now going, man, we ain't played but 50. Man, we got over 100 games to go. Everybody relax, man. They just made a run. They climbed up 2 or 3 notches. Well, with this series, they're right back where they start. They're going to end up right back where they started if Seattle wins again tonight. So, or Seattle playing right now.
I'm not sure if they're playing right now,
but
they finished their series with the Yankees. Yeah,
yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But you could wake up tomorrow and be 5.5 or 6 back to the Mariners and not having made up much ground over this last run. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I feel good. This series, although they lost it again, this is one of those for me that's an acceptable losses, if you will. The bats go dead. That's baseball. It happens. And one swing of the bat for the Angels is ultimately what won them the game. We had a guy on the bump that pitched a hell of a game. Again, baseball, and then the Framber Valdez wheels coming off. But Ron, the bad thing is you can flip this thing and you can look at it like, Joe Espada pissing down his leg in the 9th inning last night. He got lucky and ended up winning in extras, or they could have got swept by the Angels. So you've got to look at this from both directions. There, I'm not concerned because of this series, but it was a disappointing run.
So the Astros fall. They'll head to Oakland to take on another bad baseball team going the opposite way of the Astros, as they are now 10 games under 500. They'll go to Oakland to take on the A's. All right, Clint, I know yesterday you were talking about Kenyon Green a little bit and all the love you're hearing from everybody. I mean, it wasn't just one person, boy. It was everybody. Anybody out there who got a glimpse, who were able to see Kenyon Green, said, ooh, Kenyon's getting his sexy back. He's looking good. His body looks good. He looks like he's really put in the work. He's really gotten down in weight. Here was his head coach, DeMeco Ryans, if you missed this, talking about Kenyon Green.
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. He had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger. And it's really good to see him back, being able to, play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
You want me to translate that?
Please translate it.
Guys, y'all been asking me about Kenyon Green for 2 years. Y'all saw him today out there. He changed his body. He finally grew up. He became a professional. He decided to do what was best for his career and get his ass in shape. When you're not in shape, when you don't eat right, when you don't work out, things happen. Your core's not strong, right? You're carrying extra weight. You're taxing your body extra. Hell yeah, you're going to have injuries. So finally, the guy is in shape, and we can see what kind of football player we drafted in the first round a few years ago. Finally, he's in shape. It's been his own fault that his ass ain't been able to stay healthy. And finally, we broke through, and the man gets it, and he's taking his career serious. Now we can move forward with this thing and see if he can play left guard in the NFL for the Houston Texans.
See, I'm glad you translated that.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very close.
That's what DeMeco wanted to say.
That's what he wanted to say. Because Clint, I don't know where anybody else stands. I am still very uncomfortable with how comfortable they are and how much they trust Kenyon Green. And the reason why I say that is, like, what they have done to in terms of the position they put themselves in with the left guard spot, what they've done, which is virtually nothing, to me says they really trust that Kenyon Green will be better. Because right now it's Kenyon Green, then there's the Kendrick Green, then there's Patterson that they took in the 6th round as a center. There's, I guess, Juice Scruggs could be options. Like, those are the options, right? And those options were already options that were here, right? And either cast off or late round draft picks in Patterson. It's hard to trust him. I mean, Clint, they basically said, I know he had a labrum issue, but they basically said, hey, man, we need you to take a full season off to get in shape. Like, you know what I mean? That's
no excuses.
That's hard to trust right now, that you had to take a guy going into, year 2 to just, hey, man, we need to take you a year off just to get yourself in shape, to get yourself to start taking the game serious. And I'm not saying that he won't be the guy that, that maybe Nick and company saw when they drafted him 15. I am just not real comfortable with where they or how much they have put, to me, what it seems like, into the bag of Kenyon Green. It feels like they trust him enough to not have done very much to add to that position, which they may be right. They could be. Obviously, they see him more than we do, but that is one that has stuck out to me all off season. Is they clearly, by their actions, trust that Kenyon Green's going to be able to be that dude.
Yeah, look, with the extra money or the amount of money that they had to spend in the free agency this year, them not signing an interior offensive lineman that's a plug-and-play starter at either center or guard and allowing Juice Scruggs to really focus on one position or the other, I think is going to end up being the most glaring, I guess.
Because they drafted a tackle in the 2nd round.
They drafted a tackle in the 2nd round. You look at free agency and they signed a bunch of journeymen in the middle, and I mean, you just at the end of the day, you had money, you have money, you have the ability to go out there and sign another interior offensive lineman that's a proven starter in this league that brings more to the table than what any of these guys have proven to be at left guard at this point in time. The only reason I mentioned center is because I think that gives you the flexibility in free agency. If you did want to solidify the interior of this offensive line, you could have went center and then kept Juice over at guard. The only thing I can think of with this, Ron, is I don't believe that they feel good about Kenyon Green. There's no way they feel good about Kenyon Green.
Why did they seem to have just left it up to him?
Well, I think you look at what Bobby was able to do last year when he was able to overcome this and CJ was able to overcome last year from struggles up front. I think they view this, if guard is the only problem we have this year, if we can be solid everywhere else, if this doesn't work out, we'll find a way to patchwork this thing, and CJ and Bobby will take care of it. They were able to patchwork a lot more last year than just the left guard. It's got to be the thought there. I mean, the zero sense of urgency,
none,
with the interior offensive line is I'm still a concern, but I think it is a question mark. I think it is the interior offensive line, with the exception of Shaq Mason, has got to be offensively the biggest focal point in training camp and in the preseason leading into the season. It's got to be. I mean, your interior offensive line, with the exception of Shaq Mason, and your interior defensive line, with the exception of DeMeco Autry, if he's going to play inside, and then your corner. You know, those are the three that you just got to look at and you go, these are spots where, because we talked about the other day, some of these interior defensive linemen that you're going to face this year, they're not going to line up across from Shaq Mason. Right?
They're going to line up across from the left guard.
They're going to line up from the duck. They're going to line up across from the duck. No question about it. And it's 1 week after another where you got horses. And so that's going to be we'll see how the Texans address that. It's going to be interesting to watch.
I am really surprised, especially here how you just said you don't think they feel good because I mean, honest to God, how could you?
There's
nothing that again, this is like Abreu. There's not a whole lot in the offseason that he could have done. Obviously, you see a level of seriousness with him changing his body, but still to say, all right, man, we're going after like a championship level team, and what we're going to do is Kenyon Green or Kendrick Green, who was moved to fullback in Pittsburgh before he got here, and Patterson.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I don't know. In my experience, I don't know that there's a worse type of player than a guy that an organization has paid a bunch of money or drafted early, and then the guy just either doesn't take it serious enough for whatever reason, can't keep himself in good enough shape to just keep from getting injured all the damn time. Forget whether he can play or not. Just can't. I don't know that there's a worse player. You know, you look on the flip side of that and you go, okay, well, you got guys that can play and guys that on Sunday show up, but boy, you don't know what they're going to be doing Monday through Saturday. Yeah. I mean, they may get pulled over and have 3 guns in the car. They may get pulled over and have every drug under the sun in the car. But boy, on Sundays, them dudes show up. Coaches don't necessarily like to bank on those guys either, but at least on Sunday, you know they're going to be available and they're going to play. I think, in my experience, the worst kind are the guys that just don't care enough, and somebody in their life has fooled them and told them that whatever they're doing is enough, and they fooled themselves and tell themselves that they're really, really trying, but the minute they walk in the door, an NFL coach goes, that dude ain't trying. That dude ain't got a chance. I mean, and I don't know if there's a worse type of player in terms of a coach scared as hell to depend on. So that's why I say there's no way that Nick and DeMeco – this is a Nick drafted him. Did Nick draft him?
Yep.
This is a Nick drafted him, and he does at a position where you don't have any real dominant player, he probably does show some physical abilities that other guys just don't have. Yeah. Some strength and some footwork and some different abilities that the other guys don't have, and they're going to give it one last shot.
Listeners on the text line, let's let it play out.
I've let it play out, man.
Clearly they're going to. Clearly they're going to. It's just that I'm surprised that they seemingly this is it. We feel this good. We feel this good.
I heard the same crap last year. Y'all being too hard. Let it play out. No, man. I mean, the story about how good his body looks right now, it wouldn't be a story if he wasn't so damn sloppy the last 2 years.
It's hard for me to be like, man, we're gonna put this thing right here on this guy. We in many ways said, man, take this year off to get your body in shape.
Look, it happens, man. Young dudes, they're Mr. Everything in college. They get in the league, they draft early, make a bunch of money, get a lot of attention, and they're immature and they're not professionals. They don't take care of their bodies. It happens. It's fine. But you call a spade a spade. It is what it is. Now it looks like he's turned the corner. You don't just walk in and because you got serious a week ago and look like apparently he looks. If he looks as good as everybody says he does, clearly he's turned the corner and he gets it. And he's had to work his ass off for the last 3 or 4 or 5 months, if not longer, given that he didn't play last year. And so it's highly likely that'll transfer and transition into football things. But walking in the door looking right was a storyline because of what he walked through the door looking like the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's going to play out, but damn it, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. All right. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, I know the Astros just lost Game 3 of this series, but there was some Bush League baseball that took place last night, and I can't let a spot off the hook here. I feel like somebody threw a punch at me when we was on our 1,000th show the other day. somebody threw a punch at me. But what do you think about a spot now that the Astros have won? Well, 2 of these 3 games, the spot have messed the bed a little bit. Bush League. I'm going to tell you exactly what that is. And I got a solid would you rather for the fellas. Good, solid would you rather for the fellas. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Coach DeMeco's got high praise and high hopes for Damian Pierce heading into OTAs.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Lead this thing off with one of my favorites, man. Just got a little teary-eyed in the break there, Ron.
You get emotional?
Got a little teary-eyed in the break there, man. Lainey Wilson. Big fan. Big fan. Lainey Wilson is the newest member of the Grand Ole Opry. Didn't know this, but apparently
Is she a little young for that?
No, I think she's blowing up, so I don't guess. I don't know exactly from an age standpoint or like I don't know what you have to do or what you have to reach or what kind of stats you have to throw up to get the invite. But she is. I mean, she's obviously younger. These artists nowadays in all genres are blowing up quicker than the old school folks ever thought about it with social media. But she's the newest member of the Grand Ole Opry. Apparently, last night on The Voice, I don't watch The Voice, but apparently she was the guest mentor, I think, on The Voice last night. I think it was The Voice, and Reba is one of the judges, or one of the team captains, I guess you call it.
She is. Yep.
Reba got up and presented Lainey Wilson with the I think it's a buckle, maybe. But whatever it is, they present artists with when they become members of the Grand Ole Opry, and got a little teary-eyed, man.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, when
you're a big Lainey Wilson fan.
I'm a big Lainey Wilson fan, but I'll be honest with you, I get and this has been something that's always been a problem. It's not older age and fatherhood. It's when I see somebody that has reached a pinnacle and is just extremely humble and you can tell when they're overwhelmed with stuff and people like this. Like Reba clearly is an idol of hers, and she clearly, like, just her career and the way she's blown up has just I think has come so fast. It's easy for her to get overwhelmed with it. When that happens for people, I get a little emotional. I get a little
well, congratulations,
old Lainey Wilson, my second born's namesake.
That's right, you did.
It's where we got it, man. I didn't sell it to my wife that way, but I think she knows. But
well, I mean, if she listens to this show, she knows.
Well, if she doesn't know, she knows now. But look, can we? I don't want to get this game let this game get too far in the review mirror before we discuss it. I'm disgusted with the thought that small ball is no longer a thing in Major League Baseball, and I'm sick of getting it thrown in my face on social media every time that the Astros lose in extra innings or the Astros don't take advantage of an opportunity. Joe Espada, right? Let's forget all the Framber Valdez, clearly a lack of respect for the decision makers there, going rogue and changing the game plan and the wheels coming off and costing the Astros game 1 of this series. In game 2 of this series, it is a tie ball game 5-5, and Diaz leads the ninth inning, the bottom of the ninth inning, off with a double. You got a runner on second, nobody out. You got your 9-hole hitter coming up, Chas McCormick, who has not had a good night. You pinch run Dubon, who's a 300 hitter and as clutch as anybody has been on this team this year. You pinch run him for Diaz, so he's out of the question.
Can I say this also real quick?
Yes, sir. Something popped in your mind, didn't it?
I just think, to along with what you're saying, like the difference between Dubon scoring from second and Diaz scoring from second, to me, is not large enough to pinch. Like Diaz he
can roll.
Yes, like he's it's not even sneaky. Like he routinely beats out first hits to infield hits. He gets first to third. I don't think it was big enough to do that. I mean, this isn't like bringing in Miles Straw here.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Michael Brantley.
I agree wholeheartedly, but that's not the. I
thought that was odd too. That just throw that in.
I didn't want to oversell this, Ron, but the minute it happened, I agree wholeheartedly with you. I'm sitting there looking at it. I'm like, is that a step maybe? Second to home, is that a step? Is that 2 steps? Right? And we're not even talking about going second to home, if we're being honest. We're just talking about if in the right mindset, we're just going to move the runner to third. But that's where I want to get here. This is not your small ball is dead, guys don't bunt anymore. This is not the meat of your lineups coming up and you don't ever want to bunt those guys. This is you are pinch running for a hitter. So you're putting what you think is your biggest advantage speed-wise at second base. You've got your 9-hole hitter coming up, and you're going to pinch hit for Chas McCormick at that point in time. And you send Victor Caratini, the Puerto Rican?
Yes.
The
Is he
Puerto Rican? Not the Italian, the Puerto Rican.
I was going to just lean Hispanic.
Latino?
You always go.
But you put him up there, and you don't even offer at a bunt to move the runner to third base. With Altuve and Tucker coming to the plate with one out and a runner on third, bottom of the ninth. Instead, you swing away with Caratini, you shallow pop fly to left field. Altuve gets up there. Clearly, he's swinging for the fences. Offers at a bad pitch and a 3-1 count.
He gets to his knee, doesn't he? He gets to his knee to swing it to pop it up.
Pulls the ball to shallow left center field. Nobody in their right mind. We weren't bunting. We weren't trying to pull the ball if you're Caratini. We weren't trying to push the ball the opposite way if you're a right-hander. We're not doing all of that. We are swinging away with zero thought of playing smart baseball. I thought that was Bush League. And the fact that the Astros went on and won the ball game, Espada gets off the hook with this thing. I thought it was Bush League. There's a reason why this team is as bad. I think they were the worst team in MLB in extra innings. Maybe they moved up a notch since they ended up winning this ball game. But you watch how this thing happened, and this is why it's important. You look at how the game ended up unfolding in extras, right? Peña's at the plate. Less than 2 outs, runners in scoring, runner at third. So the infield plays in, the outfield plays in, and he ends up driving a ball past the right fielder because he's playing so shallow. Boom! It just opens. You would have done the same. Move the runner to third. You do the same thing for Altuve and possibly Tucker, depending on what happened with Altuve. You change the dynamic of the entire game. You change the scheme that's being played by the opponent in such a major way. Instead, we run Caratini of all and look, I like him. 2 outs, bottom of 9, down 1, swing away. Let's see if this guy can get us a clutch home run. He's done it before. But you just thoughtlessly run 3 guys up there, swing away, and the 9th comes and goes with Dubon standing on second. Oh, yeah. Ron, that was as Bush League of baseball as I've seen from the Astros in a long, long time. And this isn't Clint, the small ball guy, because I'd give Dusty Baker a hard time about doing the same thing. But 9 times out of 10, it was you legitimately do have a guy up there that has no business bunting, right? That has as good as – okay, I don't like it, but I can at least stomach that. This is pinch running and pinch hitting, and we're swinging away. I was shook with that, man.
I mean, if you just say it out loud, I love to do the say it out loud test. My 8-hole hitter just got a double. Best player in franchise history bats first. Our best player this year and potentially an MVP candidate who has 2 home runs in the game bats second. Let me get that. Let me have my 9-hole hitter swing away and not get him to third. Let me have my 9-hole.
Who, by the way, hadn't swung a bat all night.
Let me just say, I was going to say, now let me pinch hit for him, and then pinch run. Like, let me do all like that. Just it was made for the situation. All right, bam, 9-hole hitter bunt. Here we go, bam. Your backup catcher should know how to bunt. And all of them should.
Chas
be.
McCormick should know how to bunt.
And Chas should be.
And you take the bat out of. I mean, look, and I know this year started off rough, and I know he's just now returning. But you for a guy that's fresh off the bench, although he's been great in pinch hit situations this season, you take the bat out of a guy that was damn near 1,000 OPS and hit 300 for a good chunk of last year. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've been hard on not hard on, but I just feel like there's. It's hard for me to really beat the white boy Chas drum right now. I feel really good about Chas McCormick trying to go to right field with a pitch to move the runner. I feel really good about Chas McCormick getting something in the air to right field, to the right side of second base, or deep anywhere to help move the runner versus pinch hitting for him, especially if you're going to send Dubon to pinch run. I just thought that was such Bush League. And when it's following up what Framber Valdez just so flippantly just said, to hell with everybody over there, I'm going to do my own thing.
And keep doing it.
It's a rough series for Espada for me.
Yeah. the Framber thing. After he gave up the first 3-run homer in the inning, at that point, do you think he thought, let's get back to it? Or do you think he just said, no, let's keep it going?
Right.
Let me wait till I give up the next 3-run homer in the inning. I just don't know. I don't get that.
It's funny that we were talking about that the other day, and when it happened 2 days ago, and I'm thinking, what's the equivalent in football? I mean, is that like if you're Framber, what was it, the 5th inning? So let's say the whole first half, you are running the football down somebody's throat and you're up 21-3. Like you are just, road grading, they ain't got a chance in hell of stopping you. And for some reason, your quarterback comes out in the third quarter. He decides he's going to audible out of all these runs and try to take shots, and he starts throwing pick sixes, 2 or 3 pick sixes.
Like I was going to say, basically, not as what Jameis just said. Nah, audible. I'm gonna change this call because I'm gonna get this guy a touchdown. I'm gonna get Williams a touchdown.
Jameis, what are you doing? Well, did you see the coverage? Jameis, it don't matter, man. We're road grading these cats.
Like at some point, like you got to come out and talk to him yourself. Like, what are we doing? Like you shaking off 14 times. What are we doing? This is not what we went over it. I wonder at what point did he ever say, well, let me go back to it.
Well, according to the head coach, the manager, I don't know if he addressed it, but it sounds like Dana Brown addressed it.
Dana said it's been addressed.
That was last night, to put a bow on this thing, that was the most egregious small ball is a thing of the past, nobody knows how to bunt moment that I've ever watched. It made me sick, man.
You got to have Altuve and Tucker have a runner on third with less than 2 outs.
Boy, just absolutely heated.
Gotta have that.
All right, I got a would you rather for you guys because I feel like I'm doing it to Ron today. Before the show started today, I was coming in hot from the house and had to eat a little something downstairs. And I think in the cafe downstairs, I think what they did was earlier this week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, they had a couple of different chicken specials down there. Mm-hmm. And I think what they did is they didn't sell a lot of the chicken specials, so they turned them in a day, sliced them up, and turned them into buffalo chicken wraps because that wasn't their normal chicken wrap. It was a different chicken. The chicken's got a little wang to it. Would you rather – where I'm going with that is my burps are awful. I mean, I hit one while ago in the middle of a conversation. I think I saw your nose curl a little bit, and
I missed
you didn't say anything. But
I missed it.
Would you rather be in a room with somebody and they let a smelly fart go, or would you rather be in kind of close quarters talking to somebody and they burp and it's one of those that singes your nose hairs?
Well, that's tough.
Would you rather? Which one?
Because you can taste both of them, but I'd rather taste the burp.
You'd rather the burp. I'd rather you fart all day long.
I think I'd rather.
I'm
just in my mind thinking of just a stinky ass fart that you can taste coming out of the
purposely
ass.
said smell it. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I'm not talking about like you think somebody. Well, I almost said it. Like you think somebody messed in their britches, right? Just a fart, and everybody in the room smells it, and you're like, man, come on, man, that's funky. Or you're mid-conversation, you're like really into a conversation with somebody, paying attention, and they just burp mid-sentence, and it just hits you all in the face. I'm going to tell you, the burp in my face as we're talking, and I know you can't help it when you eat something like that, a lot of times
it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, but that may be the most disgusting thing to me in terms of like what you could do to me in a room.
I'm gonna go with fart, man.
You would rather the fart, right?
Yeah,
I would rather the fart as well.
Yeah, I've got to understand the smell, the stench level of the two.
Well, I feel like
fart, I have had stinky ass farts where I'm almost driven to throw up because you get to taste it.
I think I still would rather a fart.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it was a 10 out of 10 fart or 10 out of 10 burp, I think I would rather. I think I'd rather the fart.
Give me the burp.
Because that burp just like it lingers.
Bro,
it stays in your
the
nose.
fart doesn't?
No,
the fart doesn't linger?
It does, but that burp, man.
Hey, the thing about the fart though, bro, the fart's got to travel a bit. Like I feel like the fart's got to travel a bit and it loses some of the punch it's packing before it gets to me. The burp just like as it comes out of your mouth hits me in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Ron's had a couple of rough ones.
I mean, yeah, I have some. Like I have some burps. Like I can give you Italian sausage.
No doubt.
I can give you that.
There's been a couple of times where Ron will apologize, man. Before it happens.
I can give you Italian sausage, but I can take Italian sausage over funk nasty.
Well, that's the other thing. Is like a burp, I can tell what it is. A fart, I don't know.
It knocked me out, man. That
he has a real fart fetish, man.
Ew. That's just the
would that be
smell
considered a fetish?
It's not a fetish. I'm just not a fan. Not a fan of the
713-572-4610. Would you rather a funky ass fart, or would you rather somebody burp and as they're talking to you, hit you right in the face?
Ooh. Somebody said burp smell like rotten bologna. And yeah, I mean, you run into a fart where you know it came out of the gut.
Yeah,
you know it came and they.
Well, where I was going, that chicken and that thing I ate earlier, like it's got me.
Did it hit you with that?
I burped earlier and I thought about pausing and apologizing, but we were live on air.
I missed it. I did.
Well, good. It didn't get to you.
I didn't get it.
How about when you're on a plane and it's really hitting you and you're burping and you have to blow it up in the air? Like you're blowing it up in the air so the guy or gal next to you doesn't just get smothered in it.
Try to hold it in it. Yeah.
I blow it out in the aisle.
All right, guys.
I wonder if that works.
The Astros took an L today, but hell, this to me feels like it could make it worse. It could make it a lot worse. I cannot believe this is really going to happen. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Low T Center. But the truth of the matter is, fellas, it's not.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Look, all right, it's one thing you lose the series if you're the Astros. You lose 2-1, disappointing. But you know, as Clint said, baseball, you're going to lose some series, right? You're gonna lose some. This is not a shocker. Before the season, you weren't going to say, boy, if the Astros lose a series 2-1, I'm going to flip. No, it's not that deal. But one thing, man, that I can't believe is really, at least it appears, it's really going to happen, Clint. They are serious about this Jose Abreu thing. I mean, dead ass serious about this Jose Abreu thing. Joe Espada spoke to the media again before today's game. Again today, before today's game.
I don't even know why they're talking about it.
Why? Are you, Chris, you've been asking for an update? You need a report?
No.
You've been asking for one, Clint?
No. I don't even want to. I don't want to hear hide nor hair of it.
But we keep getting them. Here's Joe Espada. They were talking that he was talking about the progress that he has made in West Palm Beach. Remember, yesterday he got 3 hits, baby, 3 for 4. I'm gonna assume 3 singles. This is Joe talking about Jose Abreu and the progress he's making.
He's having some really good at bats. Got some videos of his, at bats, defense. He's moving around really well. Looks like he's ready to go.
Got some tape of his at bats. His defense. He looks like he's ready to go.
You know,
He's ready to go.
the biggest problem with this scares me for a spot.
What in the hell?
Because if we're all going to be able to see.
How hard did he study that tape?
But Ron, we're all going to be able to, like, for Joe Espada to say that, like, right now, if he does come back, I don't care what they do. Like, I'm going to be ready to mess with John right now. But if they do play him, like, when he gets to the plate, I'm going to expect to see a swing that I don't look at and go, man, that dude's broken.
See the guy.
Like, what?
See the guy in the postseason.
That's it. Like, what do you think Joe Espada could possibly be seeing that all of a sudden overnight was like, yeah, this is good right here, man.
Here we go. Let's bang it out.
You went from sending a guy to West Palm Beach to now you watched him get a couple of hits in the mind.
You skipped it. You skipped everything.
I hope he's right. Look, I hope he's right. I hope there's something to talk about. I mean, 19 mil per over the next two.
I am floored by with everything. How the person who's played in place of him, where the team is, how quickly it has been that they are here. Here's an actual update on what they're going to be doing with him, because he is going to leave West Palm Beach soon, Clint. And they are actually making moves. Like, it ain't just talk. They're making moves. This is the latest on where Abreu is going to be headed.
He's going to stay in West Palm. Probably play today and tomorrow. And the plan is for him to, at some point, join our AAA club and play a game or two there over the weekend.
So he won't join the Major League team in Oakland this weekend?
There's a possibility that he will.
It's Wednesday. He's going to play two more. Well, I guess he could.
He could play today and tomorrow, and then go to Sugarland and play Friday and Saturday, and be in Oakland on Sunday.
Possibility that he can.
Is that what he said at the end? What is going on here?
Well, they had already said that. They had already said there's a possibility they could join the team. So whoever the reporter was doubling down, and he said, yeah, there's still a chance.
What is going on here? This is my biggest issue, Clint, with this thing, with everything that is happening with this team. My biggest problem with it is there is nothing, and I mean nothing, that anybody within the Astros organization can convince me by telling me what they're doing with him right now has anything to do with winning at the top of the ledger. There's nothing you can do to convince me. Jim Crane, Dana Brown, Joe Espada, Jeff Bagwell, Reggie Jackson, Biggio, Lance Berkman, all of them. None of them. There's nothing any of them.
Reed Ryan still over there?
Maybe. Roger Clemens. There's nothing.
No, don't put that on Roger.
But I'm just saying there's nothing that can be explained to me, Clint, that says right now the way that John is playing, the way the team is playing, the way he's played, and him getting some bats in the Gulf Coast League, that this move is about winning at the top of that's the reason why this is being made. And that to me is the biggest concern, is that this isn't about winning. This is about either money, how much he's getting paid, saving face, ego, wanting to be right, something. But this damn sure can't be about this gives us the best chance to win, because it doesn't.
If it does come to fruition in Oakland, it is going to be tough to stomach. If they do with him what they just did with White Boy Chaz, he gets to Oakland on Sunday and he starts Sunday, be a tough pill to swallow. That's going to be a tough day. Espada might as well just come out and say, man, Dana Brown made a decision, wasn't me. That'd be his best bet. Yeah. Now he's not, but that'd be his best bet.
Text line: he's making progress because he's not facing major league pitching. I'd like to see the progress he's making. I mean, he didn't go completely hitless here. I mean, I'd like to see what does the swing looks like. What is it?
To me, that's the key. I mean,
what's it look like? Is he driving the ball?
If you watched his at bats and you saw something like significantly different that put you in a spot where you're like, all right, the guy that we just sent to West Palm to take a few days off and then get some Gulf Coast League at bats, That guy, clearly to do that, he is in a bad, bad spot.
Yeah.
So you would think that in a short period of time, that guy would have to show you a tremendous amount of change, at the very least, improvement, preferably. But Joe has to have seen some lights out change.
I mean,
in order to
this fast.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Will we? Do we have to see?
I think he's done. I think this is all.
Do we have to see?
I think this is all. I mean, I don't think there's a chance.
Are they going to sit John down? I can't believe I'm saying it, but are they going to sit John down? Are they going to send Joey back to the minors to bring him back? Because he's not going to come up here and just sit on the bench, right?
Gray's still available, isn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, he could play everywhere in the infield. I mean, you got a lot of outfielders. This is blowing. They do this. I just don't know how you could be in that locker room saying to yourself, "All right, they're leading away. We got them here, baby. We're in the middle of a run. Let's keep banging it out." I don't get it, but it looks like it potentially will happen. So, John, get ready for them at-bats to get taken away, which is wild. All right, coming up, maybe the most popular group on the field for the Texans. Maybe the most popular group. DeMeco speaks about them, and it jumps out to us and really shows us what we're excited about this wide receiver core. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain? I know a lot of you are. It's a big time.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Woo! All right, welcome back into The Drive. Those of you wondering where is Tyler at, I've seen that on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler's in Hawaii. Chris Santiago's in the building. Tyler's in Hawaii. I'm surprised we have not heard from Tyler at this point. Maybe he's in the air. It is a long flight. He had a 2-hour delay.
Oh, you think Moneybag T is you don't think he's buying that damn Wi-Fi in that plane? You're crazy. I mean, he is tweeting and Instagramming his ass off. At least he's planning something.
I've never done that once.
You ever bought the Wi-Fi?
Never done it.
I have.
I've talked to many people who have said, "Damn, that thing didn't work." I got their money back. My brother-in-law says his didn't work when he flew to New York.
Well, you got to make sure you ask the stewardess. Is that still what they're called? Well, the flight attendant. You gotta ask them. You gotta say, "Ma'am, sir, is this plane Wi-Fi equipped before I buy this Wi-Fi?" And then when it don't work, you can tell them, "Hey,
get my
what the hell's
money,
going
my
on
money
here?"
back.
And they'll tell you, "Yeah, get your money back."
Yeah.
I buy it all the time. Hell, I bought it knowing I ain't got but 30 minutes left in the flight.
Really? How much did that run you? About $8?
$7, $8.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never lost no sleep over $7, $8, Ron.
Yeah.
$7, $8, man.
That's
You
nothing.
don't think old Moneybags T done bought that Wi-Fi?
So much you can do with that. That $7, as much as you would fly, man, that $7, $8 over time, they could really make them trips to New Orleans every week.
Every week.
$7, $8.
That's a business expense, G. Put that on the expense report.
Well, I guess you can do that. Yeah, I spend up everybody. We went to Vegas. Almost put us to early bird.
Well, I tell you this, it's a business expense for you everywhere you go, just in case you were wondering.
Oh, yeah.
You can't expense it to the company now, but you can write it off.
Yeah, you write it off.
I would think you can.
Yeah, maybe.
I do.
All right, so we hear from Tyler. Hopefully he's out. Having it. Boy, I hope he shaved his chest out here. You know, he's liable to roll in there. I mean, here he is. Hell. He told me before he left, I can't wait till I get tanned.
Did he really?
That's what he said. Can't wait till I go down there and get tanned. I want to go and be the Alex Rodriguez. Is what I want to do.
No. I mean, does he really think he tans? I mean, he's a pasty ass white guy. You don't tan. You burn, peel, and you're white. That's it. You're pale. You burn, you peel.
He's not a tanner?
No. Have you ever seen? You've known Tyler as long as I have. Has he ever walked in and you've been like, damn, that dude's bronze.
Not to the confidence level that he says. I would say, boy, you're red.
Right. Bijani walks in and you think he got a nice olive skin tone. He's either tan or he's got, that's his natural skin tone, right?
Yeah.
Like Sean Pendergast walks in. Have you ever walked in and you've been like, yeah, that dude right there is bronze?
No, I hadn't.
No, he's a fair skinned white dude. Like that's not you. You burn, you peel, you go back to your normal color. There's never, you don't bronze.
He said he's tanning. He said he's gonna can't wait to get tan.
You can expose yourself to some heat in a tanning bed or outside, and you can keep your burn from being like go to the emergency room level burn. But he's not gonna come back here looking like Ronaldo. I mean, as much as he wants,
I think in his mind he thinks
no question. I mean, there's no question that hat kicked backwards, them big glasses on.
He's gonna do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice and bronzed up. No, that ain't happening, man. He's gonna come back pasty as hell.
Can you all help me with something?
What's that?
I'm struggling with this with the Texans and this particular player. I think there are a lot of players to be excited about. And I think a lot of people are excited about Tank Dell. Why not? He almost 50 catches, 700-plus yards, 7 touchdowns, and that's with his season cut short with the injury. And I think all of that is behind him. Even though the gunshot wound, the injury, I think he's already out there. Clint, it is hard for me to determine what the expectation level should be for Tank. Because generally you would look and say he's going to completely build off of what he did last year, and you hope he takes another step, just like the other young guys. Like you look at CJ, he's going to take another step in year 2. You look at Nico, hopefully in some maybe it doesn't happen in production completely, but he takes another step. I just can't put my finger with all of the additions. The addition of the run game, which I think they hope they don't throw the ball as much. The addition of Diggs and the emergence of what Nico Collins was. Like what are we gonna get from Tank Dell? What are we going to see from Tank Dell? What should we expect from Tank Dell? Because I see some people rolling in 1,000 yards. I don't. That one's a really hard one for me on what to expect from Tank Dell.
Look, I would put 1,000 yards on all three of these guys back if they stay healthy. If you told me all three,
you had 3,000 yards.
Yeah, if you told me that these guys, all three of these guys are going to stay healthy for 17 games, I believe this is going to be an 11 personnel heavy football team. I believe they're going to be a pass first, pass to sit up the run football team. I think that everything's going to revolve around C.J. Stroud, and I think they're going to have to be one of the more pass heavy football teams in this to win, especially to win and be competitive at the level that they and everybody thinks that they're going to be. So I'm not saying they're all three going to get it, but I would think
they're all definitely capable of it.
I would think that all three of those guys have 1,000 yards in their bag, and that should be the expectation. I think there's a conversation there to be had of can you have 3 1,000-yard receivers? I know that's a crazy conversation, but I think
you think they'll throw the ball that much? You think that's?
Yeah. I do. I do. I think you even look at last year, and if Tank would have just stayed healthy, he wouldn't even have had to have another big game. Just stay healthy, he gets to 1,000. If Nico stays healthy the entire season, hell, he gets damn near 1,500. So yeah, I mean, I think that. But
they just ditched the run game at times last year in games.
Yeah.
I think they hope the expectation this year is that they don't have to do that.
And the expectations are, my hopes are they don't have to do that, but my expectations are they will. Yeah. Absolutely. I think the signing of Diggs, the re-signing of a tight end that relatively speaking brings nothing to the table in the run game. You got the leader of your offensive line, Laramie Tunsil, doesn't have a physical side to his game as it pertains to run blocking. I just don't think that they're gonna. I don't think that DeMeco Ryans. I don't think it's smart, to be honest with you. I don't think DeMeco Ryans, Bobby Slowick. I don't think offensively with the Houston Texans. I don't believe they're going to go out there and continue to beat their head against the wall of being the most physical team, the more physical team, creating these seams, winning the line. The coach speak. They're going to say all those things, but I would be shocked if you come out there and there's a balanced attack week 1. I really would. I think this has got to be a pass first football team. Obviously not rocket science here. It's got to be a C.J. Stroud centric offense. That's got to be the way that's got to be your identity. Week in, week out, that's got to be your identity. This team has to be, if they're going to compete, if they're going to win the division, if they're going to compete for the AFC to make it to the AFC Championship and possibly a Super Bowl, this team has to be a team that goes out there and the opponent has the same thought as Joe Burrow standing over there, Pat Mahomes standing over there, Tua, the way Tua in Miami throws it around the park. And I know they run it well too, but that the fast break, pass first, we'll score 50 if your ass lets us. Like, that's got to be the mentality. And if they go out there dilly-dallying around with this trying to be a balanced football team and trying to look like San Francisco, and I just don't think these guys see that in the cards for this team.
Yeah, as someone texted in, Tank would have finished with more receiving yards than Nico had he stayed healthy. So 1,000 is in the realm of possibility. I don't know if that's the case, but
I don't know. It's.
I'm not sure. I mean, Nico had almost 1,300 yards receiving. I'm not sure of that. I just think when I look at it, you've talked about it. They don't have all the balls.
You don't have enough balls to go around.
Yeah. And if I look at the thing and I say, all right, who do I feel like is probably going to have to be the one to sacrifice more opportunities to get the ball? And I come in here, Clint, I got to believe Stephon Diggs is going to get touches, and not just is Stephon's going to get touches. I believe they are going to try to make it a point to get touches because, hell, why not? He right now He's right now, as we look at it, he is your best option, and you're trying to get him the ball in a way like they tried to get Tank the ball at times, and that's probably going to decrease a bit. And I still think they want to get screens and first read plays to Nico to take advantage of his greatest skill, which is breaking tackles, right? So I do think that is something we'll see. And well, at times, man, it just seemed like CJ, and maybe this is where I'm off on the Tank thing. At times, it would appear CJ was looking for him, when he got in trouble. Maybe that is where it happened for him a lot. But it feels like if we're looking at a game plan, like a game plan to me probably has Stefon Diggs and Nico before we get on the field more prominent.
I think it's easy to get there, Ron. You look at it, I think a lot of what Nico was able to do production-wise last year, he was his route was early in the progression, if not first in the progression a lot of times. I don't know how he was always as open as he was, given the production that he was putting out there and as well as he was playing, and really how – I mean, he was killing folks. It wasn't just a good game here or there. He was consistently killing folks. So I don't know how defenses allowed it to happen, but he was an early in the progression guy. Like, it looked like it was a pre-snap read, get the ball to Nico as often as you could. And then you flip side and you look at Stefon Diggs. He is clearly the veteran that is going to be your move guy and is going to – and typically that guy is in progressions. A lot of times he's the number one. You're the whole reason you're bunching or the whole reason you're rubbing and picking and crossing is to get that guy – running free, scot-free, and get him in open space. So to your point, where does that leave Tank Dell? Where I think Tank Dell really improves these numbers, assuming he can stay healthy, is Tank has proven to be the best after off-schedule type receiver. Like when him and CJ seem to have a connection, a chemistry. When CJ's in trouble, he seems to find Tank. When CJ's in trouble and Tank has to break his route off, he has a real sixth sense, if you will, of finding the void in the coverage. And a lot of time that's over the top, and CJ's hitting him. So I think he may be a lower volume catch guy, but a higher production yardage guy for those reasons. Like, I think he's still going to put up eye-popping yardage. In a way where he's getting over the top of defenses and he's getting chunk plays where these other guys are going to be. I think your bigger, like the catch numbers are going to balloon more. I think Nico's goes down a little bit just because he's not going to be the only guy in 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
And I think defense is really focusing on not letting him kill him. I don't know that he's going to get 160 targets the way that he has in Buffalo the last 4 years, whatever it was. But I think Diggs is going to be, like you said, he's going to be made priority a good chunk of the time.
Yeah, and this is a deal of, and I'm seeing some people respond, like, this is not me saying that Tank isn't capable or that dude.
Yeah.
I know he is. If Stefon Diggs wasn't here, I would think Tank had a chance to give you 80 to 90 catches for 1,200 yards. I just think with the addition of the run game, the addition of what I think Bobby Slowick and DeMeco want to be with the run game, and Stefon Diggs, who is the most accomplished, like someone texted and said, he's not your best option. Today, right now, he is the most accomplished dude that you brought over. He is the guy that the Texans brought over that made people believe that they could go to another level. Yeah. And I'll be damned if they don't think we got to get the ball to him.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. Look, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Stefon Diggs, but there's no debating what the guy was able to do over the last 3.5 years. The second half of last season was rough, but I mean, he was arguably the most targeted, the most productive receiver in the damn league for at least 3 years in Buffalo, right? And so, I mean, we're not talking about one great year from Nico, a small sample size, or 11 really good games from Tank and all of a sudden an injury. You really don't know. Like, I think just repeating what they did last year is the next step for those guys, whereas you should be able to take to the bank that Stefon Diggs is going to give you some big numbers.
Yeah, if he's still the guy that the Texans think he is, because they wouldn't made the move to get him, yeah, you would think that, at least to start right now. We'll see what happens once the season goes. All right, coming up, the Astros, they take an L. We'll give you the latest on that. and discuss that one. Also, more updated news. Many of you are just getting off work. If you haven't heard the latest with Jose Abreu, we'll fill you in on that. NBA playoffs tonight, and much more here. 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
And Big D Santiago. Chris Santiago, a.k.a. Clay Thompson, a.k.a. that one guy who was always on around the horn as well. Chris Santiago is in the building. Tyler Milner is in Hawaii getting it in. I know he is. I'm proud of him. Do you think he's surfing? You take Tyler as a guy that attempts to get on the surfboard?
Oh, yeah, he'll attempt.
You think he will?
Oh, I absolutely think so.
With that bad knee, I don't think he would.
I mean, absolutely he will. I mean, he'll get Edie McGummy, have him a couple of vodkas, and hell, he'll think he's.
That's all happening.
What was that old Surf King? That old surf movie that. Gosh dang it, man. Anyway, he'll think he's one of the best surfers ever.
I don't know, boy.
I mean, and if he just gets up and rides a wave in, he'll come back in here telling us he's ready to compete.
Yeah.
I mean,
those bad knees. He's got
high on the beach in Hawaii.
He's got to lay down, jump on it.
I think I will surf.
I'm sure he remembers your story of that time you tried to.
I was just trying to paddleboard.
Yeah, no.
Well, that was a.
I just brought that right back to you, right there in your head. You remember?
Boy, that was a. I mean, bring you down to earth moment.
I don't think Tyler. I think Tyler is low key on some of the athletic things with that knee. It seemed to be a really traumatic thing the way he discusses that knee.
I'm just telling you, high on the beach in Hawaii, attempting to surf. That sounds like a Tyler Milner.
Like a Tyler Milner.
Multiple times on this trip, he's going to find himself there.
Yeah, I know he's going to be on the water driving. I just don't know if he's
driving on the water. Why are we doing that?
I mean, he's going to be on some damn things.
Sea-Doos and catamarans.
Yeah. What's the things? Jet skis. He's going to be doing that. You remember that time Tyler bought 2 jet skis?
Yeah, does he still have them?
I don't think he still has them. I think he sold them.
Same thing I did. I didn't have mine long.
Wait, he bought 2 jet skis?
Yeah, for his wife.
How much did those run for?
I don't know, man. That's when I knew he was. We dealing in a different deal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, hell, back in.
I used to think, well, Tyler's able to do this, man. If I didn't have no kids, man, I know I got 3 kids. But then he bought them jet skis. I said, nah, we had a different thought process. I ain't even thought about them. I have no idea because I didn't even thought to even look them up.
Yeah, it's a waste.
Is it? Yeah,
it's a waste of money. Now, look, if you've got a lake house and you've got a pontoon boat and you just love being on the water, then no, it's an accessory to living on the lake or having the ability to live and stay on the lake, extended stay on the lake. And when you're on the water, if you've got a home base, a boat, then a good time, absolutely. But if you just about going out and getting 2 jet skis and throwing them in the lake, and you just go balls to the wall, and we ain't pulling up to the dock, we ain't pulling up to a pontoon boat, me and you ain't switching out like, hey, bud, your turn, I'm gonna hang out and listen to some music and have a couple drinks. You're just gonna go out there and just let the lake beat you to death on them. Nah, hey, yeah,
you ain't gonna do it enough. Yeah,
it's a bad investment. I found out the hard way.
Well, yeah.
Appreciate you, Joey Galloway.
That sounds like something Joey would push.
Well, I mean, Galloway's the kind that's got the house and the dock and the boat
and
the car. Yeah, and he sold them to a guy that was living in an apartment. I didn't even have a house on.
He sold them to you.
I bought them from him. He had 2 souped up, and he didn't like. He bought 2 souped up. They were badass. Now 3-seaters. They were big, and he wanted a different kind. So he said, "You want them? You can buy them." I bought them off of it. Worst investment I ever made.
All right, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. The Astros, they lose 2-1. They now fall to 22-28. And but if you can move past this and them losing the series to the Angels, they had that 10-game homestand, Clinton. They went 7-3 in that 10-game homestand, and it does feel like they 8-2, 9-1 was absolutely in the cards for them. But still, 7-3 in a 10-game span you go 7-3, and that's coming off of winning the series in Detroit. Then this is the type of a run that they needed to have, but it is still very like this wouldn't feel as disappointing, Clint, if they didn't dig that hole right off the jump, right? If this is the normal Astros, and you drop 2 of 3 to a team you should beat, you should be winning against, and you're 5 games over 500, 10 games over 500, that you can deal with that. This took you to 6 games under 500 and now 5.5 behind the Mariners.
Well, yeah, the hole you dug. You look at it the way that the Mariners have gone about this Yankees series, which I don't know what they're doing today or if they've even started yet, but they took the first 2 games of that series, one in dramatic fashion. And so I was looking at them playing the Yankees of, hey, the Yankees probably take that series, the Astros can win or even sweep this series and pick a game or 2 up on the Mariners literally in a 3-game span. Well, the Mariners go out there, and like I said, they're playing lights out and have taken 2 of 3 from the Yankees. And so gaining ground on them was never going to be possible because, hell, they're going to end up either winning or sweeping the series. So at that point in time, you look at it and say, well, hell, at least you can maintain. Well, the Astros didn't even do that. So to have the Rangers playing the Phillies, the Mariners playing the Yankees, and you're catching the Angels, and Angels without Shohei Ohtani, without Mike Trout. I mean, it's just they're a very beatable team, and you somehow lose ground on the leader in the division. That's not ideal, given that you've dug the hole that you dug. I say all that to say this, though. This is a series that I can look at, and as painful as it is, the way in which the Astros lost 2 of 3 to the Angels, I personally don't have a problem. I don't get real up in arms about it, right? I'm pissed off at Framber Valdez. Like, I don't understand what the hell where his head's at once again. But that's one individual. The team played well enough as a whole to win that ball game. Today, the bats went dead in a moment where Hunter Brown was lights out. Quality start, which he's been a while, I think, for him with a quality start. So today was a really good baseball game, other than the bats went dead with runners in scoring position. You had a couple of unlucky breaks where Jeremy Peña's home run ball ends up getting called back, and it's a ground rule double, and the inning ends with him standing at second. There were some unfortunate things today, but this is a series, Ron, where I can look at it and I don't get real up and on. It's unfortunate. I'm disappointed. I hate it. I wish the Astros would have been able to at least keep pace with the Mariners through this series. But it is Major League Baseball, and everybody gets paid, and I can chalk it up to that.
Yeah. We'll see if they can get back on track. They got to go to Oakland to take on the A's. Real quick before we move off of that, Clint, I do want to say Hunter Brown was really, really good today. And if you can continue to get this type of Hunter Brown, usually he gets kind of touched up early in the games. He gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. I still, his strikeout numbers are so low to me, which is so weird with his stuff. Like, he only had 3 strikeouts today. But 6 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs. He just gave up that long 2-run shot that really did him in and ultimately did the Astros in. But 6 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits, you'll take that all damn day. All damn day from Hunter Brown, especially if he's going to be a mainstay in the rotation. So do want to shout him out. He was really, really good today.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, just to kind of pass through, if you're just getting in your cars and you've missed this. Joe Espada spoke to the media before the game, and he talked about Jose Abreu and what the next steps will be. We've heard rumors about Abreu potentially joining the Astros, hell, as early as this weekend, is what we heard said yesterday. This was actually Joe Espada speaking to the next steps for Jose Abreu.
He's going to stay in West Palm. We play today and tomorrow, and the plan is for him to, at some point, join our AAA club and play a game or 2 there over the weekend.
So he won't join the Major League team in Oakland this weekend?
There's a possibility that he will.
As you heard there, he will play today, tomorrow, and then potentially go down and play with the Sugarland Space Cowboys for a couple, and as Joe said at the end there, Clint, could be a possibility to return on Sunday against the A's.
Yeah, I just don't know what role he's going to play. I think you're getting production out of first base right now. Big John is clearly getting some confidence. He's getting in a rhythm. It's hard for me to see Jose Abreu being what John Singleton was a month ago and filling that role for $19 million a year and being happy with it. It's going to be interesting to see how the Astros try to work him back into this lineup. I mean, look, I don't know. The guy that I saw appeared broken. The guy that I last saw didn't even appear to be able to swing fully and let it rip. Everything was very, very short. Everything was very choppy. There's clearly some kind of restriction, if not some kind of injury. To think that this guy went to West Palm a handful of weeks ago, put his toes up for a week, and then all of a sudden started playing a little ball with I don't even know what level ball the Gulf Coast League is.
I have no idea.
And all of a sudden the Astros, the brass with the Astros all of a sudden have seen something that leads him to believe it's a good idea to take Big John Singleton off of the off the diamond. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
You said roll. Speaking of it,
John Anderson was a great country music singer, by the way.
John who?
Anderson.
Also a great
Seminole win. Great
host of Sports Center. He's
John. Yeah,
that's
right.
Missouri Tiger. But Jose, or I did it again. Joe Espada. You talked about what his role may be. He did address that when that question was posed to him.
Whenever Brady does get back with you guys, do you have a sense of kind of just how you'll balance between him and Singleton, just knowing that?
Yes, I do have a pretty good idea.
Is it going to be sort of routine-based? Or
I'm not going to share those right now. Just going to sit down with both Singy and Jose Abreu and share that. Talk to them first.
With who?
Jose and John.
What did he call him?
Did he have a nickname for him? I missed it. I thought he said...
He didn't say John Singleton. He said something Sing.
Oh, he must have had a nickname for him. But
I'm not going to share those right now. Just going to sit down with both Singy and Jose Abreu and share that.
Singy. Yeah.
Singy.
Yeah, Singy.
Not to be confused with Chingy. Wasn't Chingy the old rapper?
Yeah, St. Louis.
Yep.
Didn't he shoot himself, stab himself?
I have no idea.
Chingy did?
Chingy injured himself in some form or fashion. You can look.
Did he survive it?
Yeah, I want to say in his eye. I want to say he did something to his eye. I am certain of that. Chingy did something to himself. One of them St. Louis rappers. I believe it is.
Is Big John? Is he from St. Louis or something? Is the Singy? The Singy seems like a little play on Chingy. Well, I know that, but I know I've known several Singletons in my time. I've never heard him called Singy. I like it. I'm here for it. I wonder if he's got some St. Louis background where somebody really played on the Chingy vibe and went Singy.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Well, that is the latest. We'll see what happens. And it seems like we're going to potentially see sooner than later, where, as he said, it's a possibility that he could be with the big league club on Sunday, and if not Sunday, then potentially next week.
Ron, I'll be honest with you. That makes me nervous.
It should.
Espada's saying, I got a plan. I'm just going to let you in on it right now. Yeah, I know what the plan is.
At least he's being coy this time.
I don't know. That makes me, I'm not going to lie to you, that makes me a tad bit nervous.
It's being coy this time, baby. I got it. I know, and you don't.
Well, the thing is if you're confident in the plan is no, he's our starting first baseman, and things seem to be right, we're going to put him back in there, just like we would with Tucker, just like we would with Altuve, just like we would with Bregman. If that were the deal, like you got to poke your chest out and talk about that. You got to let folks know. You can't hide that.
The reason why this makes you nervous is because this would be like, hey, last year when Dusty had Dubon hitting 300 playing second base, if they hit him with, hey, when Jose Altuve comes back from his injury, is Jose Altuve going to play second base or is Mauricio Dubon? If Dusty were to say, well, I don't know, I'll keep that close to I'm not sure yet. You'd be a little concerned because you know Jose Altuve is coming back to play second base. Just like you know John Singleton, without a shadow of a doubt, should be the person playing first base and not Jose Abreu. Like it's a silly thing that he would not just come out and say John's going to play first base and we're going to slowly find a space for Jose Abreu. It's insane. It's silliness that they wouldn't even go, that they would do this song and dance. It's just silly. All right, coming up, Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green, it feels like the Texans are trusting and believing in him when you look at, well, basically what they didn't do in the offseason to potentially protect themselves at that position. Do you trust Kenyon? Do you trust that Kenyon Green will be able to hold down that spot? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, ladies too, you all have special men, whether it's your father, your son.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive here. And Clint, I heard the audio from DeMeco talking about Kenyon Green. I heard the audio of DeMeco talking about Kenyon Green, and he seems excited. He seems excited about where he is. And then when you take what DeMeco had to say, what everything has been reported about the way he's looking, how his body is coming together, you can see the importance or the excitement with what he has done in the offseason. Here's DeMeco actually breaking down his thoughts about Kenyon Green entering OTAs.
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. You know, he had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger, and it's really good to see him back, being able to, play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
Listen, they seem to be happy. As he said, ready to compete. He is in great shape, especially compared to what he has been in the years that he's been here since he was drafted a couple of years ago. And when he says compete, Clint, hell, it seems like, yeah, they're saying earn a spot. But you look at it, man, I mean, with what they have behind him, which is Patterson, Kendrick Green, I guess maybe Juice Scruggs could play over there like he did last year, but I think they want to play him at center. But they haven't really done a lot when it comes to the interior part of the offensive line. And Clint, it seems like they're saying, all right, man, like we trust that you're going to be able to be ready and be able to be ready to go. And I'm not saying they're wrong on this at all. Obviously, they know, and clearly he's showing some good signs that he can be ready when you see he's in great shape. But I don't know how comfortable I feel about how confident, or at least their moves have been made in terms of how they're going to put this left guard spot in his hands, because it's either Kenyon Green or other really young guys or guys that have been backup offensive linemen that didn't work out other places.
Nobody in that building over there is comfortable or confident with the left guard situation for the Houston Texans.
Why do you think they didn't do more to add to it?
Well, I mean, that they would lean in and tell you that they can't address every issue every single year. There are limits to what they can do. I'll say that I think they're going to end up regretting that, but we'll see how this thing unfolds, Ron. I think there's three big question marks for this team right now that could end up being big problems, and that is interior offensive line with the exception of Shaq Mason, interior defensive line with the exception of DeMeco Autry, in the cornerback room with the exception of Derek Stingley. They've those three positions could end up being a major problem that hold this football team back. But let's be clear with DeMeco's comments there on Kenyon Green. I know he's a head coach. I know he's got to say the right things. I know he's got to be politically correct, and I know politically correct's not the right word, but he's got to think of his players and their feelings, and he's got to handle them all with kid gloves, particularly the young ones that have struggled. But but let me rephrase what I think DeMeco actually said there. Right here's the message: you got to be in shape to stay healthy. You got to be healthy to compete. You have to compete to earn a spot in the NFL with the Texans. He's done a great job getting in shape. We'll see about the rest. I mean, there's no doubt about it that he wears whether he's in shape, whether he's worked hard, whether he's been a professional. We all see it. They see it. The coaches see it. The general manager sees it. When he walks out the door in football gear, you know whether that guy is in shape or not. You know whether he's been taking this thing serious or not. And the truth of the matter is with Kenyon Green, the last 2 seasons, you can lean into injuries and you can be, you can say the right things because you're a head coach. You can lean into the injuries, but ultimately the question mark in Kenyon Green's football life is, can you be a professional? Can you get in shape? And if you do those things, then you'll have a better chance to stay healthy. These little knick-knack injuries won't keep you off the field. And then we can see what caliber player that you really, really are. We think you have a chance to be pretty good because we drafted you 15 overall, but based on what we've seen, the off-the-field issues, the non-football, like when I say non-football, I mean non-Sunday issues, have been what have held Kenyon Green back to this point in time. I'm going to tell you, man, they have got to have a short leash with Kenyon Green. I don't know a worse type of player when it comes to
which is weird,
like getting under a coach's skin.
Which is weird when you would say they'd have a short leash, which I agree with you. Like he should be straight up competing big time with somebody. But when you say short leash, I'm surprised the short leash then leaves them to turn to Kendrick Green and Jared Patterson.
Lack of options, right?
You know what I mean?
I'm surprised that the Texans, to some degree, look how they addressed the defensive line. They went out there and signed a bunch of journeymen, and they're telling us about how many snaps they played or how many starts they've had versus the production they've had. Okay, there's some good depth players there. I'm surprised that we didn't see either left guard or center, one of those 2 positions. I'm surprised I didn't see them sign a guy that's been a starter in this league, maybe not a Pro Bowler, but has started a lot of games in this league or has played a lot of snaps in this league, has played the interior offensive line position on multiple teams, and it has shown the ability to hold his own. I'm surprised that they didn't sign that guy. Now, look, I think Juice Scruggs is going to be the center. I only threw center in there because I think you widen the net, if you will. Yeah. You widen the net of, like, who's available. Okay, if you can get a veteran center that's a proven starter, that you know is a great communicator, that you know can hold his own, that makes those around him better, then you sign him and you play Juice Scruggs at guard, at least on paper, right? I think Juice Scruggs is going to end up being the center, and left guard they're going to roll the dice with the guys you mentioned, at least as of now, and I think it's an iffy decision.
Yeah, it is. We'll see what happens. I'm telling you, I keep looking at that. I keep looking at that part of the depth chart, and I'm always like, damn. Like, I've seen one depth chart like that that has Titus Howard as the starting left guard and Fisher as the right tackle, which they damn sure can't do that.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, Ron, is the Texans very well could end up doing that. I mean, that's the scary part of this, right? What you can't do in this league is have a duck at guard. You can have a guy at center that's not as physically gifted or doesn't have the lead in his ass to play the offensive line at the NFL level. It's not a 300-pounder. You can have a guy that's just a great communicator and he's got great feet and he's a great helper and he's always has helps when somebody's over his nose. You can have that at center. It's hard to have that at guard, man. I mean, it is a guy that just has the ability early and often to get beat, like at the snap, like right now, just whiff. He could be great 75% of the time, but 25% of the snaps, he is just whether it's run or pass, there's a chance he might just completely miss. That is a guy that in this league, especially with this schedule, given the interior defensive lineman that we're going to see, boy, that's something you just can't afford to do. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't end up seeing Titus Howard back at guard, or you didn't see Juice Scruggs at guard and you see Patterson or one of these other guys
seems
playing
like
center.
Yeah, that seems like that has to be the backup option if things don't
Yep.
potentially go well from the interior. Hopefully it isn't Titus.
I would think it's Juice. It wouldn't surprise me if it's in him because I wouldn't put anything past him. But at the end of the day, I think Titus is done playing guard. I think he's going to play tackle.
He sounds like he is.
I would lean into. I wouldn't be. Nothing would surprise me, but I would lean into Juice being the emergency. Hey, he's going to be our left guard, and we're going to play Patterson at center. We're going to play one of these other guys at center.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll hear from you a little bit. 713-572-4610, as well as Clint's got a little something he wants to get off his chest. Many of y'all was coming at him about Joe Espada. He's got something he wants to get off his chest. We'll discuss that coming up.
Speaking of getting something off my chest, Mo Karam Law. They're simply
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. My man said, hey, y'all are forgetting Patterson played center for quite a few games last year. Scruggs finished at left guard. Left guard Scruggs, Patterson center. That could be the backup option.
That makes a lot of sense right this minute. If it were me, like I would feel a lot better if DeMeco and Nick came out, or if like the first depth chart came out, or the first time we see them work, like in training camp. Not right now, like in training camp. If Juice Scruggs was at guard, Patterson was at center, and Kenyon Green was getting rotation in with Scruggs.
Yeah,
that would make me feel a lot better about things.
I just really intrigued to see what kind of center Scruggs is. The guy you moved up in the second round to go get. I'm intrigued to see what type of center he is. Like he wasn't like he struggled at the gate at left guard. Now he improved, he got better, but you can tell maybe that
there were times where he got his tail whooped in pass protection. But I like his approach to the run game in terms of trying to be like he was trying to hurt people. And so, I like that about him. But you're right. At center, he's a little bit more insulated from a standpoint of.
Well, clearly that's what you wanted. You wanted him for that. Now things may change, and you do what you have to do. But I get that. That could be a secondary backup fault, and maybe that's what it was for them. All right, Larry, where you at, man?
Look here, so Clint. Kenyon Green is only 23, man, and it's important for him. It's not even the fact that he was a first-round pick. I know how important that is. But that offensive line with Scruggs at center and Kenyon Green is probably just the best combination that we have because it lets Titus stay where he's at. They're going to get this figured out, and if he's mentally right and if he's physically right, I think that for this offense and for this team to be able to go where they're trying to go, plug Kenyon ass in there and let him play left guard, man, because that's what we wanted when we drafted him, and I think just based on what they're looking at over there with Mixon, they're going to have somebody that's a dog at that center and at that guard spot, and I think Scruggs and Kenyon Green is a better option than Patterson. But what I really call for is this, real quick, Clint. Joe Espada makes it very, very hard to like him, man, and I really want to like him. But last night when he sat over there and didn't bunt that dude over to third base in the ninth inning, man, I literally got up and walked out back, man, and just screamed, man, because sometimes you got to do certain things to get runs home, and he almost blew that game. And so then to watch them today, and I know y'all say Hunter Brown pitched well, Hunter Brown is too smug for me, man. He walks off the mound like he's a dominant-ass pitcher, and yet he can't get the hitter or the ninth hitter out. And he does this in every game. So I'm kind of on the outs with Hunter Brown until he figure out what the hell he going to do with the bottom of the lineup. But the last thing I really wanted to call about is this. I don't know if Framber Valdez wore the little helmet on the little yellow school bus when he went to school or wherever the hell he went. But for Framber to go out there and to change up signs, give up, you cannot be an ace and be that damn stupid, man. Framber's act is getting old, too, because at some point, we know we have to depend on him to be able to do things and win games for us so that him and Verlander could get us back into the playoffs. But to be stupid, I'm still thinking that he wears that little helmet every now and then, and I'll holler.
Larry, he wears a hat. Closest thing. He just stop laughing that hard, Clint. He wears
it's just the way Larry says that little helmet.
Those fake dreads, man. I don't know what the hell
he got a big swole head. If he's wearing a helmet, it's gonna be a big yellow helmet.
I don't know why he decided to go rogue like that. I really don't.
Look, hey, on a serious note, Larry turned me on a little bit right there, because I'm gonna tell you, I was very, very happy, I guess is the right word, or content maybe with like Juice Scruggs and what we like. He looks like and plays the game like an interior offensive lineman. we've watched Titus Howard get down in there. We've watched it just when you play a tackle at guard, it just don't look right. It just even when it's successful, the pass protection sure a lot of times looks right, but the true run game just doesn't sit well, doesn't look right. The pad level's not right. The build's not right. No, there's just nothing right about it. Juice Scruggs looks and plays the game like an interior offensive lineman. Let's say this thing, and I don't want to get too excited about it, but let's say this thing does pan out. There's a lot of stars that have aligned for the Texans over the last year that I didn't think there was any way going to happen. I didn't think they deserved it, to be honest with you. And now, all of a sudden, boom, we've got stars aligning everywhere. If Juice Scruggs, that player I just described in terms of fits the mold, communicates well, plays a position of physical nature, looks like a true interior offensive lineman, next to Shaq Mason, and then you throw Kenyon Green in there, and Kenyon Green let's not talk about the expectation of being number 15 overall. Let's just say he is a starting caliber interior offensive lineman in the NFL. His strength is getting his mitts on you and moving you, playing with pad level, using that big body, and using that strength, right? Let's say there's still some issues in pass protecting with Juice and Kenyon. But the run game, when you've got Shaq Mason, Juice Scruggs potentially with what we saw in year 2, and then you've got Kenyon Green, who is really in year 3, but in year 1 ultimately, body-wise, is becoming a pro. Boy, you could see, from a run game perspective, you could really see some guys that can move some mass inside. I'm not saying they're ready for Simmons at Tennessee, Simmons and Sweat in there, but I'm just saying based on what we saw last year, because boy, you go with Titus at left guard and Dieter or Patterson at center. Man, you're really, that's some real patchwork. And I'm not knocking those guys. I mean, look, we know we've talked Titus Howard to death, but Michael Dieter went in there and played the best he could. I'm just talking about like having real interior offensive linemen that are tangibly built to be there and bred to be there and have real ability to move mass. Boy, that could be a game changer for the Houston Texans if that does work out. Now I think it's a long shot for all of that to work out, but if it does, to Larry's comment there, boy, that I could get good and worked up about that now.
Yeah, as you said, long shot. And the thought is, you're not talking about trying to get to the playoffs or win the division. Your thoughts is trying to win it all. Your thoughts is
the bar's up there now.
The bar has been set. Vegas has you third in the league in terms of Super Bowl odds, and there is a belief here. And to go to what he said is, hey man, let's just slide. We're going to just slide in Kenyon Green, and if he's ready, the hope and the thought is that he's ready. But you're depending on a guy that they basically just told, hey, man, I know you got a torn labrum, wink, wink, but we're going to go ahead and shut your ass down and give you no chance to come back because really we just want you to get your ass in shape and change your body.
Yep.
Like that's
tired of dealing with it.
A second-year guy they drafted 15, they shut him down to get his body right. And I'm just saying that is the person that you're in the space trusting in a Super Bowl type of run that you're looking to make.
That's a DeMeco year 1. He had bigger fish to fry than to keep playing with what Kenyon was bringing to the table. And Kenyon had to prove, hey man, I'm serious about this in order for DeMeco to then turn around and go, okay, well let's answer a couple of questions about you. And it looks like, knock on wood, that the dude has heard the message loud and clear, and he's responded.
We'll see if the new body stuff changes into him being the guy on the field that they're hoping that he would be.
I don't view that lightly at all. I can't wait to see it myself. I wasn't there the other day. I mean, that is for a big man to change his body in a 6-month span where it's noticeable and like. Not just noticeable, but where the people that I've heard talking about it were in awe about it.
Yeah,
like that is some serious work the young fella must have put in.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it translates to actual football. But
it would be a great first step to look at that.
Yeah.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. as they will continue rolling here. Actually, made a little Texans jukebox. They'll have
little audio jukebox from Johnny.
Audio jukebox right here. They'll get DeMeco as he spoke about OTA. So that's coming up next. And behind them, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton will have it at 7 o'clock right after them. Hey, tonight, Western Conference Finals start. I see you clapping back there.
Let's go, baby.
Yes, Mavs T-Wolves. Who do you want to win this? Who do you want to win? You got Kyrie, Luka. You got Ant-Man.
Come on, man.
Carl.
Are you're not asking me that question?
Anybody? Who do you want?
Who do you think?
You want Ant-Man?
Come on, man.
Michael Jordan Jr., man.
Are y'all kidding me?
That's Ant-Man.
I know who the hell it is, but y'all kidding me with this?
Who you want the Mavs?
What state is Dallas, Texas?
Oh, nah.
What state is Dallas, Texas?
How did I forget?
Man.
You're right. Yeah, you're about everybody.
Hell yeah, I'm a Mavs fan right now. You damn right. Kidding me?
You want Dallas?
I like Ant-Man. I like Ant-Man. He's pretty. He's cute. It's fun. It's good. It's good.
Baylor. He goes for Tech.
Yeah.
He goes for them all.
I'm a Texas man too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, clearly you're not.
No, I am.
You'd prefer a championship be somewhere else outside the state.
I imagine the Mavericks, the Dallas Mavericks, how much they're gonna rub it in,
and the
Houston's
Rangers.
face.
Just because the Rockets have been doo-doo, don't be that guy now.
I'm gonna be that guy. I'm sorry.
Because you don't want them to have the ability to rub it in your face. Have